This is the second day of the epoch event, the Akwa Ibom dialogue, which of course has been taking a whole lot of people by storm. Today, we shall be given an opportunity to group leaders and group heads, to speak on the achievements and their submissions so far as it has to do with their rights agenda. My name is Samson Akwan, aka Politics Today. Well, today you also have the opportunity to listen to the group heads talking to me. And of course, the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State, the initiator and the progenitor of the Akwa Ibom first time in the history of governance, we've seen a governor taking his blueprints to the people. That clearly defines democracy, because democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And so, for him, it is not going to get it alone. And also, the dialogue is meant to adjust when necessary, and also fashion out implementation plan, which is paramount. If you had listened to the chairman of the occasion on the opening ceremony on Wednesday, you must have heard him talk about lofty ideas, but oftentimes implementation. And so we've been hearing Vision 2010, Vision 2020. Those never work because the implementation plan was lacking. It is in the light of these that Pastor Omoyeno, upon assumption of office, decided that his Arise agenda, the mantra of his administration, which has to do with agriculture, is definitely taken to the people. And the essence of these gatherings is to make sure that the people deliberate on these important documents. And if you had listened to the chairman, he had also said that this is the first time a sitting government to be given the citizens the opportunity to make contributions to whatever plans and agenda they have for the people. And so the special guest of honor, His Excellency, the immediate past governor, Mr. Domi Manuel, also highlighted. And of course, he said the people must support the governor, Pastor Omoyeno, to succeed. He said it has nothing to do with Pastor Omoyeno. Omoyeno, Pastor, the governor is just a servant. And so it is what God has given him to do, and the people have voted him for. If you don't give him the time to do it, it is the people that will still lose. But I pray God that Akwa Ibom State is a very peace-loving state, a people-oriented state. Omoyeno, the golden era that is here, has also given everyone a golden opportunity to redress a step. It shouldn't be a divided community. It shouldn't be a divided state. Rather, it should be a united state of Akwa Ibom, where every strata of the administration is touched. It is in the light of these that I welcome you to day second of these a dialogue that everybody is talking about. And so if you take a look at, people are coming in, so many groups are being put on course, about 17 groups are being put on course. It has to do with health, education, infrastructure, and of course the youth, women, and everything, so many more. And tourism. Of course, when he was campaigning, he did told us about tourism, and that tourism will be a very unique sector where revenue can be generated for the state. And in Akwa Ibom State, we have so much of our tourist attractions. And of course, if you don't even see anything, so much of a tourist attraction, if you come to the worship center, you know that the edifice itself is an attraction. You talk about the 21-story building is an attraction because it is an intelligent building. The much talked about smart terminal building in Akwa Ibom State. And of course, the Ibom Air. And so, Akwa Ibom has a whole lot. I'm talking to you in the hall, and of course, this is one of the biggest halls in the Ibom Icon Hotels and Golf Resort. And so, Akwa Ibom, we have so many good people, intelligent, very intelligent people. And so, God has brought this governor, Pastor Omoyeno, to really fashion out a direction with which we can champion a course to succeed, and then established a foundation for a better Akwa Ibom State. And that's what he has done. He has painstakingly taken into consideration that the people You know, this dialogue cut across the party lines. We don't want to know which political party you belong to, because a political party should also be seen, and this goes to Nigeria generally, political parties should be seen as a platform, all right? A platform for you to aspire to any office. Immediately after election, you should be able to bring all the everybody together, you know, and then we work together, because supposing Mr. A from political party B won, or C and the rest of them, everybody will be talking about Akwa Ibom State. And so leaders, please and please and please, let us be united. Now that the sun is shining in the path of Akwa Ibom progress, let us all come together and build a united state of Akwa Ibom. And of course, we'll be talking to resource persons in this dialogue. They'll all be talking to us right here. And of course, I won't be doing it alone. I'm still waiting for Solomon Ayo to join me, because also is in the technical department. We'll be talking a whole lot. His Excellency will soon be here. I've seen the arrival of the Attorney General, immediate past Attorney General. I'm told that he's also a designate as far as the list of commissioners is concerned. I've seen a whole lot of people here in the room coming up for this event. This is the second of the event. And I want to believe that very soon, when the events unfold totally, you all understand the vision of Pastor Moino. And you need to know this. This gentleman is intelligent. He has a great capacity to champion this cause. And we pray that those who are given into different committees should do the needful. What would touch the lives of the people as prepared by the governor? What will give people that sense of belonging? What will continue the peace in Akwa Ibom State? What will make our economy to grow? What will give it a ministerial opportunity to every right-thinking Akwa Ibom to do one thing or the other? Ability for you to work for a living, not to beg for a living. Ability for you to be given a net, not a fish. Ability for you to also be part and partaker of this opportunity. So you need to understand this vividly. And without missing word, Akwa Ibom is taking the lead, and Pastor Moino is that captain. Of course, you know what it is to have a pastor as a governor in your state. You know what I mean? If you go to Genesis, you will understand that God, during creation, did not say, let me create. God, during creation, said, let us. So Pastor Moino is saying, let us build together the Arise agenda. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be talking to somebody anytime soon.
From the 27th of July, Akwa Ibom will rise like never before. Are you ready? From the 27th of July, Akwa Ibom will rise like never before. Are you ready? From the 27th of July, Akwa Ibom will rise like never before. Are you ready? From the 27th of July, Akwa Ibom will rise like never before. Are you ready?
A lot of participants in this dialogue. Don't forget that this dialogue is meant for the citizens to come and reason together with the government and of course participate and have their own contribution for the development of the Akwa Ibom. Well, the man I'm going to be talking to right now is a man of no mean repute. It has been a commissioner of rural development. He has been a commissioner for local government and chieftaincy affairs. He has been almost everything from the grassroots to the top. And so for him to be part of this dialogue goes to show that his wealth of experience and contribution will matter a whole lot in the development of the rural communities. And of course, I'm here with Mr. Elder Ekbota. It's good to have you, sir. It's been a pretty long time setting my eyes on you.
Thank you, and good morning.
All right.
I'm happy to see you and see you at this venue.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay, so let's kickstart this way. You have been involved in rural development. And of course, rural development is one of the key factors of the Arise agenda. And Governor Mono is so concerned about rural development. What will you say need be done in order to improve upon the rural dwellers?
Thank you for having me now. I've been in rural development area, starting from the period I did not know government. I come from rural area. I live in rural area. and I know the problems of rural area partially. One cannot know all. But the population here in town, like you, for example, people come in from rural area. But the problem in rural area, as I know, is lack of facilities, infrastructures, roads. But food we eat in urban comes from rural area. Food like, well, I'm a farmer. I have a large farm. I have problem even in farming itself. Because all the lands we use in farming are situated in rural area. Do we have routes to transport those goods we produce there? We don't have. People do not like to living. The mature people do not like living in rural area because there is no electricity, there is no water, there is no health facility, there is no good school. There are many factors that makes rural development to be a problem. What are those factors? As I can say, I've mentioned them, such as electricity, good roads, water, schools, health facilities. They are not there. But I'm happy for this dialogue coming in. And I thank the governor, His Excellency, Pastor Umo Basieno, for seeing this, and he wants to make it Akwa Ibom state to have their rural areas developed. I have seen in his profile the population of rural people is more than that of urban. But I have seen what he wants to do.
Okay, Elder Ekwatai, would you say that the dialogue is going to be a turning point for the actualization? Because hitherto, several administration has been coming up with these, bogus plans and so on and so forth, but implementation has been lacking. Would you say that these dialogue will be such as a springboard for the implementation of this laudable objective of a RISE agenda?
Yes, all successive governments, starting from era of Obong Victor to Barrister Goswell Akpabio, to Udom Emmanuel, His Excellency, the present administration, they have been doing their best in developing rural areas. The Ministry of Rural Development is there. Even local government, most of them are in rural areas. But this dialogue, if successful, will be a good thing to start with. What I'm afraid, it is not the politicians, because the politicians come and go. The civil servants. The civil servants, one coming into the office stays there for 35 years or so. He says that he may not even want to do. He said it is the politicians that do have it. It is them. It is civil servants that should do, because they are there for many years. 35 years is not a small thing. If they can take it as a point of duty, to know that this is what they can do, and they will be proud of what they are doing. But they say it's you politicians cannot do anything. How many of them go to the office on time? Very few.
Thank you, Elder. Which of the committees are you?
In rural development.
I know. I needed to ask you. Are you guys coming up with a successful? Your presentation today is going to be successful?
Yes, we will present something, sure. But the problem I'm saying who are those people in the ministry, the workers? There's no money. I don't even know whether the budget. I've not seen the budget. The budget will take care of this. They say it's money. Has money been released for it? Will they release the money?
Of course. who pays the piper will definitely, give an opportunity.
Was it been captured in the budget? What we are doing now, was it captured in the budget? I don't think.
I think I'll be able to speak with somebody in the revenue department to also tell us how we're going to generate this money.
Good.
And how are we going to, because the lean resources, are we going to rely on Abuja, and so on and so forth?
Yes.
Are we going to have extra money? Are we going for loan? What's the way forward? Elder, thank you. Talking with you is a great pleasure. Thank you. Yes, that's Elder talking to us right there. He is a member of the team, he's a member of the committee, and of course if you check in our program, a lot of them in that committee are making sure that the plan in the rural community works. Don't forget that if the government does not touch the rural community, it will be as though there is no government. Remember, when His Excellency Pastor Omoino has been emphasizing that henceforth local government chairmen must reside in their respective local governments. That is to say, let them feel the pulse of the people. Let them understand the problems of the people. Because if you just visit your local government, it will be impossible for you to know the problem of that local government. And so for rural development to really work, those who are going to be local government chairmen must be involved in the project. And if the local government chairman does not reside in that rural area, the possibility for it to work is not going to be possible. All right? So my belief is that we must be committed. We must be focused. Like His Excellency has said, he didn't keep this agenda to himself. He didn't just want to, come like, what do you call it? He parachutes the project and said, okay, this is my agenda. Let me get to the government and do it the way I want to do it. No. He has graciously given it to the people, and the people must be part of this government, and that's what it is doing. And so joining me to look into how are we going to realize this money, because like Elder has spoken, he said, we may come up with something. If there's no budget to back it up and money release, it will be almost impossible. But of course, the man I'm going to be talking with is a financial expert. He knows, in fact, even if the money is in the tummy of a monkey or in the tummy of a snake, he will bring it out. Talking about Elder Okonokon. Elder Okonokon has been the chairman of the Revenue Service of Akwa Ibom State, and he joins me now. Let us begin to talk. Elder, it's good to have you.
Good morning, my brother.
Thank you.
Good to have you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Elder, one defining moment, one defining factor would be, how are we going to raise money? Beautiful plans, lofty ideas. How are we going to get money to finance this?
Thank you, my brother. You captured it succinctly. The critical factor is funding of these programs, funding of these ideas, funding of these noble, projects that we're going to put together today under the Arise agenda. But I tell you today that there's a funding, that we have a funding strategy behind this. The funding is going to come from a basket of sources of funds, including the IGR of the state, which is stable, which is predictable. We're going to do something about it. We're going to give them more power, strengthen the system. If you do the full autonomy, then IGR should be able to give us a reliable, quantum of fund on monthly basis that can contribute towards the funding basket of these proposals, of these ideas. Then, of course, the regular fact, though not reliable, but we expect that there should be some measure of a trajectory, given today's exchange rate and of course the oil price in the international oil market. And of course, there are other sources of funding. We're going to look into multilateral organizations, multilateral agencies, sources of funding. We're going to look into grants. We're going to look into partnership PPPs. And of course, we may also have to look into debt instruments, that may be issued from time to time to augment other sources of finance. But in the summary, there's a funding strategy behind this. There's a funding strategy behind this.
So we say that you're going to come up with a strategy that money can be generated. At least we have Ibom, we have flour mill.
Yes.
Are they paying tax?
Of course, they pay. There are different categories of taxes. There's what we call pay-as-you-earn taxes, which are taxes that are paid by employees. They collect that and remit to us. If there's any other taxes that they pay to the state, they pay. But there's a limited liability company, their corporation tax, or otherwise called income tax, are payable to the federal government. And I'm sure they are good corporate citizens. They abide by the tax laws and the rules and regulations. Yes.
When this man talks about revenue, you cannot but admit the very fact, because it is regime that the revenue capacity of Akwa Ibom State move to the next level. What's the level like now? How much are we making? Should we talk about every month or every year?
No, we do annual submissions, annual returns. So as at the end of last year, 2022, the IGR of the state was approaching 35 billion. The annual IGR of the state was approaching 35 billion.
35 million was approaching billion.
Yes.
Oh wow, that's a big one.
Approximately 35 billion.
So, in a nutshell, if we devote 1 year for a particular project, 1 year for instance now, we said, okay, let's devote this year for rural development. Can the state fund it?
Of course we can fund it, but we cannot, I don't think it is best practice to devote a year for a project, because we must evenly balance out the project and budget implementations. One sector, other sectors cannot be allowed to suffer while one sector is being developed, because the economy works in a symmetric manner. So all the sectors must be carried, at the same time at the different levels of degrees. So, but if you are talking about in terms of funding, we do expect that there will be a significant leap in IGR of the state after this program, because the strategies that are being aligned here to significantly improve the future streams of IGR of the state.
He got me there. I was deliberately asking him that money, because every state government has a scale of preference. And of course, like he said, if you devote a particular year for a particular project, it doesn't work like that. Let's come to talk about this. The attitude of taxpayers, because difficult. If you travel abroad, you see the commitment of citizens paying tax. But here in Nigeria, or let's zero it down to our Akwa Ibom State, have you been having difficulties because people are complaining, lack of several amenities by the government? Pipe-borne water is not seen, electricity is not seen, even though the federal government has since, privatized that, but citizens are the one buying electrical poles. I mean, kudos to the past administration of Udom Emmanuel that, provide over 500 transformers to communities. Tell me.
Yeah, naturally, people don't like paying taxes, whether in Nigeria, in Africa, or the rest of the world. There must be some factors, some strategies that be put in place to engender voluntary compliance. And even the big men across the Atlantic, they didn't like paying taxes. So we reckon that left to individuals and companies, they would like to avoid or evade taxes. But when you put some strategy in place, and then that will engender compliance. For instance, if the tax environment, the tax administration is made friendly, people would naturally like to respond to a friendly attitude towards the tax administration. And then, of course, if we also do what we call service for tax,
yes,
or value for taxpayers' money, when the taxpayers see what their money have been used for, what use the money that have been put into, there's tendency that they would increase their compliance. Then, of course, if you also, carry out some enforcement, and then there must be transparency in the system. Once the taxpayers see that the system is transparent, there's integrity, there's prudence in fiscal management of our resources, then tendency is that taxpayers would like to comply. But overall, you must have a strategy to get taxpayers to comply. I know what you're talking about, tax for service. What are people getting? By paying water, electricity, infrastructure. But in this state, the successive government have done very well in terms of professional infrastructure. And it's a journey. It's going to be continuous. We cannot provide all this in one go, because if you compare Akwa Ibom State to other states in Nigeria, you see we've gone very far in terms of infrastructure, especially road infrastructure, compared to other states. You need to take a trip of the 6 regions of Nigeria. You come back to north, that Akwa Ibom State has gone very far beyond other states in the infrastructure. So this pleases people a lot. I know, and it makes them more responsive to tax payment. In future, maybe we want to do like other states, then we put a tax on the roads. This infrastructure was funded by taxpayers' money. It's a matter of style. We want to do that. Voluntary compliance really is improving in Akwa Ibom State.
Where do you see Akwa Ibom State in the next couple of years if the Arise agenda is fully implemented?
If the Arise agenda is fully implemented, I won't even say fully, even if we can get 70% implemented, with what the kind of inputs that are coming out, the kind of contributions that are coming out, even if we get 70% or 80% implemented, I tell you, in the next couple of years, Akwa Ibom can easily, and I can safely say so, become a leading subnational economy in the Gulf of Guinea. We can. Maybe some states that have gone far and have the advantage of federal might at the initial stage, like Lagos State, could still beat us in terms of industry, in terms of size of GDP of the economy. But we are coming on very strong. We are emerging states. We are coming off very strong, and we have a decent environment. We can plan our environment. We can plan our economy. We can plan the infrastructure. And so that gives us an advantage. So it looks to me that in a couple of years, with the Arise agenda fully implemented, then we are set to become a force to reckon with, economic force to reckon with in the Gulf of Guinea.
What would be your advice to Pastor Umoino, the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State? For him to have gone this far, giving the citizens the opportunity to contribute in his agenda, and of course the theme is "Come, let's reason together." How would you describe him?
I think he has done very well. He has started very well. You can see the excitement in the faces of the people, those who have opportunity to contribute, even the guests that are not contributing. But the mere fact that he has provided this platform, the governor has provided this platform for people to contribute. This is what is called inclusion. This is what is called citizen, development from the bottom, and everyone is now represented. One way that every sector of the economy is well represented, So the key now remains implementation, which he has committed to doing. So once he gets this implemented, as he committed to doing, I think that it will stand tall in the history of Akwa Ibom State, that he came and carried out some major reforms in terms of leadership style, governance style, and then, of course, inclusive governance.
Thank you very much, Elder Okonokon. Of course, you know too well that it's not easy to collect tax. So if this man has succeeded doing that to a tune of 35 billion a year in Akwa Ibom, congratulations, sir. Thank you. I wish you the very best. I wish your team the very best. And I believe that your submission today will be powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My thanks to the Akwa Ibom taxpayers.
I told you, he got it. He has just done that, and of course he has sent greetings to his people, the taxpayers, who has been working very hard to make sure that government do have money and have certain projects implemented. And that was the tax collector himself, Mr. Konokon. Well, we are looking up, and we will soon be talking to another resource persons. Of course, don't forget that revenue generation is key, but there has to be infrastructure before you can talk about generating revenue. And so let me see as time goes by, as we're going to be engaging other resource persons in this media chart, we'll be able to understand exactly the vision of the governor, Pastor Mono. Don't forget that, and precisely on February 2023, years before the election, His Excellency, the immediate past governor, had told Akwa Ibom people, and indeed Nigerians, it wasn't a public campaign that Pastor Omoyano will do better than he did. And so if somebody is going to do better than a man who brought in a bomb air, if somebody is going to do better than a man who got a license, I'm talking about a license for the operation of Ibom Deep Seaport, that goes to show that this Omoyano service is super. Okay, we want to welcome another resource person to come talk to us right here, because very soon we're going to start the event proper. And so, Madam, please, you talk to us, tell us a little bit about you, and then we ask you the questions.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Mrs. Maria Therese Robson Namsu, the wife of the chairman, Estereke Local Government, and the president of Walgon, wives of chairman in the Akwa Ibom State Chapter. I'm a resource person in this event, and I'm on that child and women.
Okay. I don't know what you're going to suggest in your committee, but I don't want to preempt your submission. But it is widely believed that the family values have so degraded that children no longer listen to their parents. They become so stubborn these days. And of course, sometimes women suffer a whole lot of setback as a result of this. Please talk to us. What should be done in order to curtail all these vices?
Well, first of all, I want to really appreciate this event and the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State, because putting up this event means problems have solved. Like they always say, a tree cannot make a forest, and you don't know everything. So he has deemed it fit to call all, at least a section of Akwa Ibomites, to contribute into his Arise agenda. So this is half solved. Where I'm coming in is from children and women. We know very well that...
Okay, I'm going to bring you back. His Excellency the Governor is here. I'll definitely bring back. She was about telling us nothing but what is required these days. And so His Excellency Pastor Moino is in the building. And so we have to go receive him. I will still bring her back to come talk to you right here. Don't go anywhere. Akwa Ibom Dialogue is one of its kind. We're going to address all the problems and bring up all the solutions. My name is Samson Akwan, aka Politics Today. I'll be coming back to you. Don't go anywhere.
Victor. Mr. Charles Sudo, please, your attention is needed. Thank you. Thank you. Please, to get this event started, I'd like to respectfully request that we rise on our feet as the Pure Brass Band would lead all of us to take the national anthem. Nigeria's call, obey, to serve our Father's land with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. The Akwa Ibom State Anthem, please. To the faith of greatness, O Akwa Ibom, let our dreams be ever one. Rise beyond ethnicity, build with love our promised land. Forward ever, backward never, save the land in unity and love. Please, I crave your indulgence to remain standing while I welcome Bishop Idemikon to please approach to say the opening prayers. Archbishop, please.
Shall we bow our hearts in prayer? Eternal Father, we are thankful to you for giving us an opportunity like this to come together and think about our children, our grandchildren, posterity, think about life beyond our own times. I pray, oh God, that you give us wisdom and understanding and insight, that our deliberations will bring not just blessings to our people, but glory to you, that your name will be honored. Thank you, Lord God, again for giving us a time like this. And we ask, oh God, that you bless every deliberation, for we pray in the name that is above every name, even the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. Welcome all of us to this third day of the Akwa Ibom Dialogue 2023. And of course, as we've already known from the start, we are here to build a roadmap around the Arise agenda of His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State. It shall be the guide towards the implementation and the actualization of all the beautiful ideas and initiatives of His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State. Let me very quickly acknowledge all of us, but wouldn't necessarily go through a very long procedure of protocol this morning because we have very many things to do today. So you'd permit me to just acknowledge and welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umoino, who has joined us here this morning. Please, can we put our hands together and welcome him? Thank you. We welcome the wife of the Governor, Pastor Mrs. Patience Umoino. We welcome you. Thank you very much, ma. The Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State has also joined us, distinguished Senator Dr. Mrs. Akone Yaganyi. We welcome you. Thank you for joining us. I acknowledge the presence of the Speaker of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Udeme Otong and wife. We welcome both of you. Thank you very much. The chairman on the occasion has also joined us this morning, distinguished Senator Udoma. Please, we welcome you. Thank you very much. We're excited to have you. Members of the National Assembly that have joined us in this meeting this morning, we welcome all of you. We welcome the Deputy Speaker and other members of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly. We welcome the Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Right Honorable Anyeka Nakpan. Thank you for joining us. The Secretary to the Government of Akwa Ibom State, Prince Enobongo, we welcome you. Head of the Civil Service, Elder Efyong Essien, we welcome you. Please, we welcome all of you that have joined us. I'd like to pay respects to the service commanders that have joined us for this event this morning. We thank all of you for joining. Commissioner, Police, the State Director, Securities, Commander 2 Brigade, Commodore of the Naval Base NNS Jubilee, Sector Commander Federal Road Safety Corps, and all the others, please. We welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us here this morning. We welcome the permanent secretaries that are here. We welcome heads of extra-ministerial department. Welcome chairmen of statutory boards that are here. We welcome all of you, please. We really acknowledge your presence. All the facilitators, let me acknowledge on behalf of all the facilitators, 18 of you. Professor Bath Naji, who has also joined us here this morning, former Minister for Power. We thank you. Traditional rulers. I can see our paramount rulers in the house. We welcome all of you, particularly the paramount ruler of Akwa Ibom and all the others. I see you straight, and we acknowledge and welcome all of you for joining us for this meeting. Thank you. Our church leaders, men, women, youth, and all the others who have joined us. Gentlemen of the praise, thank you so much for joining us. 2 quick announcements, and then we go straight to the business of the day. 2 straight announcements before we go straight into the business of today. The first is just a repeat of the health and safety announcement we had made, that we have a health booth right outside here where you have the Zenith Bank stand from the entrance. So if there is any health emergency, do not panic. There is a team of medical professionals that are right here to ensure that safety is assured. So please do not panic. If you find anyone seated to your left or to your right that needs medical attention, just alert the protocol team, and they would perhaps bring in a team of medical personnel to attend to you. That is guaranteed. Please do not forget that. Now, the second, before we invite the chairman for the opening remarks, is that we're going to take all the presentations today from all the 18 subsectors. I mean, I'm sure you already get an idea of what that is going to be like. So each subsector will have 10 minutes. It could be less. In fact, if it is less, it is better. 10 minutes inelastic. Let me appeal. I'm going to have a cordless mic. So immediately you are 8 minutes. I'll speak into the mic. I'm saying that so you don't feel insulted when we get there. Of course, you know I can't insult anybody. I respect everybody so much. But I'll speak into the mic at 8 minutes, and at 10 minutes I'll come to the stand. After the presentation for 10 minutes, there would be another 5 to 6 minutes for comments, intellectual departures from what the sector may have presented, just to add and have a robust presentation. But no subsector would have more than 17 minutes in all, both the presentation and the comments. Please, we want you to stick to this religiously, as though it will lead you to heaven. And I hope that you understand with me. On that note, I'd like to respectfully invite the chairman on the occasion for his opening remarks on this 3rd day of this event. Please, I trust your hands are not yet busy, so put them together and welcome distinguished Senator Udoma, chairman on the occasion for the opening remarks. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor, and distinguished participants. I think the MC has covered the ground rules, so I'm not going to repeat them. The only thing I want to add is that this is a business meeting. Apart from His Excellency the Governor, no other protocols. Please, just make your presentation, and those who are making comments, no protocols at all. Just make your comment. Just say who you are and what comments you have to make, because we need to really move very quickly. So I'm sure we will have a lot of, I went round yesterday, His Excellency the Governor also went round. A lot of good work has been done. So I'm looking forward to a very, very impactful presentations. So on this note, I think power is first. I call on power to make that presentation. Thank you.
Hold on, my presentation should come up.
Please, the gentleman on the multimedia stand, the presentation for power should come up. And please, immediately they call a subsector, do not wait for them to ask for it. Just throw it up there so we can start. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my presentation is supposed to be projected, so I hope it gets projected. Well, you know, being the first presentation, this is we're the guinea pigs. So test out how the rest of the presentations will work. So, but I'm sure it will come. Okay, can our secretary bring the presentation to me? So I will.
So I think we should start with security. Security is ready. So that maybe...
do they have presentation?
Yes, so that maybe before they are done.
Okay.
Thank you. Please, General Kokoesien. General Kokoesien, for security, we're going to need to take you now while we're trying to fix the presentation for the other subsectors. Please, can we have the projection for the security subsector already, please? Please, I've been told that most of the rapporteurs, they have the presentations in their laptops within this vicinity, within this hall. Please, if you have it, just move to my right. You'll see the multimedia stand to my right. You have to transfer everything to them because we're going to project from a central point. General Kokoesien, please come forward to make presentations for the security subsector, please.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Her Excellency, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor. Okay. Good morning, sir. That's yours? That's power. Don't worry, Governor. Okay.
So sorry, it's not easy to do to displace a general, but our presentation has been called up. The people who are making it have displaced us. Okay, Your Excellency, our presentation is intended to achieve the objective to which you have set out, and given what the chairman had talked about, the implementation, we went and drilled down to that implementation. So these are my colleagues that I worked with. They really worked very, very well. I appreciate them. And the secretary was Engineer Owana. So the objective, quality and uninterrupted electricity supply for the people of Akwa Ibom at the rural, urban, commercial, and industrial premises with viable market that is devoid of subsidy. The intention is that you shouldn't have subsidy. Okay, thank you. It is pivoted. To achieve this objective is pivoted on two organizations, two institutions that already exist in Akwa Ibom. One fully installed, the other in development, but incorporated. Ibom Power Company for generation and Ibom Utility Company for power distribution. The power should be segmented into rural area, urban and industrial. But in terms of rural, the type of fuel should be conventional electricity, which means thermal power in this case. So, sorry, can you go back? Thermal power and solar power, including any other that could come from studies. Then in terms of the urban area, conventional electricity and solar powered, and industrial area, conventional power because of the amount of load that they should take. Next. So we believe that in terms of power generation, the state should engage major players in natural gas sector, in power generation, as natural gas is in abundance in this state. And in fact, you have the largest reserve for natural gas. Savannah Energy currently produces approximately 200 million standard cubic feet of gas and projects that by 2025 it should have 400 and can grow to 700 million standard cubic feet by 2030. Ibom Power should be repositioned to achieve optimal generation of its installed capacity of 191 megawatts, which it doesn't currently generate. The power plant should be upgraded. From that 191 megawatts, you can now grow from that GE from 9B, which is giving 191 megawatts, to higher capacity GE from 9E. That should give the state approximately 350 megawatts. And subsequently, the state can add extra turbines. The power plant should be converted to an embedded system. This is very, very important because if you really want to control the power, then there should be embedding of the power within the state, and then you can now export the excess. This is the sort of thing that we are doing in Aba. Ibom power plant should be privatized or concessioned, with government of Akwa Ibom retaining minority equity shares. Next. So in terms of transmission, you have a hub in Ekotebene, and so for commercial viable power market in Akwa Ibom, there must be reconducting of the transmission line, which means you need to use higher tension and maybe have multiple circuits. Higher current carrying capacity should be utilized for the line, and completion of transmission line from Ekota Abasi to Ekota Ebene, 80 kilometers. We believe that the state government can achieve this by engaging NDPHC that is actually doing this work. This will play a major role in the state adequacy and commercialization plan for power. Next. In terms of distribution, the state should pass a bill legislating the power distribution sector for phased partnership with PHED for distribution using the incorporated Ibom Utility Company. It's incorporated, but it needs to be operationalized. The state should, at the interim, invest in expanding its distribution network to unserved and underserved using independent distribution, electricity distribution network license that it already has. And then Ibom Utility should request for prioritization of dispatch of power from Ibom Power to its distribution network, and laws should be enacted to curb power theft and vandalism. Next. Ibom Utility should explore collaboration in management of facilities with PHCD. Ibom Utility should collaborate with local and foreign companies to massively deploy electricity smart meters to all electricity consumers. It should consider employing a feeder merchant mechanism in its operation. A feeder merchant mechanism is such that for each feeder, there are usually many feeders. For each feeder, some agent takes control of it and must now, if you give the power to that feeder, then that agent must provide a payment, and then get a small fee for it. And full and timely address of all contending issues over equity of the state in full power. We understand that you have about 12%, but you are not really represented well in it, and so you should really go out and try to get that representation. Next. Human resources must be properly harnessed for formulation of the Ibom utility. So the private equity participation and best hands employed to manage the affairs. An independent consultant should be engaged to recommend an efficient and workable structure to manage the IUC, benefiting from already very successful Ibom Air operation model. The independent consultant should recommend appropriate staffing and organogram. Next. Now, the financing. the private consultant or independent consultant should be engaged to perform technical and financial cost audit of your Ibom power in order to achieve the intended objective. And I'm not sure if the system is still working, but okay. So it should also assess how to recover the installed capacity of 191 because it's not currently at 191 and evaluate the financial cost implications to recover the installed capacity and cost evacuation infrastructure. Method of financing this is, of course, equity and loans. In terms of equity, it is the state and the private sector investor that should do it. Next. So the Ibom, we've talked about appointment of an independent utility company. The main thing here is that a state electricity regulatory commission can come into force within the state. And financing is, in this case, private sector and the state will do it with state retaining minority equity position. Quickly, go ahead. So implementation, just quick on implementation. The independent audit should be carried out on the power company technically and financially. We feel that it should start this August and can end in November. The natural gas, Savannah Energy already has it, and it should be made available to ensure that the gas is there from August. Ibom Power financing should commence for operationalization January 2024. Financing of the GT3 is one of the key turbines in August 2023. Next. Ibom Power is providing the fund. We understand that that is already coming. Financing for recovery of the remaining installed capacity of 191 to start January. Upgrading and can end in July. So it's a two-quarter work. Upgrading of the two frame 9Es will come after when the power evacuation corridors are open. Appointment of technical consultant for the power embedding system in the states, August, and appointment of private consultant for proper framework of commissioning, August. Next. Reconducting of E2 and LOG. This is very important for power sale by the state. That should commence in September and end March. Negotiation between state government and the transmission company to start August. State government should dialogue with TCN for inclusion of the funds in their budget, but also it can also go in the tariff. You can use tariff to recover the money. So there are two ways that you should explore for recovering the money that you invest. Government should dialogue with NDPAC for completion of Ekot-Abasi, Ekot-Ekpene 80-kilometer line on a 330 kV for onward evacuation of power through the said corridor. Then government should meet with NDDC on the completion of 132 kV Ekot-Abasi, Ekpang, Akwa to Ekot-Ekpene line and other transmission-related projects being undertaken by NNDC. Next. Then appointment of independent consultant to formulate operational structure. September, full operationalization of IUC. October, legislation for commencement of State Electricity Regulatory Commission. August, network expansion from third quarter. Next. Then enactment of law to curb power theft and vandalism, August. Metering of all electricity consumers to start, August. Enforcement infrastructure to be set up to protect the facilities in September. And that's it, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
Please, can we put our hands together one more time for Prof. Please, we're going to take some very brief comments or additions. Brief comments or additions. And let me say that we may not be able to take more than 2 or at most 3 for want of time. Now, the idea is that you would indicate, would allot and agree on who is going to ask or make a comment or addition. That is why the prof is still here. So when you stand up, you say your name and then go straight to the point, please. And whatever point you're making, please let it not be more than 1 minute so that you can attend to them before we end the session. So we'll take 2 or at most 3. So the first hand I have seen is Mr. Ide Owodiong. That's the first hand I have seen. So we're going to quickly take that. The protocol would bring the microphone. Mr. Ide Owodiong, if it's possible, please, can you come forward? Because, come forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. MC. My name is Ide Owodiong, Ide McCall. Great presentation. I just have one comment. I saw a lot of focus on conventional power, and we didn't really see any attempt at exploring what we need to do with unconventional power like solar. Are there opportunities, for example, to use the tax strategy to get more people to adopt solar power in powering their residential homes? I live in the village and I've found it very, very useful deploying solar power in my house. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So we'll take the last one. Prof, let's take the 2 so that your comments can come severally. All right, the lady there just in front of you. Just in front of you, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Ekpedeme Udom. I'm so excited that it is Nigeria that has come to say this, because she has talked about the Sahara Energy gas pipelines. Please tell me, is there any way, because these pipelines are already there, that we can step down them in the communities that they are there, so we tap them as low-hanging fruit? Thank you.
All right, so Prof. Okay, please, Prof wants you to, hello, ma'am. Dr. Udom.
Sorry, I didn't get the, what is low-hanging fruit, so that I understand.
Because we have the pipelines already.
Okay, the pipelines.
Yes, the gas pipelines.
Yes.
And I'm asking, because modern technology is here, could we tap on them and put them in the different communities to be able to have cottage industry of electricity? Thank you.
Thank you. These are very interesting questions. First, the one about solar energy. No question, we included solar energy as part of the mix. But we're saying that for industries, you use conventional. This state is super blessed, more blessed than any other state in the country, and with natural gas. So you make use of natural gas because in terms of power generation, you have to look at the cost per megawatt. And the cost per megawatt of natural gas is still the lowest. Okay? And will remain so for quite a long time. In fact, in the whole of Nigeria, the power mix is really hydro and natural gas. But natural gas is majority. Solar, yes, you can have, because the solar intensity here is quite good. But small hydro, it's not possible to do this hydro here in the way that you can use it to generate good power. So solar, yes, but solar is still expensive, more expensive than natural gas. And until the storage capacity of solar is well developed, you can't quite say that you're going to use solar for conventional power. That's just the way it is, but it's coming. Over time it will come. But since we have this natural gas, we might as well make full use of it here. That is why we made that recommendation. Now, with regard to gas pipeline, when you have a gas pipeline, remember gas is not like liquid. It's high pressure, and so if you're going to tap at certain points, yes, it's possible to use it at certain places, but it requires that you actually have the turbine or the gas engine to build the power. So this is something that the company that is transmitting the gas, and you have gas from various places in the country coming to the main power plant. It is possible. But why not just focus on ensuring that Ibom Power actually works? Because Ibom Power right now, the installed capacity of 191 is far greater than what the state can use. The state doesn't use up to 100 megawatts. And so since you have installed capacity of 191, if you recover it, you have enough to use in the entire state, and you can sell the excess to national grid. And we are proposing that you not only just recover the 191, but that you go upgrade from GE frame 6B to GE frame 9E, which gets you to 350, and that power cell, the government would be very much interested, I believe, in making economic use of its power system. And you are so well positioned to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for Prof. Thank you very much, Prof, for the presentation on the power sector, and of course for bringing those illuminations on those questions that has been asked. Please, let me make this announcement again as we take the next subsector. The first is that please, all the rapporteurs from all the subsectors, ensure that your presentation and your slides are at the multimedia desk. Go there now and ensure that that transfer has been done. Make sure you are ready for presentation when your name is called. All subsectors, please move to the multimedia stand, the rapporteurs, and transfer your content. The second announcement, a repeat, is that each presenter will have a maximum of 10 minutes, please. All right. Let me please welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State. Please, can we put our hands together and welcome him? The Governor, Pastor Moino. Thank you.
Thank you. Please permit me, this is a business meeting, like the chairman said, so we're not really going to have too much of protocol. You see that the farm fair was on Wednesday, and today everyone in this room are business-minded people. And so please, I just needed to step up to thank Professor Bart Naji. I needed to do that. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so very much. On behalf of the government and people of Akwa Ibom State, thank you for accepting. We just met, and I shared the idea. You accepted. You've been here in the last 3 days, working so hard, and we are extremely grateful. But please let me make a request that we'll keep coming back and forth to you so that you can, as a former Minister of Power in this country, I know that power is what you're passionate about. And the plant in Aba is working. And so we don't see why ours should not work. That's really the challenge for me. Other power plants in this country are working, we are making money. I don't see why ours should not work. And so that's why we'll bring you the experts, those of you that are already making it work. to help us. And I really have to thank you on behalf of our people. Please, and every other person that will be presenting, we recognize your hard work and we thank you in advance. I'd like to request that people making noise at the back, if you are not going to contribute, please leave us alone. You know, when it gets to work, not too many people work. It's only when it gets to chopping that everybody wants to chop. So please, we want to have peace, quietness, and tranquility. So I beg the ushers, I beg the protocol people to help us maintain that atmosphere. This is a business meeting. I'll be interjecting, and anyone can interject. The chairman is still here. And please, again, the chairman has been here. He arrives on Sunday. And you need to know the work and the programs this chairman has. The other Akwa Ibomites here, I saw Barrister Okpana, I saw a lot of other Akwa Ibomites. There's been a lot of work. Some of these breakout groups and the focal groups worked all night till this morning. And so it's difficult for them to put this. What we've done in 3 days is what some people will take 1 month and make all the money in the world. But again, I have to say, none of these people have charged a dime. This is just their earnest contribution to the development of our state. And it places much more burden on me, because when I see this caliber of people sit here and put in this much work, you cannot afford to disappoint them. It's not possible. And please, I ask all the commissioner nominees to take notes. There were reasons why we didn't put portfolios. Because simple reason is we didn't want anyone to begin to guide their turf and don't discuss freely. If I gave portfolio before now, you go to the meeting and when they are talking about, you try to protect it, you know, as if it's our private property. So we wanted everybody to participate. But it's good we all sit through this, because you don't know which ministry you are going to. And I bet you can take this to the bank. All of these things, once we come back from the retreat and set the timelines, when you come for ESCO, the thing will be on the board and you just tell us. And there will be no excuse, please. So it's best we sit here now. I'm going to sit through. All of us will be, I went through all of the 18 breakout groups yesterday. The chairman did, and the economic advisor did. That shows the importance we attach to this. This is not just paperwork. We will not bring everybody out here. Service commanders have been here from the first day. We will not bring everybody out here and throw this under the paper. So I ask everybody who will be in government, everybody, from even the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. I know I've seen the chairman somewhere. Please, he's been here. We must make this work. And please, we're bringing a private sector mindset into doing government business, where we'll not take excuses if you have to sit on the board of any company. The board must deliver profit, and profit in government is improved welfare for our people. Prof, I'd like to thank you. Thank you so much indeed. And may the Lord God Almighty grant you safe passage as you get back home. Thank you. The Secretary to Government and the Deputy Governor will escort you. I'm told protocol does not let me escort somebody. But this is business. I should escort you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Prof, thank you. Please, we're going to invite the presentation now from the health subsector. Dr. Angela Ta, please. Remember, you should stay within 10 inelastic minutes, please. Can we put our hands together? They say health is wealth. Clap if you want to be wealthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, and his dear wife, Pastor Mrs. Patience Moino. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. I've just been given marching orders that this should be under 10 minutes if possible. Your Excellency, the group that you put together for the health sector, very passionate and intelligent, high intellectuals in the sector. So let's see how we can run through all that they've put in. Even this morning, they were still sending recommendations, which I promised will be attached to the agenda. So let's go through it. So really, we looked at the Arise agenda. What we had to work with, we tried to put it out into this kind of format. So at a glance, we would see what was required from the policy thrust through the expected outcomes, that's the broad overview, and then the key strategies to achieving the broad overview, the indicators that will tell us, have we achieved anything that we've set out in the strategies? And then in the indicators, we still have it broken down into yearly percentages for achievements. So it makes it very clear that as we're going forward using the policy thrust, these are the areas we're looking at. So I'm just going to speak to the first policy thrust. So in the Arise agenda, it's actually 3, but we found out that we could merge 1 and 2 because they essentially said the same things. So in 1, which is 1 and 2 in the Arise agenda, the thrust here is the delivery of effective, efficient, affordable, acceptable, and comprehensive quality healthcare services to citizens, especially in the rural areas. And I don't know if you can scroll down, so we'll just take the policy thrust all at once. Please scroll down to the last slide. Up a bit. Okay. So the second one, you have to scroll down so we can see it. Increase investment. So the first thing is the provision of the quality health services. And then the second thing is the increase in investments in healthcare service delivery. So that includes the public health facilities and infrastructure, the persons, and all of that. So we'll go back to the top. So in providing the effective, efficient, affordable, acceptable, comprehensive, I'm reading through it so that people that go to the health facilities can check and say, have we gotten all of this? And so to get to that level, we're saying that the expected outcomes, what will the end of 4 years look like when we're providing all of this? Of course, we need not just the structure to be renovated or rehabilitated or even built, we need the human resource to be right there to provide the services. And we know that over the past few years, there's been a kind of neglect of recruitment of human resource. And even when you have the ability to recruit, are they available? We all know about the JACPA syndrome. Are they available? So we're looking at this and saying that we're going to do a baseline assessment before we begin, and then say this is what the situation is. Then what is the best case scenario? And then we're saying that we're going to be recruiting, or we are recommending the recruitment of at least 90% of human resource for health to fill the existing gap based on our baseline assessments. The next thing is to make sure that the concept notes and business plan for Ibom Medical City, which is a dream of His Excellency for the health sector, is finalized, and the project is developed in phases. And then the third thing is renovation and equipping of at least 50% of dilapidated secondary health facilities. Remember that the focus of His Excellency is primary health care. But then when primary health care is all sorted, we still need to do reference to the next level, which is secondary health facilities. That's why we're bringing this in here. And then at least 90% of public health facilities, the focal PHCs. And there's a reason why we're saying focal PHCs, because in primary health care, we talk about PHCs in every ward of each state in the Federation. And then secondary health facilities. These, we want them to be capitalized through an established drug management agency, which we currently don't have. But this is part of His Excellency's dream, that drugs, medicines, consumables, everything that is needed to power the health centers and the health facilities will be available in one place It will be, electronically or digitally managed so that at every instance, we know what each facility has and how we can move the medicines and consumables to each of them. So those are some of the expected outcomes. Then the strategies to achieve those outcomes. We've talked about recruitment. So, boiling down to the key strategy, we're looking at recruiting and ensuring the availability of equitable distribution. So we don't want to crowd all the human resource for health that we're recruiting in the city center, no matter what they would want. I'm a doctor myself. I don't know if I would have wanted to be sent to Isinobolo, but then when you send me to Isinobolo, what are you putting in place for me? So in the recruitment, in the right numbers, in the right distribution, we're making sure that, further down, there's a place that speaks to accommodation and other incentives for such medical personnel, okay? And then another thing, a quick win could be the extension of the retirement age, from 60 to 65 years, or from 35 years of age, or from 35 years to 40 years of service. We have nurses in this state that are retiring on a daily basis. At the primary healthcare level, we really feel it. The fact that by the end of this year, I think they've told me, my most dependable, most reliable directors of public health, they are leaving, is it July or August? And then by next April, they'll be all gone. Those are the ones that have been on the job that would be able to mentor the young ones coming up. So we're proposing this. Then number 2, 3 further highlights it that it will be a recruitment on contract basis. So we can keep reviewing, and seeing if there is a need for all of that. So that's about recruitment. And then the indicators are right there. And then the milestones that we've recommended have been set out. Go on to the next slide, please. Somebody is behind me. Get the hands. Okay. So I've talked about incentives. I've talked about strengthening. So I'm now bringing up strengthening of the training institutions. We have quite a few. We're lucky in the States. We have schools of nursing, schools of health technology, but they need to be upgraded and re-licensed to actually do what they're supposed to do. So we're putting this in here, and these are next steps that whoever is handling that portfolio can quickly put into place. And then, once again, the percentages per year are written out there. So on the whole, it's a document that we've put together. I'm so proud, and I could go on and on this. But on the whole, we just want to make sure that this administration delivers in the health sector His Excellency's dreams and aspirations in the health sector. That's why we talked about a medical city. We talked about primary health care. We've looked into the drug management agency, and we are tagging on its quality assurance. There needs to be a follow-up to ensure that the services that are being provided are of the highest quality, as much as we can do. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
I don't think that applause is commensurate with the detail of that presentation. Thank you, Dr. Atta. Please, we're going to take 2. Could be questions, it could be additions, it could be suggestions. But I want you to understand, just an announcement, I don't need an announcement really. You shouldn't rise up to ask questions to necessarily just counter the point. Make sure that what you're saying is to add and to grow Akwa Ibom State. We're not testing capacity and intellectual sagacity. All right, so 2. We have the ambassador there. We're going to take him first. Please, can the protocol give him a microphone?
Your Excellency, I'm Ambassador Godwin George Umo, retired General of the Nigerian Army. Thank you very much for the presentation. I feel I should, just give you something that I started way back in Rome. It was designed, to allow the state to benefit from. But unfortunately, there was that disconnection. I'm happy to announce to you that the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital has already leveraged what I'm about to say. And I think it would be good for Akwa Ibom State to also, key into this. It has to do with high-level training in specialist fields in medicine. We have an institution in Rome that would be so glad, to partner with the Akwa Ibom State people and then get some people for 3 months, 4 months, specialist training, especially from those who are about going for housemanship, and even already qualified doctors who may want to specialize in certain fields. So if that is amenable to the state, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that information. Okay, we'll take the second comment or contribution or addition in health. All right, the gentleman behind, can you come forward, please? Advance a bit so we can help. Anita, you need to use your eyes. He's standing on the aisle already. Please. So just your name and keep it within a minute.
With due respect to Your Excellencies, please, I'm Victor Edet, Director General, Fiscal Responsibility Board. I must commend the team that put in the health sector strategies, but I feel personally that we should use this medium to settle the issue of migration of primary healthcare staff completely. A situation where the recommendations made earlier is that the primary health care, some staff will be supervised by the Local Government Service Commission, while some will be supervised by the Primary Healthcare Development Agency, does not conform with the ethics of primary health care under one roof. I would suggest all the primary health care staff are pulled to the Primary Healthcare Development Agency, and a model of this Local Government Service Commission and the SUBEP be deployed in a way that the personnel emolument of the primary health care staff is being handled by the local government, while the staff of the commission is handled by the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Atta would just make a comment so we can wrap that up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For Ambassador, sir, thank you for bringing up that idea of collaboration. Further down in the presentation, there's actually one of our strategies for the human resource for health, which is establishment of medical residency training policy in Akwa Ibom State. And I see that it's an easy entrance into leveraging on what you have started. Thank you very much, sir. And then concerning the gentleman, the DG, thank you very much for that comment. We've also put it here as part of the strategy so that primary healthcare can function as primary healthcare under one roof in Akwa Ibom State. But thank you for bringing it up. God bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the health subsector. Can we make the applause louder, please? It's actually... All right, so we're going to go to security now. But after security, we'll have infrastructure. I've been told that all of them are ready. After security, we'll take infrastructure. I'm announcing that so that you get everything in place before you're called. So General Kokoesien, of course, this one will do it in 5 minutes. I know. Please, can we put our hands together and just celebrate him? Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Your Excellency, I can actually do it in 5 minutes because a large percentage of our presentations are redacted for obvious reasons. And those redacted portions of our presentation will be shared directly with His Excellency and his security team, and every other person that His Excellency clears to see those. So the security part of His Excellency's vision in the Arise agenda is having this policy thrust which is to ensure the safety and security of lives and property. Of course, that's the primary responsibility of any government, and His Excellency has captured that very well. And those are the 4 objectives within that policy thrust. I'll just let people go through them. The first one is to reduce crime rates in the state, which is very, very critical. And in doing that, of course, we need to build the capacity of the law enforcement agents, institutions to collaborate with the private sector. As you all know, security is not only a government issue, but everybody's business, right from the communities all the way up to government and the private sector. And of course, to collaborate, we also have to carry out public enlightenment. Because a lot of the things that happen, a lot of people are not aware of, and sometimes it's difficult to even know where to go if you have challenges. And so that aspect of enlightenment program is very, very important. Now, in developing our strategies, we came up with two key blocks. First of all, identifying the security threats within the states, and then, which is the what are the threats, and then the next one was the challenges faced in the security sector, which is why those, please go back, why those are not, why the security sector, security agencies are not able to deal with those challenges. So the key threats, kidnapping, cultism, we all know about this. Socio-political threats. The political threats, it's a whole spectrum from thuggery to all manner of issues that we have put into very strong context. Communal clashes and boundary disputes. We all know what happens around the riverine areas, the coastal areas, as well as the boundary areas of Akwa Ibom State. Sea piracy and robbery is a very strong threat. Understanding that Akwa Ibom, as a littoral state, also draws a lot of its revenue from that, both formal and informal. We are fishermen, and people use that area for transportation, looking at the fact that most of our intercity roads are almost unpassable. The activities of the IPOB and ESN. Now, this is very critical because a lot of times we've found that when there's pressure on them from the southeast, they find safe havens in neighboring states. So it's something that we have to deal with. And also, we know that they try to expand their territory beyond the southeast. So it's something that we are working on. Militancy, we all know around the water area as well. Crude oil-related crime. Akwa Ibom is one of the big oil-producing states, and that comes also with a lot of crimes within that. Farmer headers clashes. There's a legislation to that, but part of the problem has been the ineffectiveness of the mechanism for implementing and enforcing that legislation. Drug-related crimes, which ties back to a whole lot of other crimes, cyber-related, poverty, and unemployment. The last two, of course, are national phenomenon, and Akwa Ibom, being a state in Nigeria, is not insulated from that. You can go to the next. The challenges first are redacted out, even though people can still read it a little bit, but we have decided to keep this away. But the second block in determining our strategy. What are the threats? Why are these threats festering? With these two, you can now come to your strategy. So go to the next. Our strategy takes care of the 4 objectives within the policy thrust. And we have determined that there are some that are low-hanging fruits that can be dealt with almost immediately, which is in our short term, 0 to 6 months. Some will go into the medium term, 6 to 24, and others beyond 24 months. There's a whole lot of these activities that will transcend all 3 periods. So you just keep building on them. Go to the next. Of course, the second objective is to build the capacity of law enforcement. Same issue. We have short, medium, and long term. Next. And the third objective, go ahead to the third objective. To collaborate with private sector and communities. Similarly, short, medium, and long term. And of course, we have an action plan for each of them. And the final objective is to carry out public enlightenment. Again, so sorry we have to redact this out for obvious reasons. Summary of requirements. Based on all of this, we feel there's a whole lot of requirements that the government will need to put in place, which falls within 4 blocks: legislation, physical security requirements, technical security requirements, and logistics requirements. And we believe with all of this, we can give His Excellency a very good strategy to resolve all security challenges within the state. I thank you. Go to the last, please. That's it.
Even if you would not make the applause louder for the presentation, why wouldn't you do it? Because they stay awake to keep us safe. Please, can we make it louder? But I think I understand why the applause is not loud. It's because 90% of your slides were redacted. You don't want us to see, sir. It's all right. So we're going to take 2 comments. I think I'd use my discretion to say that one will come from civilians like us, and one will have to come from the service commanders, one of them, please. So I'm seeing many civilians want to speak about security. Of course, it's because it is in our interests. I'll recognize Hanson Johnson. Hanson Johnson. Please give him the microphone.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So I'm interested in the cybercrime aspect of the security threat. So I'm a technology entrepreneur, and regularly I go to bail staff and non-staff who are diligently serving the nation, earning legit income because of, say, suspicions to be Yahoo boys. So I don't know how your security proposition and solutions will ensure that these things don't keep happening, because we are deliberately portraying Akwa Ibom to be the next tech destination in Africa. But this is a threat to preventing that from happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One comment from a female civilian, please. One more comment from female. If you keep it as brief as Hanson Johnson, we'll be very fine. Please, I see a hand behind there. Yes. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you for this wonderful event and the opportunity. My name is Zabawan Mary Omanete. I want to ask the security person about what they're planning to do at with housing. It used to be a very secured estate. But now, you know, the armed robbers is terrorizing people too much, and I'm even a victim. Just of recent, they came in 3 a.m. in the morning.
Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for her? At least maybe our applause can make her feel a little good. They took our generator. We apologize for a start. Your Excellency, the service commanders, they say they don't have to speak, that they are ready to implement. So I'll just go to General Kokosian to please maybe respond or just comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start from the last one, which is the physical security. We have a plan. Again, unfortunately, even in my verbal representation, I will redact part of it. But we do have a plan. Like I said, our strategy is based on 4 key areas: legislation, physical, technical, and logistics. So we have a combination of technical and physical activities that we are putting in place to secure the major cities, which includes Uyo. I'm sure very soon you will see some very good work on ground. Back to the issue of cybercrime, again, like I said, one of our key pillars will be technical, and technical will be about being able to see before they see us, being able to hear before they hear us, and being able to see what they are doing. in cyberspace, for instance. So I think when we put together everything, that aspect of crime, we believe that we will have the capacity to be able to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Security Subsector. We appreciate you for the efforts, and we earnestly anticipate the implementation of all of that and more. Please, we're going to go to infrastructure now. And as I earlier announced, Barrister Mfon Usoro, reminder, stay within 10 minutes. Stay within 10 minutes, and then at the end, we'll take comments within 5 minutes, and that would wrap it. Please, can we put our hands together for her infrastructure?
Thank you. Excellencies, good morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is the report of the infrastructure thematic group. It was a very popular group, such that people outside of the resource persons came in as participants and made very useful contributions. The group was made up of experienced consultants, so they decided to cut the chase and leave the aspirational statements which were already captured in the Arise agenda. So the report is presented as a plan of action under two main categories. One is under the sectoral plan of action, and the second category is on cross-cutting issues. So the subsectoral plan of action covers road infrastructure, water infrastructure, Ibom deep sea ports, rail infrastructure, Ibom industrial city, and the cross-cutting issues that affects all infrastructure includes, can you go up a little bit, the financing models, because that is very crucial, the legal regulatory framework, institutional arrangements, infrastructure asset management corporation, the fire service, and manpower development. Now we go to the plan of action, starting with road infrastructure. Yes. The columns are for objectives. Some of the objectives were already properly captured in the Arise agenda. Some we have added or meshed. And the first objective under road infrastructure is development of a road master plan. And the action points is to assess the condition and adequacy of existing road infrastructure. Timeline, we think that is something that could be completed in 3 months. And the responsible party is the Ministry of Works. Of course, the government has the liberty to add any other agency. The second action point under that, no, stay on where you are. Go back a little bit. So, fine. To develop regulations and codes for the use of road infrastructure. And the timeline there is for 6 months. On the right, we have itemized the responsible parties. Ministry of Lands and Water Resources, Ministry of Justice, and state agency responsible for road safety. And the next action point is revise and develop a 10-year road master plan. We have put bullet points there that indicates what the master plan should cover. Floodplains, drainage, access for persons with disability, the elderly and children, that is inclusivity and diversity. Non-motorized transport, which we must not ignore, bicycle and also walking. Needs and peculiarities of rural roads and other infrastructure, standards for design and materials, and having a road inventory. We assigned 18 months to that exercise, and we have included the ministries that the group thought should be responsible for that task, and added experienced engineers in the private sector from AKS. Then we also put as an action item under development of the master plan, conducting surveys, both aerial and topographical geoinformatics surveys. We think 12 months should be sufficient to do that or less, because the area, it's, as its name suggests, LiDAR could be done in a few days. Ministry of Lands, Office of the Surveyor General, experienced AKS surveyors. Then the next objective is access routes linking rural and agricultural markets. We have itemized the action points there to produce a rural to farm and market road network plan and to construct access routes. It's important that we emphasize having a plan and working according to the plan so it's not haphazard. Some of them will be continuous and some are immediate, as indicated there. I won't read all of it so that we don't, we're able to cover other sectoral sectors. Host communities to undertake security and maintenance of assets located in their communities. We were informed that some infrastructure has been constructed and deployed by government, but are vandalized. So here we identified the action items that the community has to have a buy-in, and that means we have to undertake effective community engagement on projects, design and establish effective community-focused feedback mechanism. Those are continuous, and we have itemized here on the right all the critical stakeholders from government, village, and youth. Please move on. Scroll down, keep going, and then to water infrastructure. Provision of potable water in the state, both urban and rural. We are happy, we were informed that the bill for water had been passed into law, and it's very comprehensive in terms of the functions and expectations. So the responsible party there would be the institutions that have been set up pursuant to that bill. And the action plans, Your Excellency, are there in detail, where all that needs to be done is just plug and play. Next, please, keep going. Implementation and organization of the water, sanitation, and hygiene action plan. That is to operationalize the law that has just been set up. Ibom deep support projects that all of us are very, very keyed into emotionally, and we have put that up as one of the key projects under the water sector. So we need to finalize the feasibility study, go on and procure consultants for the fifth stage, commission the roadshow for financing of the project. As we know, is 60-40, 60 private sector, 40 public sector. But even though it is 40, it is huge. And Akwa Ibom State might require financing from other sources for that. And then we go on to procurement of EPC. All of this can be done. Let's just say we want to be very aggressive with the timeline. We could be done within the period of now, starting now, immediate to a period of 12 months. Next, please. Next. If you could go to the cross-cutting issues because of time. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Yes, keep scrolling. We'll just go to the next segment. This is rail infrastructure, yes? Scroll down to the rail infrastructure. Every state is happy to know that rail has now been moved from the exclusive legislative list to the concurrent legislative list, and it's a cheap means of transportation. So most states, like our states, are also interested in developing a passenger and cargo rail transport. But we need to establish an agency that will be responsible for that. And we've given the state 12 months, the State House of Assembly and the state government, to commission feasibility studies that would cover route surveys, light rail, cargo rail, type of gauge, interoperability, and interconnectivity with other rail networks. Very important, so that it just doesn't stop within Akwa Ibom. You can use the rail from Akwa Ibom to other states and even to our neighboring countries. Designs, ownership structure, finance, financing options, etc. Next. And very importantly, training of local manpower. We have put training of local manpower under every subsector because we really need to develop domestic manpower in each. Thank you. So financing models, because it boils down to financing after these lofty plans. Go up a little bit. We identified the different sources that we could probably, possibly adopt. That is private sector partnership, which could be public-private, sharing between government and private. It could also be 100% private ownership. And we need to develop fiscal incentives that will attract private funds by way of tax incentives, intervention scheme, and state guarantees. Also, we need to approach DFIs and in commercial banks. The timelines are there. I think I saw Dr. Shitu. Dr. Shitu and I, we discussed about having to approach a certain DFI for Akwa Ibom State. Next, scroll down. 1 minute. So this is, that's a funding model that commercial banks also use, and that is direct and syndicated kind of loan bonds, contractor infrastructural development scheme. Some private banks have that, and Akwa Ibom State should partner with the banks that can do this for us. In fact, in our group, we didn't write it here. We said it should be a precondition for any commercial bank that intends to keep the revenue allocation for Akwa Ibom State. They should be seen to invest heavily in infrastructure. Thank you very much. I don't want to go beyond time, but we have provided, as you could see on page 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mommy, please, you sit. Please, can we put our hands together for her and, of course, the infrastructure subsector. So, as the custom is, we're going to take comment 1 or 2 maximum. You just raise your hand and I'll recognize you. But let me commend you for considering those with bicycles and even those who are going to trek. I never expected that. We were very happy. It means this government cares about everyone in every cadre. Thank you. So who is making a comment? Who has an addition to the infrastructure presentation? I see some hands far behind. Where is Anetia? Start with Tija Bolton. Tija, please, can you stand so they see you? Anetia, please stand. Tija is here.
Thank you very much. My name is Tija Bolton from Policy Alert. I particularly like the fact that your presentation was quite inclusive, making provisions for persons with disability and people who are pedestrians. However, I looked at the cross-cutting issues and I did not notice fidelity to contracts, which has been a persistent challenge to public-private partnerships in Akwa Ibom State. Do you think that it will be necessary for you to include that in the cross-cutting themes to enable the state government stay on course when it goes into contractual agreements with potential investors for infrastructure? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll take the last one. I need to go behind. The man with the elderly beards, all white, to your right. That's right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Engineer Bassi Atang. I want to ask, you've talked about water supply. Now, there is a serious problem because water pipes are underground. When road construction is made, all the pipes are rooted out and destroyed. The result is no water. What have you recommended as a solution to that? Thank you.
So just comment on both of them.
Yes. So I start with the last one. If we had time to elaborate and for you see the entire work of the committee, you would notice that we have actually provided for that. So we have recommended that there should be a coordinating center or agency of all the water schemes, and where anybody that wants to even go to construct, they will not cut the road anymore, because this is what we suffer from. It has to be approved. All the schemes has to be approved so that there's a central integrated planning and implementation center. The entirety of our plan emphasizes on integrated planning, integrated implementation and coordination of all the activities. And to go back to the first question, under institutional arrangement, we have taken care of your concern, because like I said, our group had lots of consultants and they've experienced that under institutional arrangement, there is emphasis and a proposal for a committee or an agency that will be for compliance. Compliance, and we also have a segment where the government is advised to have an ombudsman, sort of, who will ensure that the government performs and fulfills its contractual obligations under the contract. So that is provided for, because we know that delays in payments also delays completion of work. And we have itemized there and allocated responsibility for the agencies of government that will ensure that projects go according to the budgetary provisions, and that those who need to make payments pay according to the budget and according to the contract. Thank you very much.
Please, man, you wait so briefly for the chairman.
Thank you very much. Just one small issue I wanted you to address. Now, because of communications, there are now lots of cabling being done on the ground. And each time road contractors, when they're doing, they cut those cables. Is there something that you people are maybe recommending? Maybe, I don't know, how is it done elsewhere? How is it done internationally, such that those cables, that we use for communications are not affected when they are doing road construction? I mean, how do you coordinate and all that? Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, we have recommended the development of an integrated infrastructure master plan. And the key agencies who will make inputs into that master plan. On top of that, we have recommended, we are mindful of the cost implication in setting up agencies, but what we have recommended is a committee at the level of, not ministers, of commissioners and heads of agencies, who will form a team that if anybody in any of the subsectors requires, their work require having to cut or do anything, it will be that centralized body that they will go to, so that the ministry commissioner of works will say, this affects our detailed map. The commissioner for water resources will say, no, this affects, this is how it should be. And then they drill it down to their directors so that we kind of prevent that kind of situation. And to use the Ibom Industrial City detailed infrastructure master plan as an example, it has already provided all the, in their detailed design, the ducts, huge ducts that provides for electricity, for water, for communications, such that you just tee off to the industry or to the apartments without having to do another one, or dig the floor or establish an additional ducts. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can we put our hands together and celebrate Barrister Mfonu Soro and, of course, all the other resource persons under infrastructure. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to take ICT, but let me quickly acknowledge those who have joined this program on our online broadcast platforms, particularly that of the Akwa Ibom State Government. Your Excellency, the inputs and the reception of this program has been amazing online. As a matter of fact, some of our children outside, they say they want to come back home. I read the comment of Gospel Isangide. He says, if these things are from sincere hearts and are sincerely implemented, I'll return to Akwa Ibom after my PhD. Your Excellency, so many of such comments, and we really, really appreciate all of them for joining us and for staying attentive, even when they are not here with us physically. Okay, so before we take the ICT, let me, at this point, respectfully welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, for some comments. The Governor, please. Thank you.
Again, good morning, everybody. Or after please sit. Don't worry. Or you know, like I said, this is a business meeting, and I don't want to be held back by protocols of maybe to give comfort particularly for the water resources. I like to say that we're creating a separate ministry for water resources and sanitation. Because we need to, there's a water law now, but except there is a focal ministry to drive that, the law will just remain the law. We need to make water available in our schools, in our villages, however. So there is going to be a Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. And so that we can pursue our WASH program, we can also tackle the issue of waste disposal very headlong. And because if you look around now, I see deaths everywhere. But again, I can guarantee you that will be one of the things we'll use. We'll get the right people. We are no more going to just give it, because if you don't have capacity to do a contract, we won't give you. One of the things we expect to see is the ability to deliver on the job that we have given you. It will no longer be patronage, where you wait. We pay on first line. It's a first line payment every month. Just as we pay salaries, we pay these people. What I don't understand is why they don't do their work. So I've already directed the chairman of waste management to terminate some contracts. I've directed that. Please, we will do a lot more. And we may not please the high and mighty, but I want to please the Akwa Ibom people. And if we don't have capacity to deliver on a job, we will terminate it. I've already said that. And we're terminating some. So please, let us work with us. We're doing we received a lot of presentation, turning waste to wealth. And as soon as the ministry comes up, they will be able to work. And we're now reorganizing Akikop. Akikop, we will have an MD CEO and a part-time chairman. If Akikop does what they are supposed to do, managing all the investment of government, then we'll be able to take on all of these proposals, analyze them. In Akwa Ibom, we don't have more than 2 investment analysts in our state employ. Imobasi Jacob Pastor is one of them. I can't say a second person. So we need to get the right people and pay them, motivate them properly, so that all our investment will go to Akiko. They will analyze it before. Everybody wants the governor to sit and listen to your presentation. That's not going to be possible. You first of all go to where it should be done. They do it and then drop it. Some that will progress, they now progress so that we can get it done. I needed to make that interjection. So water will be separate. As Commissioner for Lands and Water Resources in this state, it was clear to me that you cannot conquer land and conquer water at the same time. It was very clear. It was very clear. And so we need to put them in, And please permit me, on behalf of the MC, to very personally welcome the President General of the Akwa Ibom Traditional Rulers Council and the Akwa Ibom Ibibio himself. He has been with us in Solomon too. Thank you, Papa, for coming. Thank you. So please, we'll keep interjecting, and anyone can interject as we, at least with permission from the chairman. Thank you so much, my brother, Architect Yaituk, for coming. I'm sure we'll work together on all our housing projects. And then we will talk about the appeal court later.
Please, can we put our hands together? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, we'll move right back to the presentations, and we will take the presentation from the ICT led by Dr. Frank Ekpeyong. Dr. Ekpeyong, please come. I'm sure you can keep your own within 7 minutes so that we can go into actions. Thank you.
It's supposed to be interactive. I'd like to thank the Akwa Ibom House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker just handed over to me the confirmation of all the commissioners. And so what that means is we swear in commissioners tomorrow, 4 p.m. First ESCO, Friday, 11 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, we appreciate the Speaker of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly for the swift and detailed action on confirming the commission as designate. Congratulations to them in advance. Tomorrow, they become commissioners, not designated anymore. Your Excellency, if we can have some quiet in the hall, please. Let us go back to ICT presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. For our own cohort, the ICT, I think it's better I set up maybe perhaps the background of what we're trying to do. We knew the presentation is only for perhaps 10 minutes, and as such, we're not able to go through all the... Yeah. So I didn't think we could go through all the objectives, but there were about 5 objectives, but we've focused on 3. For the ICT, we had the who is who in ICT. You can see the list on the screen. Can we have the next slide? Now, I'll go straight to the objective. So what we find is that we had a few objectives, like I said, 5, and we had a lot of action points. So we selected a few action points we want to just talk to you about. As you can imagine, ICT underpins all the other sectors, all the other 18 sectors. So we just had to select a few of them, for want of time. The first one, for example, to increase the ICT knowledge level in the state. One of the things we thought was very important was to, first of all, measure. Borrowing the words of our chairman on Monday suggested that you can only monitor what you can measure. So we thought, the first thing you want to do is assess, what is the ICT literacy level in the state. So that's the first thing we thought. We also thought this is something that should be immediate, short term. That's why we suggested, 30 days. Next slide, please. And the second one, we also thought for the same objective, we should do a public enlightenment and engagement campaign. We thought about establishment of ICT resource centers in all the 31 local government areas in partnership with the private sector. The point here is that, for each of the resource center, they will be well equipped with computers. People can access and use ICT at that level. Those are some of the thoughts. We thought this should be very immediate. That way, while we want things like Science Park, and all that ICT hubs, we thought that we should take the ICT to the people in the local, communities. Then this is very important. We're aware that our governor, His Excellency, Pastor Moino, has identified model schools he wants to build. We thought we should, piggyback on those model schools. So we thought, for example, the model school should not be about the building, but also in terms of what is in the school. So we thought perhaps, you should consider establishing ICT centers in the proposed model school, perhaps, in each of the senatorial districts. So that we thought something very important. We suggested 2 months in line, with the model school. Second objective was to increase investment in ICT infrastructure in Akwa Ibom State. This is very simple. We thought the key point here is to stimulate a digital economy through an investment summit. This is what we thought. Before this is what you don't have on the slide. We suggested to do an assessment of all the ICT infrastructure we have in the state, both private and government owned, in terms of fiber ducts, fiber infrastructure, internet infrastructure, and all what you have. Then when we, as a state, have accessed all the things that we have, we can now, showcase these potentials to an investor, in the means of a summit. So that's why we thought we should invite select investors to showcase the state's infrastructure investment opportunities. We thought perhaps 3 months before the next budget cycle. This is something also immediate. We also think we should sell Akwa Ibom. We should sell Akwa Ibom as an ICT hub to the world. We thought we should do an annual global ICT summit and exhibition, which will be held yearly. We thought this is very important. That way, we would showcase what Akwa Ibom has in terms of ICT, and also would be a good medium, to increase ICT capacity in the state. Now, this is very important. This is objective 4. If you notice, I've skipped 3, not because it's not important, just because of time. We thought about, how do you develop local ICT capacity and enhance ICT skill acquisition in the state? Our governor has been very passionate, and several forums have discussed the need for a science park. And, he also suggested earlier today that he did visit all the cohorts, all the sectors. When he came to our sector yesterday, we discussed this, and we suggested to the governor that our recommendation is simple. A science park should not be in building, but in terms of capacity, in terms of what it can offer. Perhaps we shouldn't wait for a fanciful building. We can already, with his permission, use the Dakada Tower, to launch a science park. So, and I'm happy to announce, His Excellency the Governor agreed with this suggestion and said if it's our recommendation, that's going to do it. We thought for objective 5, how do you promote and encourage ICT penetration into school, government, businesses, and even the entrepreneurial sector? We thought it's simple. It's a digitization policy. We thought it's critical that the state has to gradually and intentionally move from manual, to digital approaches. We did an action. The action plan was quite simple. We need to be able to begin to digitally archive, store, and retrieve records in government circle. We also thought we need to do an ICT-based automation of government storage and data system. We also thought we have to digitize all government services. And we thought this is something that should be done, immediately. To conclude, we had some really great ideas, but we thought there's need for a legal backing to guarantee that this is not just wishful thinking. This is things that will be done. So we thought there's need for an executive bill to guarantee the implementation of the proposed Information Communication and Assimilation Development Plan. We're very confident that by the time His Excellency, Pastor Mo Baseno, implements all the plan as contained in the Arise Agenda for ICT, in his first term, he would have succeeded in transforming Akwa Ibom to a smart state, if you like, Aqua Smart. So these are the conclusions we did. I can also add that in the final report, we've gone through the details. We've put, if you like, the details. The attention to the details was very, very key. So we've had this in our final report, and I'm sure that, the governor and his team will find this very useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you were pleased to hear Aqua Smart, can you put your hands together a bit more? Some smart term there. Okay, so we're going to take 2 comments. Just 2 comments, but before we even take the comments, let me acknowledge, Your Excellency, please, with your permission, the presence in this meeting of Group Captain Samuel, retired, former military administrator, Governor of Ogun State, Nigeria. Welcome you, sir. Thank you for joining us. 2 comments, please. All right, we'll take one from the lady in front, I think from Ibom Air. Anette, please come forward. Yes, you can take it from there. Just give her the microphone, rather.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So one of the things I was actually hoping
Your
to
name?
hear... My name is Annie, GM Marketing and Communication for Ibom Air. So I was actually expecting to hear something like a public Wi-Fi in the short to medium term. I don't know if you have any plans to implement something like that.
All right, thank you. So we'll take the second comment. Okay, go back to the Vice Chairman of Uyo Local Government Area. I think that's her hand. All right. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia Akon. Please, my question is this. The presenter, you talked about establishing the ICT centers at the peripheral, meaning at the local government. Please, you also said something about extending it to the schools, but you failed to mention, are we looking at schools from the primary school, nursery, primary, secondary, or the tertiary institution? Please, I would like clarity, because I think if it commences at the nursery, primary school, our people will be equipped with ICT skill. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, I'd like to please add a third. The Commissioner of Police, Akwa Ibom State, has a comment or question in this regard. Please. It's coming, sir.
My contribution in this, my name is Olatunji Durosimi at the CP Akwa Ibom State. My contribution is in the area of certification. Are we having any plan for like a postgraduate school that we can take most of these graduates who are roaming the street, train them, certify them, bring in intellectuals from all over the world, not physically here, but they can be in a center and can use technology to teach the young one the skill, more skills about ICT. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, Doctor?
All right, thank you for those questions. If you notice, I probably was just smiling a bit when you asked the question. I was smiling because, all the questions that were asked are things we deliberately considered. Recall that I did suggest that because of time, we had to just select some of the things. For example, Objective 1, I only discussed one of the action points. There were about 5 action points. So just have that at the back of your mind. Those things were discussed. Public Wi-Fi. Ms. Annie, I can tell you, we do have plans for public Wi-Fi. In fact, it's a 2-scale approach. We're thinking of an Aquanet, an Akwa Ibom wide area network, whereby we'll take into consideration the cyber security aspect, and from this we would build and deploy, public Wi-Fi. So it's in the report. It's just that for us, it was a case of a child in a sweet shop. We didn't know which one to pick and present. Secondly, Ms. Ekong asked a question about school penetration. Which schools did you want to start first? Again, His Excellency, as plans, has already started to deploy or to pick up model schools and just build them. If you like, tear them apart and just make a brand new school. We thought it's not only in the building, but also in terms of what goes into the building. What we thought we should do was, piggyback on that, take advantage of that and start with that as a test case by ensuring that there's broadband access, there's broadband facility, the curriculum is enriched, the trainer program is well, in place. So that's what we wanted to do. And as you can imagine, anything with a test case, when that works, we would just lift that. Just like His Excellency is going to lift the model school to other places, that would also go with the ICT component. And the Police Commissioner, sir, you asked the question of certification. This is something we deliberately considered. We thought there's quite a lot of certifications everywhere, but we thought there's a need to standardize it, to understand what do you get out each certification stream and how this would help you. So that's something we considered. And I think by the time we submit the final report, all this will be, well detailed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The ICT subsector. We're going to take now the presentation from mineral resources, oil and gas, including solid minerals and all of that. Please, can we put our hands together and welcome the facilitator from that team. Just a reminder that we are still staying under 10 minutes for all presentations. And when I come to you, it means your time is close to finishing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellency, Pastor Omoino, and all other people here present. My name is Rose Eshet. I'm the facilitator for this group. And when you are talking about oil and gas, I don't know how I'm going to do it in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll try. These are my colleagues who work with me. They are very experienced, and they were picked from different sectors of the state. We even have youth leaders, we have community people, so it was well represented. And we had our policy trust. Please, can you be very fast because I don't have much time. This is our policy trust, and those are we had about 7 objectives. I'm not going to dwell much on that. Please, can you go to the main presentation? Just a quick fact about what we are talking about. Right now, we have about 150,000 barrels of oil produced in Akwa Ibom State across the majors and the marginal field operators. This represents just about 12% of what Nigeria is currently producing. And the single largest offshore facility operated by Mobil is located in this state. Then the marginal field production is just about 5,000 barrels. Then we have enormous gas production of almost 22 trillion cubic feet. Then these are the companies right now in Akwa Ibom. There's a 14th one called Emadeb. So these are who we are talking about, who are operators within our shores. Next, please. Then we also have the gas companies. The current one, the only one, because I've heard some people mention the Savannah Energy. That is the only one currently on ground, Akwa Gas Company Limited. Then we have upcoming ones, which is Sterling Fertilizer, while Refining and Petrochemical, NSIA Fertilizer, Black Rose Ammonia Limited. Then, for the focal points, these are what I'm going to call the first 1 to 12 months. The first focal point was to facilitate creation of jobs through collaborative efforts with operating and oil service companies in the state. Pardon me, please, because there are some things I might not be able to say it here, or there are some things I cannot write about. They are very sensitive. We should be discussed one-on-one with His Excellency. But the first and most important thing is to enact a law within the state. Yes, we have several at the national level, the NCMD one, but the state needs a law. What the companies need to see is that the state is very, very active in this, in this regard. So what we are saying is that serve a policy. There has to be a policy. What do you want from these oil companies? From our experience across all the people we have been dealing with across the several states where the oil are being operated, they want seriousness on part of the state. So what do you need is an enactment of a policy. And we are proposing that there should be policy guidelines drafted by Ministry of Power and Petroleum, whatever. That can be done in 1 month, then review and get approval, and then the executive and legislative approval within 2 months. This can be done. Once you have this, believe me, the companies need to see it. They don't want to see NCD, they don't want to see the one, but they want to see the one from Akwa Ibom State. And after this, we are pleading with His Excellency, because these people obey executive orders, that the executive should hold this policy document, invite all the chief executives of these oil operating companies, and communicate this policy to them himself. And then appoint an experienced or judge to interfere with the oil company with immediate intervention in this OML 13. Why I have to bring in this issue is because there's something that is currently on ground right now. Initially, they had informed our people, but as time with them, because there was no follow-up, they just push us aside. There's no follow-up. And one thing you need to share with all these oil companies is that if you don't follow up, believe me, they just put it by the wayside. You can bring any document. You can bring any policy. If you don't sit down with them and follow up, forget it. It doesn't work. And that means you need to have a personal relationship with them. It's not a paperwork. It's not going to drop the paper and walk away. You must establish a personal relationship. That is where it starts. Then go ahead to enforce this policy guideline within the state by all the oil and gas companies. The action is Ministry of Petroleum, Ministry of Power and Petroleum Department. Communicate these directives to all relevant companies within 1 month and enforce directives within 6 months. Please, next slide. Still on facilitating creation of job opportunities, there is this national content law already on recruitment. It says that 100% of our skilled labor should be gotten from the catchment area. Semi-skilled should have about 60 to 40%, and then the skill at least 10%. Is it applicable here? No, because there's no enforcement. So we must enforce it. It's not sitting down and writing later. It's not a telephone conversation. You must be there and be there in person. So seek active support, because they are already there waiting for you to come to them. Seek active support from all these people, the NCDMB and NDDC. Believe me, they will work with you. But you need to see a face to work with. Please, this is very, very important. And this can be done within 3 months. The other one is to collaborate with private sector. This is our second focal point. Private sector implement a massive oil and gas sector multi-skill acquisition program. You don't just go to them and talk. First and foremost, sit down, identify existing and upcoming companies. Luckily, in my team, we had a director from the Ministry of Petroleum Resources who now told us already they are talking to some of these companies. Identify those existing companies, then establish expected human resources requirements and critical skill sets. Don't get there, somebody is reading history. Somebody has read history. Somebody is reading religious knowledge. Is they employed? They won't do it. So please, let's identify those skills required. Define criteria for admission of candidates. Invite these candidates for selection and publish the names of these selected candidates. All this can be done within 3 months. Then, the most important of all, source for industry-rated and certified trainers. What the companies need to see is that you've trained them in appropriate environment. Don't pick somebody from Akwa community school and take to the oil company. They won't take it. They are certified trainers. So identify those. And then again, we have the Akwa Ibom Technology Center. You know, as this building be accredited, let's do it. Once they do it, even the companies will be the ones coming to you. You don't need to go to them. They will look for you because they want to have a good, community relationship. This action we are putting on the Minister of Power Minister of Petroleum and Power Development. Then we will also agree on training curriculum with the trainers and then obtain approval for implementation. At least first set of 100 youths and supervise and monitor this training program. Don't do it and walk away. Then the top 10% of this class with exceptional entrepreneurial capacity should be mentored for additional 2 years to assist them to establish their own businesses. Then this one, I found it very funny because you don't travel anymore. There's nothing like this anymore. The world has gone ahead. What are you doing study physical countries with success? No, everything is online. You can do it online. What you need to do, like I said before, identify the skill gap, identify and invite the accredited professional anywhere in the world, they will come. It's cheaper for you to bring them than for you to go there. So once you bring them and you identify what you need, they will train these people. And when they are here, they are going to train more people that you are going to send over there. And again, leverage on the training facilities of the oil and gas companies operating in and out of Akwa Ibom State. I know ExxonMobil has a very good one. Leverage on them. Believe me, when they see your seriousness, they will be ready to work with you. Then also encourage individual development using available online resources. And the ministry staff should also be encouraged to join professional bodies. That is like the Nigerian Mining and Geoscience Society and NAPE. That's where you exchange ideas. That's where you see what the trend of what is happening. You don't need to travel abroad. Then promote and engage in oil and gas activity through established HPVs in both upstream and downstream activities. This is very, very important. All we're asking His Excellency to do is to please reactivate the established Akwa Ibom State Company. Go to Lagos State. They have a success story. We can take from them. Identify possible investors through road shows. Implement the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Limited. You don't need money. What you know in this company you've established, what you need to do is that invite international oil companies. They will come. But you own this. You'll be the single largest shareholder. And these international oil companies, all of them will now have a combined majority. And you make one of them the operator. LNG is working on this model. It will work here. It is the most successful company in Nigeria. And because you don't need, when you go to government to look for money, that's your issues. Government will not want to bring money. So establish this entity such that it will be self-funded and be immune to external influences. For the long term, we are asked to look at how to promote long-term investment in education and training of indigenous. We are saying that layers with NDDC and Ministry of Niger Delta to equip and upgrade the skill acquisition center at Ibom and furnish with all relevant equipment. And we are also saying that vice chancellors of all the tertiary institutions in Akwa Ibom State should be mandated to seek the approval of NUC to run oil and gas related courses in their respective institution. Understand that University of Uyo for a long time didn't have anything on geosciences. And we are an oil-producing state. And you want their people to be employed. How do you want to do it? And the government should go ahead and equip this state with basic equipment and research funds. And the ministry should also liaise with debt fund managers to provide specific oil and gas facilities. Train and retrain lecturers through company attachment and sabbaticals to build corporation, and then also award scholarship for all geosciences courses. I didn't want to go much because I heard the prof talk about the, so many people have spoken about this, but you can't talk about oil without gas. Just to show you, what we have on ground, these are all the, the proven reserve of gas. And if you go to the next slide, please, can you go, because my time is almost up. These are all the links, what. But please go to the next slide. I cannot but help talk about, please, the next slide, please. Okay, sorry, that's a vocation. This is a vocation route. It's already mapped out. So you can line up all your gas, whatever, along this route. You cannot say, oh, come to my village and establish one. Is this along this road? So this should be taken care of. You cannot say, oh, because I'm local government chairman, draw the pipe. No. This has already been approved. You cannot change this. Please go to the next one. I can't but help just touch on this Ibom Power phase. This is it. If it can be revived, believe me, you can't do without gas. Gas is the future. Go back to whatever it is. What are the issues that make it to go into intensive care? Bring it out. Let's talk about it. You have to start from here. So it is too detailed. I'm sure Prof has spoken so much about it already, but the details will be with the Secretariat. But the other thing I want to point out, refinance the facility, refinance it. It's refinancing. I know, and I keep telling my group, the state doesn't have money. Believe me, before during my journey in NMPC, I found out I headed the financing of the group. Once you go to any financial institution with a government, even if it's 2%, they will not do it. They will not touch government. Anywhere with government, you cannot touch that. So please, let's go and look for how to refinance the Ibom Power Phase. There are other people who are waiting to do this. There is so much benefit to government. Then please go to promote gas feed. Please, I have to see touch on gas. Like I said, I can't talk about oil without gas because they are twin brothers and sisters. There are other investment options. Modular refinery. You can also do an NLNG plant. A case in point is an individual called UTM who is coming to Yoho Field to take gas. We can do it. The state can do it based on NLNG model. And again, I didn't hear anybody talk about, this gas pack. There's this Nigerian gas master plan approved by the federal government, and it has, approved gas pack scheme in all locations of the Niger Delta. And in my research, we found out that there's one at Ikwe, Honor local government. It is already there. The perfection of title has been perfected. EAA studies is in progress. Site clearing has been done. Geotech completed. Architectural and detailed design completed. Perimeter fencing in progress. Sand filling. Please, Your Excellency, I think we should set up a team to work and fast track it. Collaborate with NCDMB. They are there waiting. It is in our state. They will not leave wherever they are and come and do it for you. If you have a team in place and you go towards them and say, look, this is what we need to do, they will sit up and will listen to you. All this. Then, please, the other thing I want to mention is, if you are inviting people to come and invest in your state, what is the ease of doing business index? I know 2021, Akwa Ibom was number 5. Where are we now? We have to do it. And what does this involve? Electricity, security. I heard about the security, person there. Kidnapping. If you are kidnapping, they won't come. It's not a laughing matter, but it's serious. This is what they look at before they come here. And then the road infrastructure. Then the tax incentive. Are you going to give them double taxation? Federal government is already killing them. What is the state doing about it? You have to make sure those things are in place before they can come. Because the first thing they will look at is that ease of doing business. I'm sorry, because I'm also supposed to speak on solid minerals. But exactly the same thing can be moved to solid minerals. But can I just take one more point before? Okay, 1 minute. I told you it's oil and gas. Then the other one is to ensure improved access to finance for investment in oil and gas sector. Yes, I remember that, working in the industry, people don't have access to it because first and foremost, they don't have the, prerequisites to look for these funds. We are asking the state to please facilitate a workshop involving different local investors with different local and international financial institutions on different funding methods. Bring the local banks, Afro-Exim, they are willing. So far, your investment climate is right. They're looking for money. They are businessmen, they will do it. And then we also found that most of the LPOs given to our contractors within the state, they don't have, they're not proper documentation. They said the oil company just give them papers. You can't take it to the bank. They must give them bankable, purchase orders so that when they go to bank, the bank will say, yes, I'm ready to finance you. And the Minister of Finance to train young investors on project scoping and all that. So please, I think that's what I'm allowed to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. When she was presenting, I'm beginning to think that if she could carry all these things to Akwa Ibom, she would just bring them herself. I trust that she's going to do some of that. I do not know if there should be any comment here, but we'll take one. One, please. One, please. Okay, Ukeme of U&K. Please, can you come forward? Come forward. Ukeme of U&K. We'll just take this one. Please, for want of time. That's already very robust. So
okay, thank you for a very good job here done. But what I want to add to this, my name is Ukeme Eyo Peters. I just want to add to this that a law should be enacted that the oil companies operating in the state should have a certain percentage of their job go to indigenous contractors in Akwa Ibom State.
I think that's already there. In fact, there is a law to that extent.
Secondly, there should be more orientation for active participation in the oil and gas sector. I think a lot of Akwa Ibomites don't know the hidden gold mine buried there. Most people don't know the opportunities in the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, we'll just allow His Excellency the Governor. Where is George? All right. The Governor, please. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for Madam Rose. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we have, like UNK said, we are not really strong in the oil and gas sector. What our people get is because we are not adequately enlightened and we don't take time. I have been in that sector. In fact, that's what brought me to Akwa Ibom and Eket. I've played actively in that sector, in the catering area. But what I seem to think is that we need someone who understands the sector to help us. And Madam Rose just retired as the Group General Manager, NNPC, in charge of crude in this country. We have people, and yet we need to go after them. So, this is like a case of Joseph interpreting the dream of the king. And then the king turned around and said, who can execute this dream like you? So please permit me, and she will accept, because I know she lives in the US now, to become the honorary special advisor to the governor on oil and gas matters. And I want her to accept in front of Akwa Ibom.
Your Excellency, on-call basis. Thank you, sir.
Yes, don't worry.
I don't have a choice.
Thank you. Because the truth is we don't want to say things and let them fall to the ground. And for clarity, I call you auntie, and so if I do that, she's been there for me in that industry many years ago. This woman was instrumental to our first catering contract in ExxonMobil. And she's been there. Sometimes the truth is, if you don't even have someone to guide you, you may be be running after something that is already here. And you can see the power, you can see the enthusiasm, you can see the drive, you know. So you know she's a go-getter. But again, to give you some comfort, the Ministry of Power is going to be a separate standalone ministry on its own. So we're merging environment, petroleum, mineral resources, however we want to code it, into one ministry. So that because whoever is going to be the commissioner for power has work. And you see all of these things that they are telling us timelines. These are our timelines. So you know that our job is already cut out for us. So whoever there's no portfolio you will handle today in Akwa Ibom State Government that will make you go home and sleep. The SSG will tell you sometimes we don't leave the office until 11 p.m. Since the 30th of May. We work hard, we've held several meetings. All of these things you're seeing didn't just happen overnight. So I will expect that as my colleagues come on board, we will put on our thinking cap. We will not sit in Akwa Ibom. She's talked about it. We went to the National Economic Council, and I was embarrassed to see the number of programs that Akwa Ibom State has missed out of. I was embarrassed, totally embarrassed. They will list the states that have participated. Akwa Ibom is out. Akwa Ibom is out. And as they started saying, Akwa Ibom has too much money, so they don't want to participate. There are some, I'm sure if I ask, and I will not, ask a former commissioner of any ministry in this room today, that commissioner will not be able to tell me who was the minister or who was the permanent secretary. Because we all sit in Akwa Ibom. I don't know, even if you know the name as a primary school child, I don't know how many times you've sat before a minister, a federal minister, or a federal permanent secretary. If they don't know you and you don't interact with them, you know, so all our permanent secretaries will begin to go to Abuja and locate their federal counterparts. The truth is, the world is not going to wait for us. We have to catch up what other people are doing. So please, we need people that will be aggressive. And I beg everyone, stop coming to tell me somebody is blackmailing you. Nobody is blackmailing you. Do your job, and you will see that if you do your job right, and you don't greet me in the morning, I'll greet you. But if you don't do your job, your greeting me is making me angry. That is my policy. Just do your job. I'll call you, I'll greet you, I'll find out your welfare, I'll ask about your wife, ask about your children, ask about how to make you happy, because I want to keep you happy. But if you keep standing every day to make me see you, and you are not doing your job, you are coming to the airport to join convoy, you are wasting your time. Oh. So, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Auntie. Thank you so much. God bless you. We will, all the experience of NMPC, please bring it to Akwa Ibom. Help us organize all these things. And please, as Honorary Special Advisor, you are talking to me, so nobody can put thought for you. Come to me directly. I will help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, can we once again applaud our Honorary Special Advisor to His Excellency the Governor, Madam Rose Eshet. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's take our seats. I'd like to quickly remind us, Your Excellency, respectfully, that we have taken just 6 subsectors so far which means we have about 12 more to go. Please, we will try to be faster. Urban renewal coming now. Keep it within 5-6 minutes, respectfully, please, so that we can take more before lunchtime. Urban renewal, Professor Trent Shadibia to lead, please. Can we have him as quickly as possible?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Slide, please. Urban renewal, we consider it as a subset of urban and regional planning. Can we get the slides, please? And we have the team members. We have the outline, we have introduction. Akwa Ibom is a very unique state with reference to the fact that the state capital, is radially linked by macadamized, dualized roads to catchment townships, giving the city a possible mega status within a very short period. And therefore, policy options that have to do with development must be well thought of and implemented. Next slide. So we had objectives, we had strategic actions and plans. Next slide. Next slide, please. And we have considered 8 areas of intervention within short term, medium term, and long term. The first thing we considered is that we should be able to do a SWOT analysis of Uyo metropolis and other urban centers. And the intention of that will be to be able to answer specific questions that have to do with if urban renewal concept is real and if urban renewal is actually important. I'd like to say that we disagreed in our team that we don't have slums in Akwa Ibom. We have urban villages, and they are sprawling between Abak and Uyo, or Ikodekpena and Uyo. There are many sprawling urban villages that if we don't take concrete actions now, some of those areas will become slums. So we thought of effective deployment of Akwa GIS. Akwa GIS has to be linked with the 300 geodetic monuments already established in this state, 300 of them. And those monuments have been recognized by the United Nations Economic Committee for Africa and the Office of the Surveyor General. What to do there is listed. We need to take strategic actions on flood control using digital terrain model. And the use of digital terrain model depends on global spatial data infrastructure that says it is better to get DTM now and once and use it always. So we have listed what is intended to do. It will help us to determine flood control strategies and actions. We need robust legislation to regulate, to be able to do urban and regional planning. There is a bill already passed by the State House of Assembly, the 7th House of Assembly, and that bill has been cooling down in somewhere, and we believe that that bill is the fulcrum, the anchor of a lot of things that have to do with urban and regional planning. that bill, we believe, maybe should be reviewed in view of the strategic direction of this government and passed into law within the shortest possible time, 3 months or less. And we also believe that there's need to strengthen the MDAs. Urban renewal and rural and urban and regional planning have cross-cutting relationship with so many MDAs. And therefore, there should be need to strengthen the MDAs and make professionals to function properly and do their work. On renewal of strategic places, which I believe some other sectors have already may consider or they have considered, we are looking at renewal of Ibom Plaza. In doing so, Ibom Plaza should be considered as a tourist hub, not a market. We are looking at renewal of Mechanic Village. We are suggesting the remodeling of the current Mechanic Village, but make provision for decentralization of Mechanic Village in Akwa Ibom. Next slide. We are looking at regional planning and urban master planning. There is no known regional planning of Akwa Ibom, but we have master plans of the former 10 local governments. So we are saying those master plans should be reviewed in line with the current situation. Number 8, and a master plan will make provision for land uses, infrastructure uses, and so on. The last point, number 8, is that existing industrial and commercial parks in Akwa Ibom should be mapped, properly mapped, and all, the oil and gas lady said, Ikwe. There are so many of those already known or industrial parks, but they are not properly marked, and therefore they should be mapped and made functional, so that at any time T, the governor will be in a position to tell an investor, I have this, go here for what you want to do. Ladies and gentlemen, may I like to stop there? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll take a comment from the chairman.
Thank you very much. I like this idea of the regional planning master plan. Is what you're proposing a complete master plan of the whole of Akwa Ibom? Is that what you're proposing? And then one of the things I worry about, and you see it throughout traveling around Nigeria, every time a road is built, and it's a very good road, people start building houses next to it. In the end, that is how slums end up developing. Have you taken that into account? Are you making any recommendation in terms of how to handle that? Because what happens elsewhere is that if you build a road, you build a highway, nobody's allowed to build anything next to the road. Instead, there are organized lay-bys where you have a filling station and it is given out to the private sector at certain intervals. Apart from that, nobody's allowed to build. So I don't know whether your master plan, you have that as part of it. Because if we want Akwa Ibom to be a tourism destination, we have to make it stay beautiful. And we have to ensure that when you build a road, you don't end up attracting slums. Thank you.
So we'll take just one more comment so that when I go to... All right, so Anete, please, there is a gentleman in green with an Ibom cap. Go to him. Yes, that's about it.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that presentation. Please, I want to ask a question or make a point. My name is Edidion Jimmy. I practice as an architect in Akwa Ibom. we've observed that the capital city, that's a regulatory body for buildings and other developments in Akwa Ibom, have, should I say, regulation. But we get to see that most of the buildings do not adhere to these regulations. Example, if you say Akwa Abubakar, the building line there is between, is it 30 to 45 meters from the center of the road? But I make bold to say, we don't have up to two buildings in Akwa Ibom that obey between 35 to 45 meters from the center of the road. There are also buildings within town, in streets that we have roads, but if you go to those streets, some of the road, let's say they want to do the road in 10, 20 years, you don't have space to do the roads, but some of those buildings have approval. When it's time to do the road, what will happen? What is the sector doing to arrest some of these things? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think those are two profound questions. Prof, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, the chairman. The issue of, let me just use a very simple word, indiscipline. Indiscipline is a major issue in the way we do our work. But that will be cured if we have the urban and regional plan law or bill signed into law. The practitioners, the responsible MDS and the agencies are not empowered enough. So the governor must get a way of getting his officers to work, like he has said. Some of those laws are there, but they're not strong enough. But the officers we have are unable to do their work. I don't believe too much in task forces, but sometimes task force may have to come as a stopgap. I think that also answers the issue that was raised by the last speaker. Regulations and laws must be appropriately put in place and enforced. If that is done, a lot of the things we're talking will be minimized. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Please, can we make the applause a bit louder? Thank you for the work you've done and your team. Your Excellency, quickly, we're going to take the presentation from the sub-sector on women and children. The sub-sector on women and children. Please, can we have the facilitator, Mrs. I.D. Okoko, come to make her presentation, children and women. I was thinking she would come with a child to balance out. Perhaps I'll just stand because I think I'm still a child. Can we put our hands together one more time?
With due respect to Your Excellency and all the excellencies in the House, due respect to the chairman of this occasion, my brother, Senator Udoma Udoma, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. We have here the roadmap for Arise Agenda Policy Trust for Women and Children. Though the policy trust, the objective did not capture children, we added that. We have please, go back, please. The beginning, okay. Objective number 1, we have increase in access to skill acquisition initiative to enhance income and employment opportunities for women. We have the target audience there. We have target identification and enhancement of existing women groups. We have so many women groups in Akwa Ibom State, and we want to enhance those existing groups to also benefit from the government. We move to implementation and strategy, sensitization, mobilization of women, town hall meetings, and stakeholders forum. We cannot do anything with women without mobilizing them and sensitizing them, letting them know
the policies of the government and how they can fit in. So we need to mobilize them. In short term, within 3 months to 6 months, we are talking about domestication of economic empowerment, the we framework, where women are being empowered to function in the government and in decision-making process of the government. When women are empowered, you know the nation is empowered. The families are empowered. It has a rippling effect on the families and the society. So we encourage the government to put more money in His Excellency, more money in the WE program so that the women can actually benefit from it. We are talking about the short-term period of 3 months to 6 months. By then, we would have identified the existing groups. We train them, bring them up for training, the groups in groups. Train them so that they can understand what they are coming out to do. We don't want a situation where you are trained in maybe tailoring. At the end of the day, you move to maybe baking or something else, or hairdressing. Then the purpose for that training would have been defeated. So we want our women to stick to what they know how to do best. So we are looking at the long-term process of 18 months to 4 years, women to adapt to climate change and possess alternative renewable energy sources. We have a formation of new women groups. We are talking about the existing ones. We know that more women groups are coming up, and we have to take them into the system. In that situation, we want to mobilize them also, train them, retrain them in clusters so that it can be more effective. Registration of women groups, linkage with relevant MDS. We know that the MDS have their primary responsibilities, and we are not encroaching on that, and we expect them to marry whatever will come to whatever they are doing in their different ministries and agencies. So there is no crisscrossing there. We are not taking over the job. We are looking at skill acquisition and capacity development. We look at linkages with SMIDAN, NDE, and state-owned skill acquisition centers. We expect the government to build skill acquisition centers across so that our women can benefit from them. And mostly at the local, at the ward level, because sometimes, because of transportation, women find it difficult to move from one point to another, maybe to the training center, and that limits a lot of women from gaining access to training, which would have helped them to improve their business. Please move up. Encourage and assist women to develop and grow businesses. We need to develop and grow women-owned businesses. How do we do it? Because the chairman said the governor already knows the what, and what he's looking for is the how. So it's the how that we are concerned with on how this can be achieved. And that is identify entrepreneurs who will serve as positive role models and mentors to our women. Identify and link established credit facilities to them. When the governor came in yesterday, he talked about giving him list of entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. He is so passionate about the women entrepreneurs, and I know that they are going to have a good time in this administration. Women will not be left out. Please slide on. Please move it. We have the objective, participation in political and socio-economic activities. The target is acquiring 40% women affirmative action participation in politics. Here I want to pause and thank the governor because already he has shown us the way. In the appointment of PAs, he stated that women should have 40% while the men go with 60%, and we are very grateful, sir. And we know that this will go on in other appointments in your administration. We appreciate you, sir. Then go up there. Let them, please, move to the child sector. We have reducing the state's child rights. Please, come down, please. Reducing existing gender gaps in educational programs. We want the government to enrollment of the girl child in educational programs at all levels. Provision of conducive and safe toilet facilities in schools. We should also provide sanitary pads to school girls. Employment of qualified guidance and counselors in schools.
Thank you.
Sometimes our children go to school, they are already demoralized at home, maybe for one reason or the other. Sometimes there are some parents who are abusing their children, and they go to school looking, very funny. If we have a counselor, if we have a guidance in all the schools, they will be able to detect the mood of that child and also encourage that child and hear what is going on. Some of us parents are abusing our girl children. Please, we are begging that whoever is doing that, or if you are involved, you should desist from it.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello? Please, I'm asked to stop here, but I know all that we have done is embedded in the paper that we present to the admin. God bless all of us.
Please, can we put our hands together for our mother who spoke both for the women and for the Akwa Ibom child? Thank you. We'll take just one, or if you keep it very short, two. The vice chairman of Mkpadenin will start. I don't know why I'm seeing men's hands everywhere. The vice chairman of Mkpadenin, please.
Good morning, everyone, Your Excellencies. My question goes thus. In your presentation, ma'am, I didn't hear you talk about women with disability. Please shed light on that. Thank you.
All right, the last comment, come forward and here to AB. Come all the way up. She will speak for the child. Please don't speak for women. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ebenezer Eno. Ma'am, I have a question for the children. The basis of your presentation was mostly on inclusion of women in politics and other programs. But how about the children in the States? After school care programs for children and children who are, as she said, part of the disabled community or the specially abled community, and children who are also born in less privileged situations, what facilities or programs do you have in place for that?
All right, just before I give the microphone to Mommy, I'd like us to know that there are copious provisions on the document. All of those could not really be read. I'm saying that so Mommy doesn't try to read everything out because of time, but she would comment on both. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. In our presentation, we have issues of women living with disabilities. And we have asked in our reports that government should include women with disabilities in all their government policies that they formulate so that the women can benefit from it, the disabled. Those living with disability can also be part of what the government is doing, the process in the government, the women can take part. Whether you are disabled or not, you will not be discriminated against, but you will be fully involved in the decision making when the government takes that advice. I think that will involve them, that will benefit those living with disabilities. And for the children, we also have something for the children. In our report, we have taking the children, those of them, the vulnerable ones, off the streets to maybe a rehabilitation center that government will build. And within the school, within the rehabilitation centers, they will have schools, recreational facilities. They will also have vocational centers for those children that are taken off the street. The vulnerable ones that maybe they don't have people sponsoring them in school can be taken to that place, and they will be treated not as a prison or a cage, but as a center where they will be free to also express themselves. It's all here in our report. Thank you very much.
Please, can we put our hands together for Mrs. I.D. Okoko, the Women and Child Sub-Sector? Thank you very much. We're going to very quickly now consider youth development and sport. Youth development and sport. Elder Paul Bassi, please keep it within 5 minutes for want of time. Of course, youths are very active people. We don't want to talk, we want to act. Thank you.
Your Excellency, I bring to you the gratitude of members of this sector. Let me also confess that with sports as my culture medium, I was nearly drowned in that sector by the youths. They made me realize that it was time for them to be given attention. And when His Excellency came visiting, he also empowered them. Youth development and sports, that is what it is. If I can have the slide, our policy thrust was to empower the youths with skills and resources required for income and wealth creation and promote sports development. Next. Objectives: to promote the education of youths, empower the youth with skills, create income and employment opportunities for youths, promote the training and retraining of youths, to achieve entrepreneurial development among the youths, to develop and harness talents among the youths, to encourage creativity, innovation and entrepreneurship among the youths, develop sports in the state, reduce youth restiveness and criminality in the state, increase their participation in political, social, and economic activities in the state. The roadmap. We debated and agreed that there is an urgent need to revisit the Akwa Ibom Youth Development Fund Bill, which was passed by the Akwa Ibom State Assembly as far back as 2019, as it will go a long way in solving a lot of youth-related challenges, and this can be done almost immediately. We need to set up a sports development fund via proper legislation and a framework to create an opportunity for private sector investment in sports development. Government has always found it difficult to go all alone, especially in financing the youth and sports. The revival of youth sports competitions, inter-secondary school football and athletics competitions, and youth sport festivals to provide an opportunity for talent discovery and development. Let me pause here to say that this state is blessed when it comes to infrastructure. As I speak to you, the Akwa Ibom Stadium, the Nest of Champions, Godswill Akpabio Stadium, is the only stadium in this country that has been certified by FIFA and CAF to host international matches. What remains for us is to make use of those venues, those infrastructure effectively. The Governor's Cup tournament can be revived as soon as the end of this year, 2023. There is also need for the resumption of the State Football League as soon. Approved, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. His Excellency has approved the Governor's Cup immediately. For the youths, government should establish a skills development hub in each of the senatorial districts of the state. This hub will create an opportunity for skilled youths and young entrepreneurs to put their skills to use and earn a decent living from it. This can be done within the next 2 years. Government should deliberately and consciously patronize young people in business and assist in standardizing their business where possible. We also found out that there is a need for a labor market research so that accurate data is collected to help in manpower planning and targeted training and skills development among the youths. There should be a deliberate attempt to recognize and promote youths who are into entrepreneurship, those who have recorded other laudable achievements and are into other development ventures, rather than only those who are into active politics. The provision of scholarship grants and other incentives to boost the education sector in the state. Here you find out that we have run away from bursary and other on scholarship grants, and this can be on merit, as the case may be. The continuation of the plan to provide one sports center in each federal constituency, that is already ongoing. I think that can be continued. Provision of indoor sports facility in the state, then encourage the development of other sporting activities. Football, 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 football. It's high time we encouraged other sports, and this can only be possible if we have an indoor sport facility. The nest of champions, football, track and field. I think we need a sports center in that facility to cater for other sports like basketball, volleyball, badminton, and so on. The creating of social and economic engagements for youths who are active in political groups. That is also very important to us. The unbundling of the youth structure in the state to inject new blood and rejig the structure and make a policy where 40 years is the maximum age for participation in the youth structure. This is with due apology to those who are still 60 and they are youths. It used to be 35. We believe that when you are above 40, please don't be a youth again, I beg you. We think that almost immediately we can set up 20 business clusters made up of 10 youths each to encourage them and facilitate their involvement in palm kernel processing, cocoa planting, palm oil factories, fashion, co-room business, catering services, event management, and so on. A member of our sector even said, why don't you go to Ikorabasi, for instance? Because we have found out that there you can have steady power supply. Unlike other places, I don't know why it is so, because power becomes very necessary for these business clusters to be able to function effectively. A domestication of national youth policy with adaptation to the peculiarities of our environment. This can be done within the next 6 months. There's already a national youth policy. I think we should take it and have a state youth policy. A deliberate attempt should be made by government to ensure that developmental programs are not politicized, to infuse confidence into the activities and intentions of government. A partnership with donor agencies and private sector organizations can create opportunities for volunteerism to be encouraged so as to expose our youth to hands-on experience and boost their marketability. This can be achieved as soon as possible and continued periodically. The establishment of a sports academy in the state. I can tell you authoritatively that this is in the heart of our governor. And this can be done in the next 2 years. A sports academy, we go back to the grassroots. The sports elites in the state, they are disappearing. There is a vacuum. So we need to go back to the grassroots, go back to schools, and then fish out those talented youths, and then put them into academies and give them the proper tracking and coaching. The training of coaches in different areas of sports is important, as we have rapidly diminishing human resources in these areas. The setting up of a private endowment fund for private participation in sports and development in the state. Your Excellency, I've been told to round up. We also talked about the establishment of a sports lottery, organize a youth economic summit, the mainstreaming of gender and persons with disability in all programs, the need for aggressive campaign, and this is last but very important to us, the need for an aggressive campaign against drugs and substance abuse in the state, with special attention given to students in secondary schools. In our sector, people were mentioning places in Uyo, for instance, that you can go and get drugs easily. And we wondered why it is so. If we know these places, why don't we set up a task force? Why can't government go out and stamp this out? Because our youth are endangered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can the youths in the house clap again for Elder Paul Bassi? Thank you very much. We'll take two quick comments. Engineer Bobby Bassi first. Please give him the microphone. Please make it within 1 minute, by all means.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Bobby Ekanem. I have just two suggestions for you. Thank you, Mr. Paul, for a wonderful presentation. I would like to appeal to the chairman of the event and our host, His Excellency, that upon reviewing the various reports and hard work done by these various committees, I'd like to suggest that the committee should be, not dissolved, so that they can follow up on all of these beautiful plans and agendas. I think I'm speaking for the committees.
Thank you.
Yes, to perform some sort of oversight function. Then secondly, an idea of bringing our young talent back, the Japa syndrome we're all talking about. I'm thinking a solution to that is to put forth a youth convention that is almost like this, whereby youths are categorized into clusters: agriculture, health, banking and finance, engineering, mention it, so that the youths could participate. The active participation of the youth is very important. And then when our people in diaspora see this, they will be encouraged to come back and, serve the state, because this is our
Thank
state.
you.
Is for us. Then lastly, I congratulate His Excellency and thank him for putting up the young people who have gotten employment, like my brother Morgan Ekanem, who wants to stop me now, and Ida, who is the photographer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, can you go back to where Ndiana Basinana and Frank Achibong seated? There is a young man behind them. His hand has been up from the beginning till now. The hand is still up. To your left. He's standing now. Yes, give him the mic. That one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Ubong Ekanem. My brother spoke earlier, but
I didn't know. Please, I didn't know. Brother, you shouldn't speak again.
Well, it's different. It's different. We have different point of views. So what I want to speak on, based on sports, I wanted to ask, please, are there any opportunities that are made for people going into sports, that it is not just a dead end, in the sense that, like the Governor's Cup, secondary school, universities participating, is there a means by which these professionals or these players or sports people can go professional abroad, set up with, we have a lot of, we have some African talents, Nigerian talents abroad. If they can come back and invest, set up academies in which these players can, from the universities, get drafted there and then go abroad and play professional.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Elder Paul Bassi, please, you just respond or comment. Very brief, please.
I would understand. Well, I hope I understood you well. The Governor's Cup, for instance, is open. Is at the level of local governments. They set up a team, come together, play. There's talent discovery. Don't forget that we already have professional football clubs in the state. You have Akwa United, you have Dakada, you have Ibom Angels, you have Ibom Youth. They are there playing football professionally. Opportunities are open. When the league starts, you can go and try out your skill, and who knows, you may be spotted. Those outside do come back periodically, are professionals to also help. They come back, they donate, they leave their local governments in terms of sport equipment and so on. So those facilities are there and they do exist. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for this youth development and sport subsector? Thank you, Elder, and thank you to all the other members of that subsector. We appreciate you. All right, so His Excellency the Governor will make some comments in response to that presentation, or as it's...
Thank you. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you so much, Elder Paul Bassi. Thank you for the presentation. For me, I think we need to, you touched on something very key, sir. I think we must really agree at what age we can stop calling ourselves youths. That is very, very, very key. I don't know if we have to pass a law or we have to agree within ourselves, because there are some things I don't really understand. At 50, 60, they will tell you youth is in the mind. But I think maybe if we do 40, I know that once you cross 40, you should stop deceiving yourself that you are still a youth. Because it's becoming a real problem. But again, I think we can, I like the idea of bringing our youth together. They are different, and have a sort of event that will help us talk with them, train them in their various subsectors. I will agree with that. And then on the women presentation, I like to see Akwa Ibom women in business and entrepreneurship. I don't know if there's a group like that, but I like to meet with you. I like to understand that it's not just a jamboree. I like to get to know what you're really doing. You see, a lot of times we organize conferences. It's a talk show. People just come and speak grammar. Let's begin to identify from amongst you, who are these entrepreneurs? Where are they? What are they doing? Are they like paper tigers? Let's see. Then young women in business and entrepreneurship. I like to know a lot of, let's see if we have a young women, a group where we can meet them, talk with them. And I'm sure the new Ministry of Trade and Investment will be doing a lot with these groups. And maybe eventually see if we can plan not just an Akwa Ibom fair, but a trade fair or a fair that will showcase our women and what they are able to do. It will help us see straight those ones that we need to encourage, those ones that are, I think we can, I'm talking about how to support our women. I've always believed very strongly too, that if you can help a woman settle down properly, you have helped the family. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please, we're going to take the presentation from the subsector on environment. Environment now, Professor Comfort Etok. Please, can we put our hands together? I trust that this one will not even be up to 6 minutes. Okay, she said 3 minutes. Thank you. Please, can we celebrate her again? Our governor keeps promises. Professor would also do so. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. The governor of Akwa Ibom State and other excellencies here, the chairman of the occasion. I'm presenting on the environment sector. Please, let's have the slides. A quick look at this slide will show you the myriad of challenges that we have in the environment sector, ranging from waste management, gully erosion, flooding that has destroyed lots of livelihood, deforestation, climate change impacts, gas flaring, biodiversity loss, coastal erosion, flood, acid rain, etc. And next slide. The vision is to have a clean and green environment in Akwa Ibom State. Next slide. Next slide. We have the policy trust. We have the objectives. Next slide. The strategies and action.
Your Excellency, there are many objectives, so I'll just pick some. Number one is to promote improved environmental management practices with adequate legislation. We've seen that the waste management law is obsolete and there is no environmental law in the state. And so there is urgency in enactment of a comprehensive environmental law that will bring enforcement to bear. And we've seen the responsible parties here and the schedule. And I'll jump to number 3. Create awareness. Please, number 2. Number 2 is promote improved waste management system. Your Excellency, we've seen that this also boils down to law, and also so that we can establish recycling plants, integrated waste management facilities, and we can bioremediate and decommission the existing landfill that we have. And waste needs capacity building because everyone that is involved in waste should be trained in the management of waste. Number 3, the next is awareness. Awareness is key to education literacy, to awareness in environmental literacy. So it should be targeted and for everybody. Even in schools, the curriculum should include waste management practices because it's good to catch them young. I remember a scenario when we were traveling and there was a young child and the father threw a wrap of biscuits. It was the child that corrected the father. So if we catch them young, we're going to have an Akwa Ibom, the future Akwa Ibom, that will protect and sustain the environment. I'll move on to item, the use of green technologies. Your Excellency, there's a roadmap here on green technologies, sustainable green development in Akwa Ibom State from 2016 to 2030. I have it here, and I'll make it available. So everything on green technologies is there. And then I move on to number 9, where we have appropriate mapping and management of watershed. We've noticed that we have exacerbated flooding, erosion, borrow pits, indiscriminate borrow pit excavation in the state. And I'm going to dwell a little bit more here because we should ensure that all drainages have to fit in with conform with the Uyo drainage master plan. There's a master plan already, and all drainage should conform with that master plan. And then also, there should be reduction in the runoff from buildings and compounds. We should also have at least 10% of total land area for green areas in our houses and buildings. We should have inclusion of sustainability in design of buildings. Certified professionals should be used. And one company should not design, supervise, and build. There should be a company that should design, and then the other. We should enforce town planning laws, and there should be inter-ministerial collaboration. Not that Ministry of Works will be doing one side, environment will be doing the other. So there should be collaboration. And then also we should stop illegal sand mining and dredging. It's really devastating our environment and threatening erosion. For example, even the IBB outfall, it might be destroyed any moments from now. We should establish environmental management desks in local government areas so that they know what is going on in the state and align. So it will be federal, state, and local governments. Also, the appraisal of the climate impact is also in this roadmap. We'll refer to that. And then, Your Excellency, I think you'll be interested in these unlocking revenue potentials. And with legislation, we should implement pollution fees, effluent discharge fees, implementation of waste collection fees, and we should also explore opportunity to carbon credit. And then we should also restore our forest reserve. Akwa Ibom State has 3 gazetted forest reserves: the Stop Creep, the Ugoitu, and the Obod Mbon. Okay, so we should restore all those forests so as to increase the
the cover. And lastly, please, before you take this one will interest our deputy governor. I'm talking about the blue economy. A lot of our marine resources are taken out of our shores daily, and millions of naira are lost, and others are not exploited. So we must be able to explore the potentials in fishing, aquaculture, marine and coastal tourism, marine mining, water desalination, and all that, deep sea mining. And let me conclude by saying that the case of EIA is a problem in the States. We have EIA in every project, but the EIA laws are not adhered to. And so in conclusion, we have a myriad of environmental problems in the States, but these problems can be surmountable. And the objective of the environmental management can be achieved. What is needed is concerted effort by government stakeholders, MDAs, communities, contractors, and the general public. Awareness is key, and the environment is everybody's business. So, Akwa Ibom, arise, make Akwa Ibom green, use green initiatives, and clean Akwa Ibom. Thank you. I'm the facilitator, and we have the resource persons. I want to thank the resource persons in the environment group. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, we'll take 2 comments. We'll take 2 comments. Let me begin with Right Honorable Henry Achibong, just in front here.
Thank you very much. Dr. Henry Achibong is my name. Each time I pass through Uyo Village Road, I see the devastation going on there. But I'm wondering that we could actually have separated waste right from our houses into 5 categories and then taken to designations where they can actually be collected, documented for you. At the end of the day, people make money, like I've seen in Lagos, where people actually sell their waste, they make some money, and because of that, you will hardly find waste along the road like plastics, because people will go around picking plastics to go and actually get them deposited at some point so that they can actually create wealth for them. So that will actually also reduce the mixture of waste at those dump sites. Thank you.
Can you go back to Dr. Anyeke Mewa? Please keep it short for want of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With due respect to His Excellency, our Golden Governor, Pastor Moino, all protocols duly observed. It was Kepak who said, let the waste of the sick not contaminate the lives of the healthy. I've listened very carefully to the presentation, and I never heard you speak about healthcare waste management. Healthcare waste management has become very critical because most of the times, healthcare waste are mixed with domestic waste. I will need to ask ourselves, what happens to syringes that are used to take blood from patients suspected to have HIV who eventually become HIV positive? These syringes and other waste from the hospitals are mixed with domestic waste. And most times we move on our streets, we see people scavenging. They could have a needle stick injury. And in the course of getting infected, they could spread the infection to us. So all of us are at risk. And I also want to find out what are the plans to have incinerators in maybe each of the Sectoral districts, because you need such equipment to, dispose of waste coming from the hospitals. The waste has in so many forms. We have those from human parts. For instance, somebody has a tumor in the hospital, the tumor is taken out. What happens to that tumor?
Thank you.
A woman delivers, the placenta is taken out. What happens to that placenta? I want to know your thoughts on this. Thank you very much.
Actually, Prof is going to comment on them. But Doctor, if I may just speak on my discretion, I think that since you are the one that uses this syringe and most of this waste you talked about, you should write to this committee on how to manage your waste. Please, Prof, you just comment.
All right, thank you for the questions. I'll take the first one about segregation of waste. This committee has exhaustively deliberated and also has given the policy direction on segregation of waste. Actually, waste should be segregated from the home. And we may not even go into 5 bins. We can have the organics, we can have the metals, and we have the plastics for a start. So in your home, you start segregating. And then we have people that come around your home and pick up this waste. The organic waste is used in composting, and we can have soil conditioners and fertilizers from it. We can even have renewable energy, like biogas, biodiesel, biomethane, and all that from that. Then the bottles now will go into recycling. So we need public-private partnership in this recycling, in all that. And then for the medical waste, is under hazardous waste. There's so many hazardous waste. And for the medical waste, it's still segregation. The hospital waste should be treated differently because they pose a threat to human wealth. So when they are all put differently, and we know the ways in which we have to treat it before the final disposal to the landfills. So we need an integrated waste management in the states where, okay.
That's mine. Please, can we put our hands together for Prof? Thank you. Just to remind us that most of the things that are said here are mere summaries of very large reports that have been turned in by most of the subsectors. So trusts that some of the concerns have been covered. And as I've said, if you have some more ideas, you can still write in your reports to the Secretariat. This is only the beginning of this process. I think His Excellency is disposed to engage every critical stakeholder for the next 4 years, for the next 8 years, and whoever comes, we pray, continues as His Excellency has started. We're going to take the next presentation from Rural Development, and the facilitator for Rural Development is Mr. Gabriel Nkanang, the chairman of the Akwa Ibom State Rural Access Road Agency, one agency that we've come to love so much by the name A.K. Rara. Please, can we put our hands together one more time and bring him? Mr. Gabriel Nkanang, please.
Good day, Your Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, and all other protocols observed. The Governor is looking at me because under rural development, for the past 2 days, we've been brainstorming on different thematic areas, but I want to, disagree a bit with His Excellency that under rural development, we are out, not only to conquer the land, we want to conquer water too. We can conquer other areas like illiteracy and other areas that will make the rural development worth talking about and the rural population worth mentioning. Next slide. Next slide. Now, under the roads, this is not exhaustive. We are looking at the poor farm roads that is existing in our rural roads, and we intend to present an inventory of all the rural roads which has been captured under RAMP already. We should do that before the end of next month. Then we should also look at the funding of RARA to commence intervention in partnership with the 31 local government area councils in line with the provisions of the Road States Fund. The RARA agency is a World Bank project. And I'm happy to announce here that Akwa Ibom State is one of the key states that has keyed into the provisions of that funding. And with the support of government, we are commencing. It was flagged off at Ibom a few weeks ago, where we are going to do a flagship road, and it will continue like that. The main issue here is to make sure that we look at those roads that will enable farmers to move produce from farms to market, market back to farm, as opposed to what is happening now. Now, the poor harvest losses due to poor access roads will now create primary, secondary markets, processing centers, farm settlements, linkage roads. Now, the lack of synergy among stakeholders across communities, local governments, states and donors in road infrastructure. We now involve the local government chairman, involve directors of works, involve agri and community development officers in the local government areas in planning, implementation, and maintenance of rural roads. Next slide. Next slide, on water. On water sanitation, we all agree that we have a poor sanitation and open defecation in rural areas. The action plan, that is the how, is that we plan to mobilize and sensitize communities on ownership, security, household sanitation, hygiene, and that will be ongoing. Now we have, as at now, whereby we are not utilizing our wash agencies like the AK Rowasan for monitoring and management of rural water schemes. We are on the project of collecting data, baseline data collection with cost budgets by the community-based groups, local government areas, and AK Rowasan, and we are completing that within 12 months. Then we have a poor ownership and buy-in of communities on water projects. We hope to, by way of strengthening the donor agencies, the coordinating office, creation of Ministry of Water Resources, probably with sanitation, and implementation of the state water laws. What we are saying here is that we will need to probably look at water. Happily, the governor has told us that, told this audience that we may need to look at water separately. In the course of this, we discovered that there's so much to be done in the rural areas as regards providing potable water for all. Next slide. Next slide. Electricity, yeah. Yesterday, the commissioner designate, by Thursday she will be a full commissioner. Commissioner designate told us that as at now we have 261 communities in Akwa Ibom who has never seen electricity. In our subsector resource group, we all agreed that let us sit down, do a comprehensive list of those 261 local government areas, divide them, communities, divide them into local government areas, divide them into where they belong senatorially, divide them into belong as to the 10 federal constituencies. So that we will now present this to the relevant MDS and start tackling them one by one. At the end of this project, we should be able to say that we met 261 communities without light, and we do timelines, and we now say every 6 months we go back and see how many have we been able to remove from that list. Then there was an issue of Isinobolo, that is an island community back years. We have been looking at, collaborating with Power Ministry and local government areas in identifying those ones. We have said that. Then those riverine areas like Isinobolo, we are working out a separate kind of modality that will take care. So luckily we had with us a member of the NGF, that is the Nigerian Governors Forum, who said that we can access the REA, that is the Rural Electrification Agency, as a fund now. One problem that Akwa Ibom has been having over the years is that there are so many funds, there are so many donor agency funds that should help us solve these problems that Akwa Ibom has never accessed in the past couple of years. We don't want to put any blame on anybody. Next slide. Next slide. Now on the infrastructure, we talked about infrastructure deficit. Now we look at the schools. We all are from local government areas. We all are from villages. If you go around, you will see that despite the government intervention in the past, there is still a very huge deficit in terms of basic amenities in schools and rural areas. And the action plan, we want to properly monitor and supervise from planning, design, construction, and also make sure that there is an adequate monitoring and evaluation of this project. We have poorly constructed classrooms in public schools whereby teachers should be encouraged to live in the rural areas. Luckily, the governor too has said it, that with time, where we are going is that we should go back to where teachers had their houses on the school premises, so that it can also encourage teaching and learning and character modification. Now, on the shortage of staff and poor learning facilities, we all know where we are. And we, as we have identified that, we have provided a format that we are going to present to the government, and we walk through and see what we can do. Next slide. Next slide. Now, on the farmers, then the teachers. Let me just say one thing here about the teachers. Somebody told me before I came here, there's an aspect about the teachers that we want to look into very well, and that is teachers' gratuities and pensions. It should not take donkey years for a teacher who has taught for 38 years to retire and go back before being paid gratuity. So we are trying to develop a model with government whereby teachers, especially in the rural areas, some have never been to Uyo, they don't know anybody here. So as they are retiring, there should be a time frame that is put, a maximum time frame for teachers to be paid their terminal benefits. Now, on farmer support program, we have been looking at the new seedlings and farm inputs. We are working very assiduously in that area. Aqua Palm is one of them. Now, provision of off-taking centers, we have started on that. We'll build more. Processing of storage facilities, we have started on that. We are building more. Now, access to microcredit schemes, we have the Ibom Fadama Microfinance Bank, amongst others. Most of the government schemes to farmers will be channeled through Ibom Fadama, and the government is very serious about that. So that we want to, at the end of implementing this, we want to try to make the rural area a bit more, if not very, very comfortable for our rural dwellers to stay, work, and live, and support the government. Thank you so very much.
Please, can we put our hands together yet again for that presentation? I will take two comments. And yet here, there's a man standing there with his hand up. Yes, let's start with him, then we come to His Excellency the Governor, please.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, and our generation.
Please, can you put the microphone to your mouth a bit more?
Your Excellency, okay. I thank God for this occasion. My name is Akiminu Bangwabasi, Abraham JMC Forever. I've been listening to the resource persons in different fields, especially the women and the children. The governor is the father of the children of Akwa Ibom State, like the president is, and others. But the actual father is our God in heaven. And he has all of us as his children. And he expects us in Dakada, for all of us to Dakada, because all the while from the beginning of ICT and others, I've never heard them even saying, Lord, help us in these different sectors to also contribute to the Dakada to help the governor. Because I've been hearing all of us are directing to
Thank you. Thank you. The message has been passed. Thank you.
Yeah.
all of us would rise and work together to make Akwa Ibom better. Okay, God will use all of us. Not only can, he will. Please, can you come? His Excellency, the Governor, will now make his comments or remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You know, that's why we prayed when we started that God should take charge of our deliberations. You know, if we put, the truth is that in Akwa Ibom we are too very religious. I know it shouldn't be coming from a pastor, but I've pastored in the last 25 years. We are very religious people, but we don't have believers. I can tell you that. And so we need to begin to separate all these things. Please. I just want to speak to the work of the rural development. And I'd like to announce that the Ministry of Agriculture will now merge with the Ministry of Rural Development. And we're going to have Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Because agriculture is in the rural areas, and there are so many things we need to rearrange in this dispensation. And maybe that will give us comfort, you know. And then for the Ibom Fadama Microfinance Bank, the idea of that bank, again, was to help our farmers. I said it before, we have done, as Executive Director of Agric Investment, one of the first assignments we did was to do farmers enumeration. We went around the length and breadth of this state, taking data of all farmers. And we had to locate their farms using our GIS. It was after we started, before the federal government started. We have the database. I powered it. The governor, as he then was, the Kunudom Emmanuel, empowered us. We powered that center. It's running 24 hours. But the Ibom Microfinance Bank is yet to take advantage of that work. What I have seen, and what we'll try to do in the next 4 years at least, is to make sure that MDAs don't build a kingdom around themselves. We want to break the walls, and let us see that we're working as one state government addressing one goal. A situation where several MDAs want to do their own thing and they stand alone, not benefiting or leveraging from the work that has been done by another MDA, I think we'll try to play it down a bit, because it's waste of money, waste of time. Now, the Ibom Fadama we need, and the chairman of Ibom Air is here. He's also the acting chair of Ibom Fadama. Sir, I'm not too happy with the work Ibom Fadama has done. I've asked for a report since I became governor. The working capital, the shareholders fund that was paid into Ibom Fadama has been depleted, and I'm aware of that. And we are still keeping that management. Please, sir, I don't want to sound, you know, very hard. But I think the time has come that, sir, you step out and let's do the right thing. I don't have faith in the present management of Ibom Fadama. I don't have faith in that management. And as long as that management is in place, I will not empower that bank. We need a brand new management that we will be able to work together and link the farmers to the bank. We have 496,000 farmers registered in this state. We can link them to the bank so that when we release money to the bank, it will go straight to those farmers. All those farmers need to do is to open accounts in Ibom Microfinance, and then we begin to train them in clusters. We have agencies that are prepared to train our farmers. We give them new seedlings, improved ones. We have organizations that can help us. But we can also measure. It's possible to say, okay, for this year, this is the expected tons of maize from our farmers. Because we know them, we fund them, and we can get Akwa Ibom that has not been doing anything to begin to do their work. Because how do I know? I worked with Akwa Ibom during the enumeration. They are all over the state, and they were very helpful. But the manager then told me, sir, we are just not being engaged. So it's time to engage these people. And it's something we can sit together. That's why we're bringing rural development and agriculture together. And Ibom Fadama Bank comes into it, and then plan, how do we train these farmers? How do we disburse seedlings to them? How do we give them either grant or loan? How do we make sure that this thing trickle down to the rural areas and not end up in Uyo? And so I will need us to work together. And I cannot imagine that we're running on the shareholders fund, which we are not supposed to touch. And I know that we've spent almost 60-something out of it, and we need to stop it. Because I know very soon we'll finish it, and then government will be approached. My attitude to work is this, and it's very simple. If these things can run very well in the private sector, who puts money in the private sector businesses to make it run? So why must we keep after government? That's why every day we must celebrate Ibom Air. We must celebrate Ibom Air. We must celebrate Pastor Imam Abasi. If Captain Udom is in this room, we must celebrate him. We must celebrate the COO. We must, because this is a model we can all copy and run with. 100% shareholding from government, but professionally managed. You will not, if you go late to Ibom Air, they will leave you. It doesn't matter who you are. If you don't buy their ticket, you can't fly. There's nothing like government. So we can, and they are making Ibom Air declared profit last year. And they are expanding. That's where, if they have need, I want to support that, because you can see ahead of what they are doing. They are making all of us proud. Why can't our organizations just go to Ibom Air? We don't have to travel to anywhere to learn. Ask them, what model are you applying? Professionalism. And we can all list. Ibom Air has issues, because the next thing I'm going to get is a list of if government does this, if government does this. But Ibom Air is doing all they need to do, even in the midst of problems they have. So if we want to succeed, government's business is to set you up, provide the environment, and allow, again, pull out over time. Government cannot be in business in perpetuity. It cannot work. It won't work. So if we set up, so please, sir, I'm saying it publicly, in the next 2 weeks, I'd like to have a forward plan for Ibom Fadama Bank. I'd like to see management change immediately, because the management cannot be depleting our resources, paying salaries, drawing allowances, and if we had done the vision. I was the first chairman of Ibom Fadama. By the grace of God, myself and distinguished Gabriel Kanang registered and worked hard with all other people to get Ibom Fadama here on the mandate and instruction of the then governor. But The management has run it down. And I cannot allow, I know what it took me, I know how many days we spent in Abuja with the DSS to run all our certifications. And when people turn around today and say, he didn't go to school, go to the DSS and check. Because they would have ran all their checks. You can't sit on the board of a bank with fake certificates. It's not possible. You know, so I just said that as an aside. But we labored so much to bring the bank here. I will insist that that bank will play its role, and we recruit someone, the best, not on the basis of partisan politics, anybody that will bring value and make that bank work. And the same thing we are doing for Akwa Ibom. We have advertised to recruit managers. We advertised, you know, and we will make sure it works. And please, we beg our youths, allow these things to work. It is to your benefit. We should be sick and tired of every time you see our youths, strong people, able-bodied people, all they are doing is, you know, begging. So while we are creating the jobs, we pray that God will give us the youths that want to work. And, you know, because there's dignity in labor. A young man told me one day, I say this as I drop the microphone, I find it very amusing. He had a good qualification. I think he had a OND. And in accounting, he was always around me. I loved him. Nice young man, looking good, always around us. So one day I said to him, I'll give you a job. I think you've been following us too much. Because I don't really like people milling around me doing nothing. And my spirit just doesn't allow it. And so, I offered him a job in our business as it was then. I have resigned now. So, he asked me first, how much are you going to pay me? I told him, OND, we'll do 80,000 a month. He looked at me and told me in vernacular, Sambok said, no, I've been no. Okay, bill me every month, I do about 500,000. So whatever I wanted to give to him, I should give to him, that his average bill, monthly bill is 500,000. Then I asked him, how do you raise 500,000? He said, sir, if as I'm talking to you, you give me your own, I'll go to another person. Apparently he had a list of big men in this state that he will always, so he juggles it around, maybe come to this one, and so he raised. I said, how do you do that? He said, well, sometimes, I told him, I said, Bible says, he who goes are borrowing, goes are sorrowing. And that's why we blackmail senior citizens in this state. Because you don't know the problem that person has. You believe that the person owes you. And when he cannot give you, you blackmail the person. So we need to encourage our young people too to be ready to work and start small but grow big. Everything except the grave starts from under. It's only the grave you dig down. We need to encourage our young ones, because while we are talking about leadership, we should also talk about followership. The next thing we need to address, a young man wrote to me, sent me a text, said he's an orphan, no father, no mother. He has managed himself through school, but he now has admission in the United Kingdom, and he wants me to pay the school fees. Then I said to him, for how long? He said, just take me to the US. Once you pay the first fees, I'll sort myself. I know it's a lie. Then I said to him, and I'm sure he must be hearing me, that orphans, my parents taught me to put my clothes where my hands can reach. If you are truly an orphan, if you get admission in a Nigerian public university. Get back to me, we will sponsor you. An orphan who is struggling through life cannot ask me to send him to the UK, where there are public schools, and some of us still made it through that public school, those public schools. You start slowly. Go to a Nigeria, there's University of Uyo, there is Akwa Ibom State University. The distinguished senator is bringing University of Technology. There's another one coming. We have polytechnic education. Why don't, as an orphan, why don't you seek help to go to that one that someone can afford? Do you know what it is to even buy tickets, to arrive London, to now, I mean, who will do that? So I beg us, you know, sometimes that's why we need that youth conference. That's why we need to talk with our youth. That's why I love young people. You see, Barrister Morgan, I don't know, no disrespect. Are you 40 now? 31. This guy is doing a PhD in law at 31. No disrespect. And he has a leadership school where he's mentoring young people. I like to engage with a young man like this. This is my idea of youth. You know, we must be able to categorize the youth we are talking about. I'd like to give this man a place in a boardroom, sitting and talking with me. Yesterday, a 27-year-old boy from Sahara Energy, you were there, made a presentation in our meeting room. I had to go and ask the young, because seeing him, I knew by just seeing him that this guy, I said, please, no, how old are you? He said 27. I told him you will go far. I like to see young Akwa Ibomites challenge us. We are setting up a leadership and entrepreneurial school. Take advantage of that. Go to that school. Put your business idea to test. Finish and come out and see if government will not support you. We must continuously discourage this attitude of encouraging people to beg, to beg, to beg. It's not that it's completely impossible. You ask for help once, and let me tell you something. My mother told me, may her soul rest in peace, that I will ye muwam, and I had to so that I will bring one and one. I've more yem no one fear, one more the orgism. I've a year meaning on the pay. In the process, no, we must meet ourselves halfway. I think that's the point I want to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, we're going to go back to the presentations now. We appreciate His Excellency the Governor for that attitudinal interference, because it's also very important. For commerce, trade, and industry, I'd like to quickly welcome Mrs. Afyong Ibanga for the presentation from that subsector. I'd like to plead that we keep it within 5 minutes. I trust that at the end of all the presentations, these would be submitted so there would be more time to appraise them with the thorough-mindedness that they deserve. Please, can we put our hands together? Welcome her. Commerce, trade, and investments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Standing on existing protocol, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, and his dear wife, our own Deputy President, Governor. Good afternoon. Standing on existing protocol, we have commerce, trade, and industry, vocal sector. And with me, I have a credible team that I've worked with
since on Monday through today. And I will enjoin you all, please, to stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for all the work that you have put in it. Please, we have to go. I have this here that we have submitted to the Secretariat, and we have summarized this to a 7-point agenda. With me is one of my team members.
Thank you very much, Madam. Straight to the point. We have looked at commerce, trade, and industry, and have chosen to what I would call classify the whole sector into segments that will enable us address them with unique issues that can help it to grow. But first, the core objective is to grow a critical mass of industries in the state and to increase the momentum of commerce in the state. Now, for ease of analysis, we look at commerce and trade, micro-industrial concerns as the first issue, small, medium enterprises, then the commanding heights of the state's economy that generate downline industrial multipliers, large establishments that could be taken up as investors by investors, whether and outside the state, whether or not they are indigenous, and foreign direct investment. Those are the areas we are addressing. We identified change drivers, which, if leveraged on, would affect positively the commerce and industrial skyline of the state. Fundamentally, we knew, however, that some optimizations are possible. That's why we are making this presentation. Thank you. Next slide. The areas we have chosen to emphasize in our presentation are essentially cross-cutting, complementary to one another, or such that will create synergy and energize the entire sector if we leverage on them. And these are, first, and very importantly, the issue of ease of doing business, the issue of industrial clusters, the issue of creating markets by establishing international markets, effective and efficient funding mechanism, a training outfit, that's the business school, and entrepreneurship training, as well as development of business database. These are the areas we... Next slide, please. Under the ease of doing business, we are looking for a one-stop desk. There has to be a one-stop desk in the Ministry of Trade, Investment, and for investors to business documentation, so that approvals are in one spot, not running here, running there, and spending money and wasting time. That is in the hand of the Commissioner for Trade and Investment. And that, within the next 3 months, that should be running. The deliverables are speed, convenience, and cost effectiveness in doing business. Next slide. Put mechanism in place and implement a fast-tracked route for issuance of certificate of occupancy. It's very important. And that, again, is the Honorable Commissioner for Land and Water Resources. That should be 3 months from now. And we want to create business value for properties in the state and increase access to business finance. And these things facilitate business financing. Next slide. Business procedures. That's, where am I? Power generation. No, business procedures. Streamline in terms of time, cost, and minimum capital to open new businesses. That is for 6 months from now, we should be able to address it. Power generation, speed of connectivity to new warehouses and factories, uninterrupted power supply. Again, we can, next slide, please. Next slide.
industrial clusters. We need to, particularly for micro industries, we need to establish clusters that are unique to specific things or production that each is doing. Then, of course, when it comes to SMEs, we need to have industrial parks. In fact, SMEs is very important because in some countries you have SME as a whole ministry. And in this particular case, we probably might be thinking of having an agency for SMEs because it is the engine room for industrial development across the world. We need to establish international market in Uyo, Eko, to create access to markets and prevent capital flight and revenue drain. One of the major challenges we have in this state is that we make money here and spend it elsewhere. So the money keeps going. Then that we should be able to complete by December. A couple of other things. I'm sure we have it in our submission, and I believe that the government will have access to it and see what we can do to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation on that subsector. We'll take two comments. Anita, please, there is a gentleman here in front. His hand still up. Yes, just in front of you. Please, straight and short. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. For industry, import substitution, I think extremely important. There's a lot of products which we can produce. I expected possibly you could have listed out most of those products that we can produce, some of which we can export and earn foreign exchange. I need to thank the last administration for the syringe factory in the health sector. There are many other things you could do, infusion plants, etc., and even gauze plants, etc., swab plants. There's so many. So as much as possible, let's try and see how we can do that so we could reduce imports and enhance our economy. That's a major problem we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, there's a gentleman here, that aisle. Thank you. Please keep it short, by all means.
Good day, everyone. My name is Elijah Wisdom. My question is to the trade investment. What plans are there to synergize with Abuja's trade and investment in terms of tax holiday? Because we are seeing double taxation. We see FIRS taxing, and the whole tax holiday thing is actually still an issue for startups or businesses who want to have some leeway in the first 5 years to actually make investments and get balance before paying the multiple taxes that we're seeing.
Thank you. Please, who is responding?
On the tax, multiple taxation and also those that are starting up, we have, like I said, we have put down here numerous interventions for the state government to work hand in hand with the IRS and local government and the state tax office regime for us to be able to harmonize maybe just one unified the tax in the state for the businesses to thrive.
In the area of, you talked about the issue of listing industries. As you go into the broad document, I mean, you can just see with your from a 13, 14-page document. First and foremost is the fact that we have identified SMEs and classified them. We have identified what we call commanding heights of the economy. We've listed specific industries that ought to be addressed so as to create the necessary development multipliers within the industrial sector. We've also looked at issues of growing our SMEs. In fact, more importantly, we've even looked at those who have been very successful. Some businesses that government has to give support to promote them to national and international brands. We wouldn't mention names, but they are there in the document. So they have been clearly listed clearly taxonomized such that we can get the kind of result we expect from the industrial sector. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for them? Thank you. That's about the size of it. We can't take more comments. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're going to proceed now without any delay to take the presentation from the subsector on housing. Subsector on housing. We have Dr. The subsector on housing, please. The facilitator. Protocol, please. There's a lady behind you needs to pass. Thank you. Thank you. Please, can we put our hands together one more time and welcome her? She makes the presentation for the housing subsector.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umoino, and every dignitary present, good afternoon. We will be presenting our report on the housing sector. I would want us to know first and foremost that housing is not just a basic necessity, but it is quite fundamental to human welfare and well-being. So in talking about this, we are going to be talking about the housing policy, the target needs and target location for housing, the framework for effective housing delivery, housing models, housing funding, alternatives to building material, alternatives to housing, getting housing delivery effective, and implementation strategies and our recommendations before we get to the conclusion. My name is Enobong Ekwere, architect, chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, representing NIA on this forum. And I want to thank my resource persons who together we have done this. Now, the policy thrust on this is to provide adequate, sustainable, and affordable housing. Those are the key words here, in secured and developed areas. Now, when we are talking about adequacy, we are actually talking about the satisfactory design. We are talking about quantity. When we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about the need. How needful is that housing for the place it is, and functionality. And of course, affordability would relatively always be cost. But affordability is relative. What is affordable to one may not be affordable to the other. So for housing, we tend to have different housing types to cater for different affordability capabilities. Now, before we go into housing, we need to think, who are the target needs? What are the target locations? We've seen where we've done housing and we have housing stay after completion and they're never utilized. We don't want that to happen. So first of all, we think of the housing needs. We identify the types and characteristics of housing needs. We create a housing data bank. That way we are able to know the deficiency. Right now we may not say what the housing deficiency for our state may be, factually, but with a housing data bank, we'll be able to say what kinds of housing do we need? Where do we need them? Who are the people who need these housing types? And target locations. Not everywhere would be suitable for housing. There has to be some attraction for housing to happen. And we have recommended that certain sectors could also drive housing. Housing does not happen in isolation. Housing has to be supported with educational facilities, industries, commerce, or agriculture. So across the local government areas, we've been able to recommend Housing by virtue of tourism could go to places like Ibno, Oron. Housing by virtue of educational facilities could go to where we have the universities, where staff can live, where students can live. Housing by virtue of industries, commerce, or agriculture. So at the end of the day, we are providing housing that is needed, not housing that would not be occupied. Next, please. So on all of this, we are thinking of the roadmap, which we have framed as the framework for efficient housing delivery. The first one we are talking about is land. Land is the first thing we would think about for housing. And we find that it looks like land is difficult to find. It is because we wait for the time of producing housing. We wait for the time of production to look for land. But we are recommending that we be proactive. The agencies, the ministries that are in charge of this be proactive. They keep this land waiting for development. You know, we have land zoning systems, identify areas that best suit housing, and we prepare the survey, we prepare the land, the title documents in wait for housing. You know, because that is what will shrink the time, the production time. That is what will give, you know, because by the time you get finance, time begins to count. So land is important. Timely processing of timely land documents to enhance ease of obtaining C of O, registration of lands, adequate surveys. Then we have the need assessment. With need assessment, we could conduct community consultations, conduct surveys in localities to know what is needed, who needs what, before we begin to know the design, the type, the process of delivery of housing that would be required. Planning and development. Like we said, site would be provided, land is prepared and kept waiting for housing, not the other way around. Then we'll be talking about housing models. For Akwa Ibom State, we identified 3 models: the civil servant housing, the luxury housing, like the Dakada estate, for instance, which would serve like an investment avenue for government. That would be at the high-end housing, where we can sell, make money from there. And then we also have the social housing. That would be the medium and the high-density housing. For people who may not be able to afford the high end, we also make provisions for them. And then the funding model, we have the mortgage banks who give loans. We can, government can partner with those agencies for funding. For the implementation strategy, we talk about bridging finance, where there is a shock, financial shock given to the process before the housing producers, you know, would start work. And also with sites, we have the greenfield, we also have the brownfield. The tendency has always been for us to go look for virgin lands, new places to build, and then we begin to drive infrastructure to there. But during the urban renewal presentation, we heard about the disagreement whether Uyo has urban slums or not urban slums. I would say that Uyo may not be said to have urban slums because they are not as filthy as urban slums look, but Uyo, on the other hand, may be said to have urban slums because we have uncontrolled and unplanned housing areas. And most of these areas are occupied illegally. So those are the brownfields that government can take advantage of. In those areas, the infrastructure is already close by, and we won't be having to drive in infrastructure. So that is our submission for housing. And for the immediate short term, government would be embarking soon on housing, 500 units, not less than, for the civil service. And our strategy would be that let them be multi-sites housing on multi-sites. Housing on multi-sites. One, the psychological effect of having so, massive housing, there's a place for that. So we recommend multi-sites. We recommend mixed use in each site. We recommend professional input in design and implementation. And of course, cost effectiveness. Cost effectiveness will arise straight from the design to the material in use and a timely delivery of the project. So on these, we want to say that it's going to be very interesting to have housing delivery in Akwa Ibom State with this framework. Thank you very much.
Please, we'll take just one comment. Or if you keep it really short, we can take two. Let me begin with James Sinyama. Please give him the microphone. Please keep it short. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, all protocols observed. My name is James Inyama. I am an estate surveyor and valuer. I want to say that from my perspective and the perspective of my professional body, there have been constraints to house delivery. It's good enough that the group submitting here has spoken about the issue of the housing deficit, which is not been addressed and then determined in actual terms. But our view is that the challenge of housing delivery has had to do with our land tenure system and the Land Use Act. Land has not been accessible, and even government that ought to be the body in whose custody the rights and interest in land would lie has had difficulty getting land for housing delivery and other purposes. But the other point I want to say that even as our sector on housing spoke, we have never had a housing policy that articulates an agenda for the private sector. I have been a private sector person all the days of my life, but I have never ever heard a government policy articulated on housing for the private sector. And it becomes necessary that we begin to think of the private sector in housing. The population of the private sector is critical and by far more than the ones we have in the public sector. Those are my comments, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So now, since those are just comments, not necessarily questions, the Committee on Housing has noted them. Or let us say it with their mouth, so you're sure. It should be from there.
Sir, your comments are being noted. Comments on land tenure system, Land Use Act, and housing policy that articulates on private, or is it public housing you said? Noted, sir. Private housing. Private.
Good. Thank you very much. Please, can we celebrate her? Thank you so much. We're trusting that all of this will be beautifully implemented. Please, I'd like to make a quick announcement. The desire is that we want to complete everything and finish this session before 3 p.m. So we're not going for the lunch break again. Now, at 3, we would go for lunch and go for every other thing, including sleep, if permitted by God, as it were. So now, I want to plead that every other presenter who comes, you should stay within 5 minutes. Please, stay within 5 minutes so we can finish everything by 3. I would love to call for the national anthem at that time, please. So let me invite quickly for the presentation on tourism, the facilitator from that subsector, Dr. Ime Udo Tourism. Please, can we put our hands together? The President of the National Association of Tour Operators of Nigeria. Please applaud her one more time. She's almost looking like a tourism site. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State. Please permit me to stand on established protocols. Please, can we have the slide up? Today we're talking about tourism development in Akwa Ibom State. Please, next slide. Now, this document has been drawn from the Policy Trust of the Arise Agenda, which also is also in tandem with the Sustainable Development Goals. And so, looking at the Policy Trust and the objectives, it was proper for us as tourism experts to also look at the SDG 8, 12, and 14, and also use the entire sustainable tourism, environmental protection, and sustainability, all those guidelines that form and will help us in drawing a very good tourism policy. Next slide, please. And so let's go straight to the action plan. We see from the policy trust, the objectives, and all that we've been able to direct, bring out from there, what do we need to do to develop tourism in Akwa Ibom State? And so we're going straight to action. And we say first, restructure the tourism ministry. Restructure the industry to become commercially focused. Tourism is serious business. We must change the mindset and that paradigm shift to think that tourism is all about a jamboree, enjoyment. It is serious business, and for every business, your goal is to make profit. So we will restructure the industry to become commercially focused. Develop comprehensive tourism map. Can we go to the next slide, please? Because these are just here. And so part of the action plan is then to look at the critical focus, which is develop a tourism investment policy. Now, in trying to develop tourism in the States, tourism definitely is usually long-term investments, and usually will include a lot of funding. We can't allow government to be saddled alone with that responsibility of funding tourism. And so we have to develop a tourism investment policy that will leverage on PPP arrangements, the PPP models. The idea is to ensure that this attracts investors into the state once they see that there is a focus in protecting the investments of investors in the state. This will attract a lot of investors into the state. Create investment structures, participate in product development, and go up. Next action plan, I just want to run quickly. The market presence. Akwa Ibom needs to reposition itself. We need to set engagement targets, combine tourism offices with liaison offices. So wherever Akwa Ibom State is represented, there must be a tourism office there represented, showcasing who is an Akwa Ibomite. What is Akwa Ibom? What do we have to offer? And a lot more like that. Establish local government tourism offices or centers. So every local government in Akwa Ibom State must have a tourism office domiciled in its secretariat. Establish international marketing partnerships. This is serious. Please, next slide. Now, where are we going to? It's a strategic tourism roadmap. I want to run fast because we have to land on the how. And we're saying we have to propose a structure, develop a blueprint, enact legislation. When you develop a blueprint, you need legislation to give that blueprint power so that blueprint can become effective. And so implement product standardization, quality, focus on repeat visits. Please, next slide. Next slide. We're continuing on with that. And so when we said develop a structure, we said restructure the ministry. This is what we came up with, because the ministry houses the first, they are the ones who will direct tourism, who will lead tourism in the state. And we say, what is the structure of the ministry? The Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. What is its role? What is the focus of the ministry? Policy formulation, legislation, regulations, compliance, law units, research data, structural development, education, because the ministry is government. Please, next slide. The ministry is government. The ministry will represent the industry at the executive table and speak for the industry in ensuring that there's enough budgets for the industry. And so we need to deliberately define the role of the ministry. Brand Ibom. Ministry, that's what you need to do. Digital data and analysis. Funding mechanism for tourism development. A tourism development fund. A medical city. We looked at medical tourism as one of the key focuses for His Excellency in development of tourism. And to build the medical city, there will be need to think about creating a free trade zone. We will come there. Tourism calendar, local government liaison, Ibom Day, these are activities that are state-owned and must be domiciled in the ministry. Please, next slide, quickly. Now we're talking about remodeling and Ministry of Culture, same again, remodeling and asset development of our sites. Tourism Institute, we talked about making sure we're able to build an international hotel and a tourism institute of repute that is internationally recognized. An institute that will come up with accreditation where we have people come into Akwa Ibom State to do their trainings here. The same way people go to Kenya, go to Jamaica for this tourism training and accreditation. We can't have that done here in Akwa Ibom State. So we're going to look at that. Then we looked at the Happy Hour Christmas celebration. I must say here, I don't have time, but we have designed something very fantastic about the Happy Hour. And the idea is one, we're going to use the Happy Hour to create data. Without data, you can't really structure a proper tourism. You can't bring up, data becomes like your metric to measure your progress in in tourism. So Happy Hour, I don't have the time now, but it's there in the document. It's fantastic. It's going to bring about data. It's going to bring about merchant engagement. It's going to bring about peak participation because we're going to create a website for Happy Hour. Then we have Christmas celebration, Christmas carol. These are state activities. These are going to be owned by the state. Now, technology. When we talk about technology, we're talking about technological tourism. We're talking about virtual reality. We're talking about augmented reality. So all of these are things the ministry will now need to drive. Agro-tourism, biodiversity. We may know that Akwa Ibom State is very rich in ecotourism. We haven't touched it. We haven't gone near it. Please, 1 second. We haven't gone near it. And so we're going to look at our biodiversity, conservation, resource development. Transportation, please quickly, next slide, quickly. Just give me a few minutes. And then we come down to the tourism board. Why do we do that? The tourism board is the manager for tourism. While the ministry will administrate as government, the tourism board is the manager to ensure it does the business of tourism. And so when we say tourism board, what is your role? This is it, events, parks and beaches, meetings, incentives. You've got to go out there, ensure you bring in all those big events into Akwa Ibom. We must create avenues where we have MICE tourism in Akwa Ibom State. Build an international conference center, accommodation hotels, standards, quality, marketing, promotion. Please, next slide. And then quickly, the tourism board, quickly. We're saying, next slide, please. Then we talk about the culture board, the Akwa Ibom State Arts and Culture. We realize there's a culture that has been subsumed by the ministry. Now, how do we promote our culture? We can't do that if we do not empower the culture board. So we're saying the culture, I think it actually is a council right now, but we are proposing that it should become a board. And that board, these are its focus: arts and cultural events, museums and monuments, creative talent development and incubation centers. We propose establishment of the Akwa Ibom Arts and Culture Board. We propose appointment of a director general or chairman to manage that board. That's so that we can leverage and actually maximize the potentials of our culture in Akwa Ibom State. Next slide, please. Now we're talking about key focus areas: citizen orientation and stakeholder. Who are we? Every Akwa Ibomat must come to understand that we are all the hosts. We must draw this down, the vision of His Excellency, down to the man in the grassroots. He must understand that he is a host and that he is responsible for every tourist who comes into the state, comes to the Akwa Ibom State. So, citizen orientation is the focus. Legislation, brand Ibom, attraction development. Please, next slide. Then we're talking about training and capacity building. We can but ensure that we ensure training, and more training. These are reasons. Next slide, please. Then we're talking about same training, introduce tourism curriculum into the primary and secondary school. So that at that level, you begin to inculcate the understanding of what tourism is all about. When we do this, what we do invariably is that we're bringing about peace. We're bringing about security because we're engaging and helping, using our culture to grow and groom our people, our children, so they begin to understand why they must be hospitable people. It's not about fighting one another. So we must encourage this, help the departments of tourism in universities, accredit those departments so that whatever certifications come out of tourism in those departments are internationally recognized.
Thank you.
Collaboration with international renown. Please just give me 2 minutes. So now, this is the business. This is the business. What we have done is that we've given you a direction. Now this is where the business is. Here we have been able to break everything down I've just talked about in detail. And here we have talked about, we've brought them down the activity, the definition, we have broken it down into bits and pieces. And then we have given timelines when we think this should operate. We have talked about how, who will handle what, who will be responsible for what. If we go back going up, please can you go to the next? Yeah. So we have that all down. We've listed out the sites in Akwa Ibom State. We've listed out the sites that need to be developed and the ones that need critical focus as of now. Short term, where can we start? Which ones do we need to market? 3, just before I round up. Number 3, at the last place we had new airport terminal. Branding of new airport terminal. That is our first tourist site. For everyone coming into Akwa Ibom by here, the first experience is the airport. So that doesn't just become an airport, it becomes a tourist site. So the idea is to ensure that the new airport becomes a tourist attraction. And we must fill it with everything we need so that when people come into Akwa Ibom State, they know that they are in Akwa Ibom State. Please, can you just go, activity just in 1 minute? Good. So we have actually touched on every aspect of tourism, from beach tourism, resort development, ecotourism, health tourism, medical tourism. We have touched on everything in detail there. So when we come to the recommendation, we have this committee should visit and access. Please, the next one. We recommend that the committee, because there has to be a virtual catalog of the sites. And we think that because the fire, the passion is still high within the committee members, it would be nice, if possible, that this is done this week to visit some of the sites. I'm almost there, so 1 second. So please, the next page. Now, what's the summary? This is what we have done in summary in addressing. This is what we have achieved. We have identified opportunities in Akwa Ibom State. We have charted implementation. We have developed the roadmap. We have incorporated activities to explore stakeholders buy-in. We have designed operations. Please, next slide. No, 1 second. Please go back. 1 second. 1 second. We have not included in detail. We have not included in detail project plan, which we will call tourism master plan, and budget, as we need more granular examination of the opportunities and actions. So that will be done once implementation starts. And in conclusion, the roadmap will stimulate economic growth in Akwa Ibom State. It will, 1 second please, 1 second please. It will grow tourist numbers. This is the projection, and this is the plan. From 500,000 in 1 year, in year 1 of, start, to a target of 5 million per year by year 5. That is the focus and that is the goal. GDP contribution must reach 15% by year 5. This is the direction. So by year 5, once this starts, we should measure the progress through this. I want to use this opportunity to thank the entire focus group here. Names mentioned. We stayed long hours. For some persons who were at our session, you would say that there was fire in the house. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Just before I invite His Excellency for his comment, I want to make my own comment that she did not cooperate with me. But please, let's put our hands together to welcome His Excellency, the Governor, as he makes his comment on the subject of tourism. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, the Chairman. I want to particularly thank all our paramount rulers. Please, let's give our paramount rulers a standing ovation. Standing ovation, please. Help me celebrate our paramount rulers. They've done extremely, extremely well. Thank you so much, sirs. Thank you. Please take your seat. It is rare to find elders come and sit down since morning, listening. As I went out to just stretch, a few of them whispered to me their thoughts. And we are very impressed. Your presence means a lot to us. And I can tell you we will not disappoint you. We'll walk the talk, and God will help us. Your presence and your sacrifice today will not be in vain. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Mrs. Imeldo. Mrs. Meldo is the president of the Nigerian Association of Tour Operators, and she's from Akwa Ibom. We have, my boss said the other day that Akwa Ibom has the human resource. All we need to do is to go look for them. And don't ask them to belong to our party, but ask them to be professional and do what they know how to do best. You know, someone introduced me to her. We're discussing this program, and so she said to me, do you know that the president of Nigerian Tour Association, Operators Association is from Akwa Ibom? I said, no. She said, she's now in Ekiti, because Ekiti has given her opportunity to do some work. So I said, call her. So she called her. I said, where are you? She said, she's in Ekiti. I said, come back home. I like what you're doing as the president, but let charity begin at home. We can't have you out there, the whole nation knows you, and then we are not getting anything, no impact. Let's begin to, and it was, she came and we had a good meeting. So today, she will become my honorary special advisor on culture and tourism. So, but please let her accept.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I do accept.
Thank you. Please take your seat, ma'am. When you see people talk with passion, you know. When people carry fire, you know. This is more than just book work. We mean business this time. And so she'll be advising me and working closely with whoever God will bring as the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism and Culture. And so that we can hold the house. 6 months from now, I'll call this meeting again. And we want to be, then the commissioners and the special advisors will be the ones reporting. We'll just come for one day, and then we'll just sit, and they will begin to report on the activities of them, and then they will bring the house. So 6 months, we'll be back here again for one day. Every 6 months, we come back for one day. And then that's the only way we can get to monitor ourselves. We mean business. And again, I like the visit to public sites. Please, we'll keep you for one more week, if those that will be willing to stay. And we'll get a bus, we'll get a team. I'd like to join you maybe the first day to key sites. I'd like us to see the pictures as is, and then we get a consultant to work on as what should be. Because we have 19 tourist sites in this state, and we can develop them one after the other. And so we need to work. I told them in the room when I met them yesterday, the president of Federation of Tourism Association of Nigeria, FTAN, is from Cross River here. He's our brother. He was in that room yesterday. Oh, he's from Akwa Ibom? No. Are you serious? Where is he? You see? Okay. Thank you. Oh, I didn't know. Please, sir. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you. That's him. President, Federation of Tourism Association of Nigeria, FTAN.
I'm from Oron, sir.
Oron. So let's go and do that Oron Beach.
Thank you, sir.
If you cannot deliver that Oron Beach, you didn't do anything as president. Because that Oron Beach, and I'm talking with the Nigerian Navy, I mentioned it yesterday in their room. The Nigerian Navy, they build ships. We can collaborate with them, and they can give us that ferry that could take people. And if we collaborate with them to give us the ferry, they've promised me they will provide maritime security there. So there are a lot of things we can do. So if we have our brother, president, our sister, president, at this time, I said yesterday in their room, if we cannot get tourism right now, we won't get it right again. So he is also my honorary special advisor, tourism and culture. So, as governor, I want to tell you, these are not, please don't get me wrong. I'm not doing this as a jamboree. I want all of them to come back. Rather than stay outside and criticize us, let them come inside and let all of us stay together and get it right. I think that's the best way to go. And we'll work with both of you. I pray God gives us a commissioner for tourism that will be on fire as you are. And then we can at least get the tourist sites ready and then implement all of the recommendations you have made. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think truly, the happy hour is here. Please, can we put our hands together? Can we put our hands together and just celebrate them? Can you put those two chairs up? Bring the two chairs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, we have 4 subsectors left. I'm going to call all the facilitators of all the 4 subsectors to come up, and they'll please all take their seats. So the idea is that at the end of all these presentations from these 4 subsectors, we'll take comment, from all of them. The idea is that we are hoping that the 4 of them can finish in 10 minutes so that we can proceed. Thankfully, all of them are very big people, all profs except one. Let me welcome to please come take the first seat, facilitator for the public sector good governance, Professor Akwa Ibom. Please, can we put our hands together and celebrate him? Please keep celebrating, Prof. Then we also welcome for the education subsector. Please, can we welcome Professor Nobong Joshua. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. For agriculture, Professor Okon Ansa. Please, can they come? And transportation, Prince Godwin Togude, PhD. Please, can you come too? So that we can take all of you and then try to see how to wrap this as quickly as possible. I'm going to begin with the public sector governance presentation by Professor Akwa Ibom, who is already just seated to my right. So, Prof, you just make the presentation. We are trusting that you can keep it within, yes, it will come, within 4 or 5 minutes, since all the submissions would have already been made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Governor and Deputy Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Chairman, sorry, I'm not used to protocol, but let me adopt the existing protocol. Yes, our group was a very interesting group, very fiery. You know what you've been saying, whether it's tourism or whatever, depends on good governance. And so this was a very interesting group. The policy trust was to ensure good governance, promote e-governance, and public service excellence. The objectives we fine-tune a little bit to promote accountability and transparency in government operations, to ensure that government is responsible for the needs of the people, to ensure adherence to the rule of law, and guarantee access to justice, to achieve effective and efficient public service delivery. Our idea about implementation was that we had short-term And then the medium long term, we had to think out with it a little bit. We didn't want to be too theoretical in terms of the timelines. What we did was that we look at the strategy, and then under each of the strategy, we discuss and agree on the action, how to achieve that strategy. That's how we proceeded. In terms of ensure that all MDAs are effectively coordinated and functioning optimally, these are the actions to be taken in the short term, which could be from 1 month to a year. Review MDA's mandates with a view to streamlining responsibilities and addressing the duplication and redundancy. MDAs should establish or adhere to service charters to ensure accountability to citizens. This should reflect key sectorial outcomes envisaged by the ARISE agenda. Encourage and mandate interagency collaboration between MDAs with complementary functions and responsibilities. Implement a performance-based system across MDAs and a periodic reporting framework, and so on and so forth. So we have 5 minutes. Is it possible? Strengthen monitoring and evaluation function to support performance tracking across human resource finance and service delivery. We should consider the passage of the bill to establish a state bureau of statistics. Without data, you cannot do much. You cannot even evaluate whether the government is doing well. We need data, okay? Sometimes if you don't have data, the national level will come and do their work, and you don't have data to even challenge what they are doing. So the state needs a viable, functioning state bureau of statistics with competent technocrats. And then establish a delivery unit structure on the Office of the Governor that will be able to track the delivery of the RISE agenda through MDA and key metrics performance tracking. Then the second strategy, elevate the productivity of public servants through appropriate resourcing and effective capacity building. Here we say we need to depoliticize and again make sure you professionalize the public service, recruitment and promotion process. Here we are trying to avoid the fact that people just give names of those who are not qualified to be employed or promoted, and we advise that that should not be the case. Curb indiscriminate transfer of staff between MDAs to reduce the attrition of capacity building. Review staff placement to ensure people are placed within MDAs where their skills apply to reduce their redundancy. Develop and implement a fit-for-purpose annual continuous professional development, CPD. That plan for each MDA to ensure staff training and retraining. Engage competent and globally tested professionals as consultants for training. Next. In terms of the strategy of promoting the usage of government platforms to expedite approvals, processes, business registration, and other services in the public sector, these are the actions to be taken. About 6 actions to be taken. And I'm sure you can go through them later due to time. Number 4, strengthening budget processes and implementation in line with established rules and best practices. It's not added here, but we feel that the state government should be part of the open global government network. States should be registered in that OGP. It's very, very important because if you are registered there, when you are bringing in investors, from my experience, they check these things, whether states are part of this global arrangement. You have jumped, okay. Avoid wastage of public funds and eliminate revenue leakages. This was very crucial and had heated debate. We said to avoid wastages, the action should be to project identification should derive from participatory needs assessment and project feasibility. Avoid proliferation of projects, and so on and so forth. Next. Next. The issue of improved service delivery of local government council is very important. This was very crucial. because the government has a passion for rural development, and that core is the local government. And so this section had heated debates, and finally we arrive at this in terms of actions to be taken. Orientation of local government chairmen and members of council on government priorities and desired areas of synergy, okay, for service delivery. Local government chairmen must reside in their local government areas, as the governor has said. They must live there. We need to improve fiscal transparency and accountability at local government levels. We also need to ensure training and retraining of staff at that level, and so on and so forth. And then we need to collaborate with local government to determine the delivery of minimum number of joint projects that they are doing. In fact, one word, one project as the minimum. Then consider that the strategy that says promote public-private partnership. This was very crucial because PPP is very interesting. But a lot of times governments at all levels, if they don't have competent experts to negotiate on the PPP, they will end up paying the money for the private sector. And so we need people who are competent to negotiate under this PPP arrangement. Otherwise, it will just be an exercise where government is giving money to the private sector. It's a problem everywhere. And so we feel that where it is crucial, we identify how to achieve that PPP arrangement in terms of delivery of goods and services. It's important that we identify and offer investment incentives to attract PPP interests, like tax incentive, land allocation, and so on and so forth. And when you give land, don't give land free, at least attach that land is in terms of equity for the state. You're rushing me. You know, I'm a professor. I don't prepare things for long and use only 5 minutes, but I will obey you and hope that participants who are interested in state development will look at this, our public sector and governance, and then make input so that it will help our governor, the pastor, succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. I feel so humbled that a professor of economics could honor a small boy like I am. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Please, we're going to take the next one. Professor Nobong Joshua speaking on the education subsector. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Mo Eno. I hope okay. My 16 or more years coordinating the work of Yotoro Foundation in the state has opened me up and fired me with passion for the education sector, apart from the fact that I'm a university teacher. So the policy thrust is what we have, which had been sent to us by His Excellency. We get to the next, to eradicate illiteracy in the state and promote the provision of high standard education system, which will produce highly educated and skilled citizens to meet industry demands. The set of objectives that we have are up to 12. Education sector has to do with the teachers, the schools, the students, population, the pupils rather, the administrators, Ministry of Education, State Secondary Education Board, Technical Board, SUBEB. So what we're going to discuss is going to center around all these. First, we look at the very primary, immediate things that must be done. Provide critical, are you there? All right. Provide critical education infrastructure in all primary, secondary, and technical schools in the state, as well as in our tertiary institutions as the needs arise, beginning with the primary schools. These are urgent needs and will last between 0 and 9 months. Sorry, it's not indicated there. Between 0 and 9 months, we can begin with the primary schools to revamp the primary schools, remodel 10 schools, primary, secondary, technical, across the 10 federal constituencies, increase budgetary allocation to the to the education sector to at least 15% of the state budget and ensure that these amounts are released on time to provide subvention to school and to zonal offices to be effectively administered, to ensure appropriate staffing of teachers in all subjects in schools. You find that some teachers may be concentrated in the town. That's what I noticed. The villages are left bare. I went to one school with only 8 teachers. I went to another with over 90 teachers. And even though the population in the one with 90 is much, but the other one should also be featured. Employ qualified teachers yearly to increase the number of teachers in our public schools and to reduce the teacher-student ratio. The global practice is 30-35 to 1 teacher. Provide adequate teaching and learning resources and furniture like desks, chairs, tables for both learning and teaching process. Strengthen the quality assurance or inspectorate divisions in the state structure by providing vehicles. These are the problems we find. That's why they cannot visit schools as they should, to ensure effective monitoring and evaluation of what goes on in the schools. Urgent attention should be given to the need to upgrade the existing 9 technical colleges in the state. We are told only 3 have accreditation, NBTE accreditation. Then the rest should urgently be looked at. In the short term, we're looking at between 1 and 2 years. The government should continue in the process of remodeling the 10 schools across the federal constituencies into standard state-of-the-art model schools. Embark on extensive quality renovation of dilapidated school structures and related infrastructure with direct input from the Ministry of Education and involvement of that. Develop online resources and institutionalize online learning. I like what the ICT people have recommended, and we buy that. This can take off by the next year, 2024, after appropriate consultations. In our group, we had the New Globe visit with us, and they brought out very cogent contributions to help us forge ahead. So we can begin with that. Teachers can be empowered. Then the pilot schools, we talked about 10 schools in the 10 federal constituencies, and then the other schools can be visited. Collaborate with private sector. This is what is very important, to set up the State Education Appeal Fund as part of their corporate social responsibility in the state. To explore possibilities of getting the individuals or corporate bodies to be intentionally involved in education by showing some commitment in sponsoring aspects of facility upgrade. For example, by adopting a school towards developing the infrastructure of that. Organize fun, skills, acquisition, and exhibition of exhibition subject competitions. Train and promote students to be work ready. And there should be periodic review of curriculum at all levels to meet global emerging trends in education and information technology. Employ qualified teachers. Let me say this one. To reduce the high teacher ratio, or teacher-student ratio. Prioritize the training and retraining of teachers is very important, and that could include a mandatory training on digital learning so that teachers can help the students. And recruit more guidance and counseling teachers, and strengthen the existing units in our schools. Teachers should be well taken care of, the teachers' welfare. The rural development sector had contributed to this. This will motivate the teachers in the quality delivery of education in the state. And I'd like to request that we ensure the establishment of school farms. That was one of the recommendations we had when we had the roadmap for education in the state, 10-year roadmap. We recommended school farms and cottage industries in the schools. This, of course, can contribute to a great measure the funding needs of the school. Take necessary steps to guarantee safety of persons in schools. This has been addressed by some other sectors by continuing the fencing project addressing prevalence of cultism and drug abuse among students, and by adopting the Safe School initiative of the federal government, this will attract some funding. Those are a few things we have put together. Establish and expand the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Center, TVET centers, in each of the 31 local government areas. Provide critical education infrastructure in the tertiary institutions and recruit more staff. These are all the short-term programs that we are proposing. The mid-term programs involve undertaking a phased rehabilitation and modernization of existing school structures. Encourage the use of volunteer teachers if necessary. That is, if we run out of people. College of Education and Finances should be upgraded to a university status with appropriate facilities. The College of Science and Technology, please let me just say this one, NOCAM should be completely overhauled. The site doesn't look like a higher institution at all. And I think we need to look at that. Government should pay attention. Thank you very much. I think we'll stop somewhere here. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can we put our hands together? Please celebrate those very detailed, robust suggestions for the education subsector. For agriculture, Professor Okonansa, he had told me yesterday that he would do it in 3 minutes today. Please, can we put our hands together? Prof, thank you, please.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Moino, the Chairman of the occasion, Senator Udo Udoma, all the very distinguished ladies and gentlemen in this hall, I'll present the agri sector agenda. Can you go to the next slide, please? What we had was the list of the people that worked in the team. First and foremost, let's look at the policy thrust. To achieve food security, the entire purpose of everything we'll be discussing would be to achieve food security, sufficiency, and improve nutrition, develop value chains, and reposition agriculture as the mainstay of the state economy. We have several objectives and several strategies and action plans to achieve the objectives. We also have information on who should be doing what and when they should be doing it. But I will confine myself to just a few of these. Let's take the first one. Develop full value chains for major crops in the state using farm settlement schemes. Your Excellency, the idea about this is to set up, in those days we used to have farm settlement schemes where you had a huge area where farmers lived there, produced there, and you then had a core of producers producing different crops and different things. And we, in the days in the East, old Eastern Nigeria, those are the kind of things that happen, especially in the West. We're looking that we need to revive this, but with some bit of modification. And we're looking at the modification and calling them business hubs. Because in a business hub, people are doing things because there's money to be made. Your Excellency, we thought we could not look at all of the crops and all of the things that we do. So we just take a few crops and enterprises that we engage in. First and foremost, look at oil palm. Akwa Ibom is the home of the oil palm tree. That is just the truth. And that is why you see oil palm everywhere. Now, we thought that if we are going to put emphasis on any particular enterprise, we should be looking at specific enterprises for which we have comparative advantage. And we came to 3. The oil palm, cassava, because everybody in Akwa Ibom produces cassava, and everybody does a good job of producing cassava. And cassava grows everywhere. It doesn't matter how bad the land is. You may not be able to grow certain crops in certain places, but cassava grows everywhere. We also looked at one other crop, what we call an emerging crop, tomatoes. Your Excellency, 2 years ago, if you went to buy tomatoes in town, all of that tomatoes came from the north. If you go to buy tomatoes today in Uyo, most likely that tomatoes was grown here in Akwa Ibom. And even if you're buying it from somebody from the north who is selling, he'll be honest enough to tell you that this tomatoes he's selling was grown in Akwa Ibom. So we think that it is time for us to focus on that, and we called it an emerging crop. So oil palm, cassava, and tomatoes. But again, we looked at another enterprise, poultry. Your Excellency, it might interest you to know that Akwa Ibom is one of the largest, if not the largest producer of poultry products in this country. Now, see what happens. Every Tuesday and every Friday, day-old chicks are brought into the state. You need to see the traffic of Akwa Ibom poultry farmers waiting to receive day-old chicks, all coming from where? Ibadan and the environs around them. Every week, Akwa Ibom is shipping out millions of naira outwards, down to where there's already a lot of money. Your Excellency, so we thought that if we are going to engage in these business hubs, we should start with areas where we have comparative advantage, where we are already doing extremely well. Oil palm, for example, oil palm. If you go to Malaysia, when you come from the airport, instead of the flowers that we plant to line our roads coming from the airport, beautiful flowers, what they line the roads with are oil palm trees, all the way down. Everybody's planting oil palm. You know, in my house, I have flowers, but the Malaysian would plant oil palm. So if we got it to a situation where we said every Akwa Ibom person plant one oil palm tree beyond the nucleus estates and the other farms that are around, do you know what that would do to this state? The palm oil is the next crude oil, and we are in a position to take control. So we thought that this is something that the state should be putting a lot of emphasis on. The man will let me do, the man will let me present. Okay, so I'll just take one or two more. Now, the second one, where we said ensure lower and more stable food prices in the state. And we listed a whole bunch of crops. You can plant all kinds of things. But the problem is, Your Excellency, we looked at it. Why do we have such low yields? Why do our farmers have such low yields? Your Excellency, it might interest you to note that the first thing that helps you get a high yield is what you put in the ground, the planting material. A lot of what we are planting is very poor planting material. We're planting second, third, sometimes 10th generation of seed material. Even cassava cuttings that we're planting, people are planting 10th generation cuttings. Your yield you're likely to get is going to be extremely low. Clearly, we need to partner with groups like IITA and several other groups that produce foundation seed and the kinds of seeds that when you plant, you will get the kind of yield you're expecting. Beyond that, look at fertilizer, for example. Your Excellency, you go to buy fertilizer. We were shocked to find this. You go to buy fertilizer, 20-10-10, that's where they number them, 20-10-10, 15-15-15-15. What those mean is the percentage of nitrogen, percentage of phosphorus, percentage of potassium in the bag. And when people have done analysis and found that when you go to buy 20-10-10 fertilizer, you end up with fertilizer that has maybe 3% nitrogen, maybe 2% phosphorus, and maybe 2% potassium. With our soils that are already very poor in nutrients. So you are spending money, a lot of money, expensive fertilizer, but the nutrients you are getting are very low. So the state needs to get involved in what the farmer is buying to engage in what he is doing. So we looked at that. So let's go on. Let me just take a few more. Let me talk about, can you go to the next slide, please? I want to talk about financing. One of the things that bother every farmer is access to money, finance. Your Excellency, the Fadama Microfinance has at best a single obligor limit of 1 million naira. Now, that is not going to, no serious farmer can thrive with 1 million naira. Therefore, we need to work with finance institutions that can give our farmers far more money than that. Now, NICEL, which is an arm of CVN, is here. I've engaged the lady that heads NISAL in Akwa Ibom. They have their modalities for the loans. You have to have cooperatives. So you have to have, and these cooperative people must have farms that are contiguous in Akwa Ibom. And I said to her, you're not likely to find that in Akwa Ibom. In the north, you will find that. But couldn't we have cooperatives where, yes, they are not contiguous, but they are members of one cooperative doing the same thing? So one is here, it has 1 hectare here, one is 10 kilometers away and all of that. And she said, no, they won't change their rules. Your Excellency, because of that, we are barely benefiting from that source. And there are several other sources that we're not benefiting from. And there are several international sources that we are not benefiting from. We, as a state, must begin to look at how we can attract money to our farmers. And there's a lot of money out there. So let's take 1 or 2 more, if my friend here will allow me. Now, I want to talk about women and youth. Objective number 9, which says, improve the sector's competitiveness and commercialization in order to increase agricultural produce performance. Your Excellency, we thought this is where you bring in the women and the young people. Your Excellency, in some states in this country, they have programs that promote women and youth agriculture. In your state, for example, they have several programs. Not all of it is funded by the state. Most of it is funded by external agencies. Lots of money going in there. There's the YESA project, Youth Employment in Agribusiness and Sustainability in Agriculture. That is funded by a UN agency called IFAD. That is money that's coming from outside. We are not tapping into that at all. Right now, we have started the YEAP program, YEAP program. In the last 1 year, we have trained 49 youth as a pilot program. The hope is that we can increase that significantly, maybe to 3,000 or more. But clearly, we need to bring lots of young people in. We are funding that as a state, but clearly, there's a limit to how much you can pump in. You've got to find external sources of funding. They also have the Start Them Young Early program, where you're dealing with young people in schools. Starting at that early stage, show them the benefit of agriculture and what they can derive from agriculture. So there are several programs out there. These programs are funded by external agencies. We, Your Excellency, our state needs to develop the capacity to tap into all of these funding, because we have to give money to our farmers. We don't have all of the money to give to all of our farmers, and our farmers do not have funding. That's a major constraint right now. Maybe I'll just take one more, maybe, Your Excellency, don't mind me. I'll just take maybe one more. But let me take one that I think might interest you, Your Excellency. Now, under the long term, the fellow with the slide, under medium and long term, go to item number 18. Now, we want to talk about government providing enabling environment for community-based local content, small and medium scale cattle rearing and dairy farms. Okay, so we think we shouldn't be doing this. We should be doing it because there's a lot of money at the federal level. And one of the people from the Governors Forum, who was in our team, said to us, Akwa Ibom is the only state that is not reflected in that list of states that are interested in that program. And there's a lot of money there. Your Excellency, we can bring money, tap into the national, it's called the National Livestock Transformation Program. Akwa Ibom must tap into that because we can't, through those kinds of programs, become a major cattle and dairy hub. There is nothing that's beyond us. Let us exploit what is available. I could go on and on and on, but the young man beside me will not let me. Your Excellency, I'd like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We appreciate you. The last, please. The transportation subsector. Prince Godwin Togude, PhD. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this opportunity. And for all of us in the House, I'm very appreciative. On behalf of my team, that His Excellency entrusted in the faith and hope that we can proffer solutions to enhance a very efficient, safe, and functional transport system in Akwa Ibom State. It is my pleasure to say that we will keep to time. We'll keep to time because transport is key to economic development. We've said everything without transportation, then no economy can thrive and nobody can move. No goods can reach the kitchen. And so, Your Excellency, let's go straight. We had discussions. Everybody can read from the manual what the mission statement is to develop and maintain an efficient, effective, affordable, and sustainable transportation system. Especially in the rural areas. Your Excellency, with that, our objectives are also stated to improve access, to ensure that productivity is enhanced. But these are things you gave to us. What are we bringing to the table? We are saying under the aviation, for now, we must enhance our corporate image in the airport, because you have a very corporate good team, a short team that are handling Ibom Air. And they have stated what they intend to do in the next 2 years, in the next 4 years, in the next 6 years, until the next 35 years. They have stated how many persons they are boarding now, about 400. And they intend to board about 2,000 in the next 2 years. But how many taxis do we have to take care of these people? Only 60. And so there is need to increase the taxi support system for our people to be trained. And I believe that the School of Adaidem, in one of their curriculum, must train drivers to key into their capacity to be able to function at the airport. And so, to that extent, we need to increase them so that they can support by taking people off to the town and beyond. And that makes money, increases the enterprise spirit of our people, gives them access to making money. And I can say that in all the economic enterprise, one of the greatest sources of generating revenue to government is transportation. And one of the greatest ways of making quick money, if you are serious, if you are conscientious, is through transportation, whether by road, by sea, or in the air. You can produce millionaires from this sector. And so, to that extent, one of the deficient areas is the air taxi from the airport. Only 60 now. They need to be scaled up. And government, by the grace of God, through seed money, through guarantee, through the industrial development bank that you have brought, can make our people access efficient taxis. Now that we have challenged with diesel, with petrol, the CNG is the alternative, the compressed natural gas, which is what now the new option. That has to be encouraged to come in with taxis that operate on that, so that they can make optimal money with low costs. And so we have submitted our focus. On road transport, this is very important because this town must be cleaned up within Uyo and other suburbs. It must be cleaned up from touts and all these people who are not trained. Those who drive one ways because their licenses are not certified. They must be made to have certified licenses, and people must be trained and cultured to operate on the road as human beings that are part of the tourist attraction that this state is already known for. To the extent, I believe that our drivers must be trained. Seed money too must be given for more taxis to be brought in. Buses must be brought in. Buses that can operate through certified routes and carry people to water fountain, from there to the Secretariat, and through Atiku Abubakar to the flyover. We have all routed all of that to show how the big buses can operate. And by the grace of God, one of our senior citizens has already attracted a foreign partnership that can produce buses with CNG. And these buses with taxis can help in cushioning the effect and giving us a model buses and model taxis, the type that we have in the cities like Brazil and Singapore that we tried to model. So, Your Excellency, illegal parks must be cleared from the city. We have one of the best parks that were developed in this state, 5 of them within the Uyo metropolis. But unfortunately, we cannot understand why those parks have been allowed to be overgrown with weeds, because not too long ago, they even had points where passengers went to stay, relax, watch television, take snacks, and wait for public address system to announce the next boarding to the next destination. But all of that is no more. But the parks, as originally designed, are still there, but now vandalized. Your Excellency, they need to be brought up. One of the things we believe will have to happen in transport industry, Your Excellency, is the need to have a commissioner who is going to be so patriotic, so selfless, non-negotiable. It doesn't compromise. People who must head unions, groups, and organizations must not be compromised on nepotism and selfishness, so that they can be driven to give result. Because we need to push illegal parking, illegal touting, illegal parks off the street and remodel the parks and give it to the sources. So, Your Excellency, for water transportation, there are very many outlets. We have 129 kilometer coastal line here in Akwa Ibom. But unfortunately, these routes are not being utilized. So we need boats, we need vessels, we need to reactivate around Calabar. We need to reactivate even behind us here in Waniba. A good yacht, an executive boat should be given where people will from here go to Tinapa and from Calabar come here to play golf and return in the daytime. These are transport systems that we intend that you should be able to give a collaborative linkage on security between the locals, the Navy, and the Marine Police to ensure that the waterways are policed for these people, this free traffic on the coastline. So, Your Excellency, terminals have to be created at Utaiwa, at Oron, and Uran as jetties for these things to move. But we believe if you do all of this and give the real focus even to rail lines should also be included. We should think about it because you have the Ibom Deep Sea Port, you have Ibom Airport. This rail must move to Ikorekpene, must move to Eket and other hubs that are economically viable. Do I want to tell His Excellency that since we have submitted our report, one of the greatest things that must come in is called Akwa Ibom Road Traffic Management Law. We have already developed it here comprehensively, and we will hand it over it must be certified by the House of Assembly, and that when operative, every sanitation will be carried out in the transport industry with the right personnel to man transport and be self-funding to pay them. Having said that, Your Excellency, thank you very much with this conclusion from the academic people, which we want to pray for you, that we need political will to execute all these things that have been said. We need the political will. Because academicians say that implementation stage is the graveyard of public policy. We pray that your policies, even with your lieutenants, they will have the will to implement, because implementation will give us results.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think it was good that all of these professors came at the last. I think that we can give Dr. Godwin to the honorary professor of transportation. Thank you. Please, we'll take just 2 comments, and these comments would be blind to the sectors, but open to the sectors too. That is to say, I may not stand to partment them, but try to be sure it's directed to one of them. Please, it's just for want of time. We don't have all of it. I'll take one of it from Udemu Fort, and I'll take one of it from, my God. I'll take one of it from the State Commander of the NDLEA. Please. Mr. Udemu Fort, please. The gentleman to your left, Anetie.
Thank you very much. Maybe I missed something, but I'm just wondering that when we talk about rail transportation, I would have loved to hear some plan about how, not about the federal government, maybe in the long term, how we can connect this state through an effective light rail system that can connect all our sectoral districts to the center, and from there we can extend to other local governments within the central districts. So maybe there's something I missed, but I think that is the most effective way to connect this state and spread development, that people can live in Ikorabashi and work in Uyo, because there's an effective rail connection system that is cheap, effective, fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, we'll take one from one of our paramount rulers. Anetie, go. Yes, that row there. The paramount ruler seated beside the paramount ruler for Roganam local government area. Please, Father, I plead that you keep it short for want of time. Thank you.
So, God bless Akwa Ibom. His Excellency, I'm a little bit disturbed because in everything we do, we should return to investment, education in particular. I feel that we are robbed of the precious future if we cannot address the corruption right now from our children. As you are planning to bring new wheels in all the sectors, I haven't heard a word about how we can correct, implant in children to inculcate good values. We need the products, not the physical buildings. We don't need that. Who cares about what's in the school or how the school is? I think we care more about the products, what the teachers would input in these children, and then they produce when they grow. And that's honesty.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
I would feel we should try to bring about a 10-year, 9-year, 1-year program whereby we would go back and see whether the children, we get anything from them. Our children copy what we do. You cannot change us. I think we're too old a dog to learn new ways. But children, catch them when they are young. And then you
Thank you very much,
rule
sir.
the country.
Thank you. Thank you. Paramount ruler of Ibesikwa Sultan Local. Can you come over here to said commander of the NDLEA. I think that I've seen EACOM around here since the first day we started. And in fact, they came with flyers. It would mean that they are doing some good work, but I'm sure that your comment will be incorporated into what the education subsector had said.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Mine is an addition going to the agricultural section. I'd like you to carry out a public enlightenment program for farmers who indulge in farming strictly in cannabis by giving them an alternative crop development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That is, ask them to plant cassava instead of cannabis. After all, they all start with C and A. Thank you. So that's the 3 comments we can take, and it's just for want of time, please. We would have wanted to take more, but we can't just accommodate them. We'll come back to the Professor Education and the Professor of Transportation, Honorary, please. Please, very brief responses to these comments. Please, I'll begin with you, sir. Thank you.
The matter of values is key in the education sector, values in children. And that's why we're saying that qualified teachers should be recruited to the education sector. The guidance and counseling units should be strengthened so they can do their work. Values are only inculcated if the teachers have values. Can only be inculcated if the principal is up and doing, if the ministry is monitoring them properly. Because I know values are the things that will help the child to move from one stage of education to the next stage. And it's very important. I'd like to thank the paramount ruler for that comment. We didn't have time to articulate all our points. We would have addressed some of those points very seriously. The values inculcation is key. A teacher who goes to school late has no value to give. A principal who doesn't appear, even in the devotional time, has no value to give. So those are things that can happen if we strengthen the quality assurance departments of the various Ministry of Education to be able to get to schools, to know what is going on, and to curtail the things that are. We have addressed drug matters. We have addressed cultism. When a child is involved in cultism, there are no values anymore. If we can curtail cultism by fencing, as we said, and by teaching moral instruction, then it is possible for the children and the teachers themselves to develop values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like I said, we have submitted our findings. And if our slides were well laid down accordingly, our brother would have, and others in that school of thought, would have seen how much we have done justice to the intramodal rail system. And we've even asked that a very good designer, a structural person who knows much on rail designs and the appropriate routing should be invited so that all commercial and local government hubs should be included in the design. We have also expressed even the fears of the fact that federal government has some laws militating against it, how and where that limitation comes in and how to avoid it. We've also gone on to even trams. Should there be trams to be applied on our roads? How trams can be henceforth. What kind of road system should we do when a construction engineer does road with road furnitures to accommodate all of these logistics for future functional operations within the transport system? Thank you.
Please, on that functional note, can we put our hands together for all our professors as they would rise and go back to their seats? Thank you very much. We're beginning to engage the reverse gears, and I really want to thank all our leaders and all the strategic stakeholders who have joined us here for this review. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to invite Pastor Imobasi Jacob, who would make a 2-minute presentation on the Ibom Leadership and Entrepreneurial Development Center. I'm sure that will not take more than 2 minutes. Please, very brief, straight to the point. Further illuminations on the vision of His Excellency the Governor in that regard. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the privilege to make a presentation on the Ibom Leadership and Entrepreneurial Development Center. His Excellency has empaneled a committee to look into the framework for the establishment of this center under the leadership of the economic advisor. The team is working to produce this framework. The school is going to be hosted at the current site where you have the e-library. As we speak, our team is reviewing that facility to remodel it to achieve the ambience for learning and the status of a center of excellence. Why do we need a leadership and entrepreneurial center? At the center of the universe of the Arise program is knowledge capital, is value reorientation, and they need to take people off the street to the class before we return them to the city to do the work that they are called to do. And as you have seen in almost all the presentations, value reorientation is important, including the airport taxi guys. They are our ambassadors. They can spoil government's program by gossip, by not relating very well with the passengers. They are the first point of contact when a visitor comes into your city. And so we are going to take them off and train them on ethics, how to talk about your state, and how to even understand the programs of the state and be the chief, the marketer in chief. So there's so much to be done. The school is known as, or the center is known as Ibom, Leadership and Entrepreneurial Development Center, for short Ibom-led, in case you come across that acronym. We are undergoing the registration process. We are opening up the website because it's going to be both online and real-time physical training. We are looking also at affiliations with international schools and bodies that help in furthering education, particularly in the area of ICT. We're talking with Microsoft and all those who provide such service so that we can even immediately begin doing some courses before the facility is up and running. We have 4 centers. The first center is the Center for Leadership Development, Leadership Development Center, LDC. The next one is the Entrepreneurship Development Center, EDC. And then we have the Agripreneur Development Center. We would go to train our farmers on the business side of farming and how to even keep basic things like record keeping, and also on how to access the export market. There's so much that will be done. It's not going to be a regular classroom type school. It's going to be a practical school. And then the last one is the Digitech Development Center. Our children are digitally equipped for the wrong reason. They spend more time on the net, chit-chatting, but we're going to exploit that skill and commercialize it and take them back to the class and give them tools to function in the real world of today. At the center of our program is the need for us to achieve a value reorientation. So all our programs are value-based. You can't enter a class without imbibing on the value system that would promote not only learning, but being able to carry that learning with a level of integrity and commitment to get it, to put it to use. We're not going to train educated rooks. We're going to make sure that you are found worthy in learning and in character. So all of our programs begin with value reorientation. Sometimes 1, 2, 3 days. Once we get that right, the knowledge side of it will complement. And we want to thank His Excellency for expressing this passion. Let us know that His Excellency has always had this, and it has troubled me enough. Before he became a candidate, during the campaign, after the campaign, every now and then, and through this program, you have heard him talk about the business school. So it's a passion that we believe the time is right, and we want to thank you, sir, for we won't fail you, we won't let this go down the drain. So I believe that the Leadership Center is one program whose time has come. The time is now. We are the people. Our governor is the leader of the team. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please, can we put our hands together both for the vision and for the presentation of the vision? Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for that initiative, and of course, Pastor Mobasi and all the other members of the team for interpreting it and working hard towards its implementation. Your Excellency, at this point, I'd like to welcome our Father for a message of goodwill, the only one we would take today. The President General of the Traditional Rulers Council, the Akwa Ibom. Please, can we put our hands together and welcome Ntenyen Solomon Eto, PhD, for this goodwill message. We welcome you. Can you keep celebrating our Father, please? Looking royal and regal in every sense of that word. Welcome.
Akwa Ibom is song. Emana is song. Even put a mommy ever know you. I came in here this morning. And I'm very proud with what I have seen. May I recognize, very especially my son, the governor of the state, His Excellency Omar Basieno, and the wife, the deputy governor, Ma Medi. Today is a very special day in my life for what God has used Omar Basieno, His Excellency, to do for the people of Akwa Ibom. I stand tall and very proud listening to the presentation from various resource persons. We've never had it this way. I have not experienced this before. Here I am. No wonder yesterday, when we were in Abuja, attending to some state matters that has to do with traditional rulers of the country. A particular paramount ruler from the northern region drew my attention and said, "How is the golden boy?" Honestly, I turned and looked at him. I said, "You are abreast with what is happening in Akwa Ibom?" He said, "Yes, I'm following the trend." I was so amazed. And the rest of them, the Emir of Lafia, particularly drew my attention to the things that are happening in Akwa Ibom these few days since the coming of our governor. So what I want to say today is that we have listened, the resource persons have spoken very extensively, educate us, enlighten us on the way to go. But I want all of us to key into the program very effectively. And I, representing the traditional institution, want to say we key into the program in totality, 100%. And I want you to know, and I want to appeal to His Excellency, create more seminars to enlighten the traditional rulers from the level of the village head, the clan heads, the paramount rulers, even the epoch heads, to know the activities of government. You cannot cite these industries, this program, without educating them to know, to take responsibility for their duties while they are leaders in the community. So I want to appeal very strongly that that should be done. And you have said here, when we were into project management, this is a plan. This is a layout plan. Monitoring, control, supervision, and the rest of it. It's not a one-touch business that, like what we are saying today, cannot be a one-touch business. It has to be continuous to enlighten our people, educate our people from all sectors. I want to add by urging the youth. Many of me have heard that youths now from 40 years down are youths. The rest from 41 up are elders. Your Excellency, in our traditional system, which I'm the custodian, we still have people at 80, 70 that are youths. They still perform. If you give them their responsibility in the community, they perform. Your Excellency, let me draw your attention to this. Let me use my vernacular. Because and I know you know we give them responsibility. We also give youth responsibility. But these days, this political era, youths are more on the political side than performing the callings of our local community. We have traditional youth leaders. We have political youth leadership. As a royal father, we work with the political, with the traditional youth leader, but not the political. The political has their own platform, even though they collaborate and synergize with us on the activities of government. So what I want to say is that I will need to educate you the more one of these days when my attention is drawn so that we can separate those two offices, because it's creating a lot of problem in the state, which we have answered questions most of the time. Another aspect is that on agriculture, you cannot have a farm in a community without assigning somebody in that community, apart from those you will engage to be megards. The Obongidong That is the community head, the clan head, the paramount ruler will do a good job. Let them synergize with these people very strongly so that they'll be able to protect what government have been able to put in place. We have a lot of role as royal fathers to play in our various and respective communities. So we must be involved in every aspect of government in order to move this state forward. I want to thank all of you for the level of love I have seen today. This gathering cuts across all the political platforms, political parties. That shows synergy, that shows love. And that is what I've been clamoring for all these years. Your Excellency, I want to say thank you for that initiative. You have made me proud for real. Each time we meet, you tell me, Papa, I will make you proud. You are making me proud. So keep it up. Do more for the growth and development of Akwa Ibom, irrespective of political line. Let the people walk with you. And may I call on our sons and daughters in diaspora, come back home and join the moving train. Though you can stay there, you can still stay there, but send your contribution to the development of this state. So I want to thank all of you. Continue to synergize, continue to rub minds with the government progress and programs for the development and growth of Akwa Ibom State. I stand tall today to say I am a very fulfilled man today. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. The Akwa Ibom Ibibio speaking there in glowing terms, eulogizing His Excellency the Governor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, I'm going to invite Professor Okon Nansa and Professor Trent Shadibia to please come forward as they present the communique. Please. Please. Please go ahead. Please, it would be advised if you could go to the very last page of the communique, since it will be submitted. To the very last page, please. Thank you.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Akwa Ibom Ibibio, I greet you. Your Excellency, this communique is a capsule that contains the content, the intent, and the essence of what we have done since Monday, July 24, 2023, to today and perhaps tomorrow. And so on behalf of the communique team, led by my senior colleague, Professor Okon Nansa, we are happy to be given the opportunity to present this communique in the way and format that it has come. Thank you, and God bless.
Give it to the Deputy Governor. Please, the communique would first be handed over to the Deputy Governor, who is the leader of this planning committee. Please, can you position properly for a picture? Everybody seems to be the other way. so that after that, the Deputy Governor, as the team leader, would now present it to His Excellency, the Governor, who has already indicated interest in implementing all of it. Please, presentation to the Governor now. His Excellency, the Governor. Thank you so much to this team. Thank you so much to all of you for the good work you've done in the past 3 days. These cannot be taken for granted. God bless you. I'd like to welcome now the chairman on this occasion, distinguished Senator Udoma. This should be closing remarks from the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We've had a long day, and I'm going to be extremely brief. Let me say that the last 3 days have been fruitful and impactful. I have been very impressed by the quality of the participants, the expertise which Your Excellency had assembled, the hard work, and the enthusiasm. Many people worked all night to finalize the presentations. And it is my view, having watched all of them, that all of them, each and every one, was excellent. They were brimming with ideas, very good, useful ideas, ideas which can help His Excellency in the mission that he has set for himself of transforming Akwa Ibom State. Your Excellency, my advice would be your next step, because there are very many suggestions and good ideas there. But the next step is to cost them. Everything costs money. Resources will be required. So you'll need to cost them. And you might actually need also to sequence them, because you may not be able to do everything at once. So you'll need to prioritize. You'll need to cost them. That is the next thing that you will have to do. And after that, you will now have your blueprint, which you can get your cabinet to debate, discuss, and own, so that they can go forward, as you said, to implement your roadmap. So, Your Excellency, I simply would like to thank you. To thank you for the opportunity you've given all of us, for your invitation to participate in this extremely useful exercise. We are honored. And I want to say that I believe I say for most of us, because I've heard the comments made by a lot of people, that we will be available to help you in any way you feel you need us. Thank you very much, and I am sure you'll do very, very well. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much to the chairman on this occasion. We also profusely appreciate you for the role you've played in leading this dialogue. I do not think that anybody would have done it better than you have. Please, some quick announcement before the vote of thanks. Reminder that tomorrow, having heard all that we've heard in the course of the dialogue, we will officially launch the Arise agenda here by 11 a.m. Here by 11 a.m. would mean that guests should be seated by 10, at most 10:30. Swearing in of honorable commissioners and special advisor at the banquet hall by 4 p.m. tomorrow. And then, of course, excommitting by 11 a.m. of Friday. Your Excellency, again, I acknowledge all those who have joined us on our online broadcast platforms. The comments are really commendable, and they are all showing good faith and solidarity with the project and the ideas of His Excellency the Governor. I'd like to at this point welcome, for the vote of thanks, Her Excellency the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State and leader of this team's planning committee. Please kindly welcome distinguished Senator Dr. Mrs. Akon Eyaranyi. Please put your hands together, make it louder for the vote of thanks that is to come. Your name may be mentioned if you clap louder. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister Morgan. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Your Excellency, the Mother of Akwa Ibom State, the Chairman of the occasion, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I want to start by saying that it's been a rewarding 3 days of effective interaction in this venue. And the result of it is very, very promising. Your Excellency, I would just have said thank you to everyone seated here. But the depth of the work done, of the sacrifice, of the time that our people have put in, I want to please appeal that you allow me take a little time so that I can attempt to appreciate all the contributors in the House. While addressing the National Defense Executive Reserve Conference on November 14th, 1957, Second World War veteran and former two-term President of the United States of America, Dwight Eisenhower, made the following remarks about plans and planning. I quote, "In preparing for battle, I have always found that plans are useless, but planning is indispensable," unquote. Before today, the Arise agenda was a plan, a good and thoughtful one at that. Through the critical and incisive review of the last 3 days, a planning process has been activated, and the Arise agenda has metamorphosed from Pastor Umoino / Akon Eyaranyi campaign blueprints into an implementable Akwa Ibom agenda. With the completion of design for sectoral roadmaps, through this dialogue, we have moved from merely knowing what we want to do to knowing how and when to do them. The import of this distinction shouldn't be lost on us. It is noteworthy that every office seeker has plans, but only a few have the courage, foresight, wisdom, and humility to subject their plans to expert scrutiny and review for effective implementation. According to Alan Lagan, planning is bringing the future into the present so that you can do something about it. That phrase, doing something about it, is what distinguished Senator Udo Udoma, the chairman, refers to as effective implementation, which he rightly considered to be the crux of the matter on the first day. It's obvious that the administration of Pastor Umoino is not interested in scattering projects around, just to score political points. By this dialogue, we are consciously connecting the past with the present and the present with the future. Thank you, Your Excellency. On this note, on behalf of all of us in government and the people of Akwa Ibom State, I thank most sincerely our visionary governor, His Excellency Pastor Umoino, for having the courage to assemble these sector leaders of international repute and Akwa Ibom people of different party affiliations, ethnic origin, social backgrounds to make inputs into the Arise agenda. And from it, produce an Akwa Ibom agenda. Indeed, it is becoming clear why God brought a man of humility, vision, and courage with a private sector background to pilot the affairs of this state at this critical transitional phase in the history of Nigeria. Your Excellency, again, I want to say thank you for opening this new chapter in our state. It is unarguable that without the support and encouragement of the home front, even the best of leaders will lose focus, fail, and derail the destiny of the people. It is in this connection that we appreciate the mother of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Mrs. Patience Umoino, for being a key and valuable player in the emerging Akwa Ibom State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Udema Otong, for the quality of leadership you have exhibited so far. And also we appreciate all the members of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly. We appreciate His Lordship, the Chief Judge, who was here with us on the opening ceremony, Justice Ekaito Obot, and the entire judiciary for their support and participation in the historic dialogue. It is a huge honor that we had the architect and father of modern Akwa Ibom State, a development enthusiast and planner par excellence, Obong architect Victor Ota, who was here with us on the first day. It was a blessing that God used him to lay the foundation of aggressive and logical development for our state. Thank you for availing us of your esteemed presence, your wisdom, invaluable ideas at this dialogue. Because it takes a leader to discover another leader. And it takes love, courage, and patriotism to support a successor with potential for transformational leadership. Akwa Ibom State is indebted to the special guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Udom Emmanuel, for allowing God use him to give us Pastor Umoino. He definitely saw what others couldn't see. It is gratifying that his most important decisions as governor is being daily vindicated. I want to say that His Excellency's presence, our former governor, at this event is much appreciated. On behalf of His Excellency, Pastor Umoino, permit me to appreciate our pride, the multi-sectoral experts, Senator Udoma Udoma, for masterfully directing the proceedings of this convocation. We couldn't have made a better choice of chairman, sir, than a man who has successfully traversed the private sector as a top-ranked legal practitioner, corporate consultant of international repute, economic advisor, chairman, and directors of several blue-chip companies. Sir, we say thank you. I stand here today to assure you, Mr. Chairman, that Pastor Umoino, the governor, the man you believe in, the man you trust, will not only drive, he will diligently implement this agenda to the minutest details because of his unwavering passion for the Akwa Ibom dream. Thank you also goes to my predecessor who was there with us on the opening day and other former deputy governors. We appreciate their appearance. We are indebted to serving and past senators as well as members of the House of Representatives for traveling all the way from Abuja to participate in this dialogue. The support of the party through the state chairman of PDP, Right Honorable Elder Niekan, is appreciated, and all the party people. All our patriotic leaders and members of other political parties who decided to prioritize their Akwa Ibom interests over political party sentiments by heeding His Excellency's call to attend this dialogue deserves a special commendation. For the success of this historic event, it's important to put on record the crucial role of our workaholic secretary to the state government, the head of service, the economic advisor, the local government chairman, the permanent secretaries, directors that stood by us and by the government for the success of this gathering. To our competent facilitators and capable resource persons, your roles were probably the most critical towards arriving at a workable blueprint for the administration. We want to say thank you for your time, for your knowledge, for your experience, for exposure, for your sacrifice. May God bless you. We won't fail to acknowledge the partnership of the Director General and the entire Secretariat of the Nigerian Governors Forum towards the actualization of this great feat. Thank you so very much for availing us of your skills, expertise, and experience. Our service commanders have been very supportive of this administration. The media deserves to be acknowledged for effective covering of this event and other activities of government. We say thank you. Most importantly, permit me to appreciate our co-sponsors, the Zenith Bank PLC, and our own Julius Berger, Hensec Services, for partnering with government for the success of this event. To Aki-san and Akwa Ibom people in diaspora, I want to say a very big thank you. To our royal fathers, through the Akwa Ibom, Daddy, we say thank you. We appreciate you all. Above all, permit me to appreciate and give glory to him who created all things, who gives life, power, grace, resources, and health, who answered the prayers of our fathers by giving us this state, who gave us successive administrations that worked hard for the progress of this state, who, in exercise of his unquestionable sovereignty, has now given us, his servants, Pastor Umo Eno, to continue from where his predecessor stopped, and has imbued in him the foresight to plan for the future. We give God the glory, we give God the honor, we give him all adoration in Jesus' name. Once again, permit me to say a big thank you to everyone. If I haven't mentioned your name, God acknowledges you're here. We are grateful to the planning committee, 20-man planning committee, sat through to plan and strategize for the success of this gathering. I want to say, may God bless everyone in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State. That was elaborate. That was a comprehensive vote of thanks. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we had a good start to this event, and we have had an exhilarating finish. On this note, I'd like to welcome, respectfully please, the man who is leading Akwa Ibom State today, who has made this possible. I say he's a Democrat in every sense of the word, governor of the people and for the people. Pastor Umoino, for the governor's remarks at this event. Please, can you put your hands together and welcome him? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's take our seats. Thank you so much. I think the Deputy Governor has done justice to appreciating everybody. And I'll just make very quick remarks, and so we can go for lunch. And let me announce that, please, Honorable Frank Achibong, Commissioner Designate, will ensure that all the paramount rulers are very well taken care of before they leave. Your Excellency, my dear wife, the First Lady of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Mrs. Patience Umo Eno, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of our state, the Honorable Speaker and wife, the Chairman of this occasion, members of the National Assembly that are here and those that came. And please permit me to recognize our party chairman and use him as a point of contact to reach everybody because of time. I know the day is fast spent. Let me, on behalf of the government and the people of Akwa Ibom State, thank you all most profoundly for the great and outstanding job you have done in further distilling, analyzing the layers of our governance blueprint, the Arise Agenda. I had the honor of going round and sitting through the breakout sessions of all the 17, in fact 18 focal sectors yesterday. And I was amazed and humbled by the passion and dedication you displayed. The chairman himself also had to go round to interact with all of the 18 focal sectors. Such a great strength could only have come from a man who believes in this project called the Akwa Ibom Project. It clearly shows that you have totally bought into our vision. It shows in practical form that you believe and agree with us that with proper implementation of this roadmap, you have so diligently contributed to its formation that Akwa Ibom State as our state anthem has so wonderfully enjoined is on the cusp of greatness. Let me assure you that we will incorporate most of what you have proposed here and ensure, as I said on Monday, that the incoming honorable commissioners will execute to the letter the vision of this roadmap to our sustainable growth and development. Let me again thank our dear Akwa Ibomites for your support and goodwill. I'm aware of the general warm sentiment you have collectively expressed concerning this great assemblage of policy experts drawn from across party lines and professional lines. Let me also assure you that the time we have spent here, these 3 days, will not be in vain. Today, it's your continuous support. We'll work twice as hard to ensure food security for our people through agricultural revolution and rural renewal. We'll work to expand and advance our infrastructure. We'll work to ensure the continuous peace and security of our people. We will improve the education of our children and grandchildren by aligning them to the realities of the 21st century through the acquisition of marketable skills predicted on information, communication, and technology. Let me end this short remark by calling on our dear brothers and sisters in the fourth estate of the realm, our media practitioners, to join hands with us in our determined push to grow our state and our people and hold true to what this state was meant to be, the land of promise. We are not asking you to shirk your cardinal responsibility of being the watchdog of the society, but we are simply asking that in the attempt by the watchdog to discharge his duties, he should do so objectively and responsibly and not tear the fabric of the society to shreds. We stand ready to work closely with the media, and in the next few weeks, we will hold our inaugural press briefing, which we hope to be a regular feature, where issues germane to our development will be discussed in frank and transparent manner. The Chief Press Secretary of government will discuss this with you. I have told him we must hold press briefing by the Chief Press Secretary every fortnight with the press, and we're going to ensure that we keep you abreast of all of government duties. And sometime when you share happy hour, I'll stop by to share it with you. You know, I am optimistic that with your support, we'll tell the story of the golden era of our state and show the world that we are truly an exceptional state of exceptional people dedicated to arising for growth and shared prosperity. Let me thank all of the people that have spent their time here. We will say so over and over again. I want to thank our father, the father of modern Akwa Ibom, Architect Obong Atta, who came, my boss, the immediate past governor of Akwa Ibom, and indeed all of our people, those that couldn't come and have sent us messages. I like to say this was not a political gathering, but it was a gathering where we come together, and it's been very, very interesting. I'm sure no one particularly have put on the toga of party at this event. I want to thank all our brothers and sisters. Particularly, I'd like to single out Architect Nyaitok, who has been through this program. Service commanders, I pay my greatest respect to you all for coming and staying through this period. I'd like to close by saying that we, in the next few days, will announce members of our project implementation and technical committee. And that committee will report directly to my office because we intend to ensure that we hit the ground running. I'll hold a meeting with EARCOM, the institution that we all will depend on to help us propagate the message of the Arise agenda, to help us go to schools and build moral conscience in the hearts of our children. Growing up in Lagos, I don't know what it was called, but I remember that one of our greatest men in this country, Professor Jerry Ghana, was a chairman of a national orientation agency. And he would always say, if you govern, govern well. If you manage, manage and direct well. They will always bring some things that will affect and prick our conscience. I like to see here come, imbibe such activity. And if it means us adding to the board to enrich the content of delivery, we will do so. And I'm sure the chairman will gladly accept people we will bring to populate the board. HearCom has a lot of work to do, and we depend on you to do the work. One of your predecessors chaired HearCom and went on to become a member of the House of Representatives from this state on almost a free ticket, because by the time he campaigned, everybody had known him so well. So there's a lot of work to do. We like to say that the business school, Honorable S.M.A. Ibo, thank you. Business schools will move from being a business school and will have incubation centers. I like to also say that our primary schools, we have a model, and when we put it out, you will see it. All of the ICT thing we talked about is there, but we'll fence the schools, and like our traditional father have said, we'll employ security from those communities. We will profile them, and if we do that, and anything gets missing, then we will know why they got missing. Because many schools that government has intervened, if you see them today, you'll be shocked. Some, they are even attempting to remove the roof. I wonder if we don't have village heads in those schools, in those villages. I wonder if we don't have youth leaders in those villages. And we will try to ensure that when we finish in any community we go into, we will hand over those properties to the village heads, to the youth leaders, to the youth groups, and we'll appoint people to secure those things. We should not be reinventing the wheels every time. We should make progress. I'd like to thank you. For those of us that we also would like to remember, for the agri people, that we are incorporating Ibom Agric Equipment Leasing Company, and we'd like us to fast track that, because we need to assemble our equipment so as to support these farmers. A lot of them will not be able to acquire what we need, so we need that leasing company so that they can help the other people. I'd like to please invite our honorary special advisors to pick up right now their letters of appointment so that they know that their work starts now. This is how proactive we will be. And I'd like to also thank our Akwa Ibomites in the diaspora for the great work you did and you're still doing, particularly during our campaigns. I knew you have a lot of influence and you brought it to bear. And today I had promised that we'll create a diaspora desk when I become governor. And on that note, it is my humble privilege to appoint a senior special assistant to the governor on the diaspora, Ms. Linda Umar. And she will be able to. Thank you, Linda. I'm sure you can come forward. Linda came in to Akwa Ibom last week and heard about this event. She told me she will have to dash back to the US and she will come back. She didn't know we were profiling her to become a senior special assistant. And she came back again on Sunday within a space of 1 week to attend this program. During my campaign, Linda single-handedly sponsored a meet and greet session for me in the US. and brought a lot of capacity to bear. We need people who can connect us, give it, and all of our diaspora team can work with her. This is beyond Akisan. This is for all our diaspora team, and we'll include Akisan. While we thank Akisan for the work they have done so far, we'll continue to work with you and hope that we can take part of the diaspora businesses that come to Nigeria. So, Ms. Linda, on behalf of our group, I'd like to thank you and welcome you to, as the Akwa Ibom State Senior Special Assistant on the Diaspora. Thank you so much and welcome. I didn't let that out of the bag, so your appointment letter will come tomorrow, but please permit me to quickly and thank the SSG who has gotten this in place. That's how we work now in our government. The SSG had to ensure that this was put in place. No delays. And I know that my colleagues, the honorable commissioners, will see what the SSG has done. That's how we work now. And please let me invite Dr. Mrs. Imeldo to receive her letter as the Honorary Special Advisor on Culture and Tourism. Please permit me to invite Mrs. Rose Eshet, Honorary Special Advisor on Oil and Gas. No, you have to smile. You know, she told me when I muted the idea to her before, she said, no, I'm relocating to the US. I need to rest. And so I needed, but I told her, please just accept to be our facilitator. Said I will come down and then go back. Now we got you. Thank you. You see, people that look for these things don't get it. Just offer service and we'll come looking for you. Please permit me to invite our brother, Mr. Nkeruwem Onung, as Honorary Special Advisor on Culture and Tourism. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful work that you all have done. And we thank you and thank you. I'd like to thank the chairman most graciously, sir. Thank you for giving us your time. Like the deputy governor said, we couldn't have asked for any other, a better chairman. We will put all this together and come back to you as a man who has been Minister for National Planning, and we know that you work with us to ensure execution of most of this project. Thank you. Thank you, Akwa Ibom. See you tomorrow morning as we launch the Arise agenda. And then see you 4 p.m. as we swear in our commissioners and special advisor. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me quickly announce that the Akwa Ibom State government has made provision for lunch for everyone. Please, after this, we'll just move to the open area for lunch. Please, we'll move to the open area for lunch for everyone. So please, thank you. We're going to end as we take the national anthem. I would welcome the Pure Brass Band to please lead us to take the national anthem. Thank you. Please, our facilitators, especially those who are traveling out of Akwa Ibom today, have been given meal tickets so that they can go upstairs for a faster served meal. I'm sure that if you've been given the tickets, you know yourself, and I've just told you the reason. It is because you are likely traveling out today or for such purposes. But please, if you do not have that ticket, all of us will just go to the open area so we can all eat before we leave. Thank you so much. The brass band, I think you should be playing something until we are out. His Excellency the Governor is still within the facility. If you don't mind, the correct thing is that you should still be waiting where you are until His Excellency takes his exit. Please. Thank you very much.